and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA.
Toppin has it, center of the floor, Siakam. Under a minute to go in the fourth quarter. 110-107. Nembhard working Wallace. He'll launch a three and leave it short. Rebound, Siakam. It's a one-point game as he lays it off the right-hand glass. Rebound, Indiana. 8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
So Weeds. This arena is madness. From a road perspective, the decibels were insane. There's a lot going on. I'm grateful to have the chance to hang in and give ourselves a chance at the end. But now we've got to, keep our eye on the ball.
There's Rick Carlisle after the Pacers win Game 1 in dramatic fashion. A 15-point fourth quarter lead for the Thunder. But as Pablo Mastroeni would tell us, PK, belief is a powerful thing. And the Pacers believe that they can come back from just about any deficit. So they do it again. And Halliburton hits his 4th big money last-second shot of the playoffs.
It's amazing, man. I don't know what else to say. It's just incredible. Halliburton, who is this guy? Is he this good? Well, he's showing us that the answer is yes. And the confidence he had and everybody else just get him the ball. It's amazing because you look at the last possession by OKC, and it was SGA going 1-on-5, and no matter what it was going to be, he was going to take the shot. And it was actually not a bad shot, but they were all the other 4 guys just standing around. And Halliburton does the same thing, but just has the confidence to knock it down, as they say. Nobody scored 20 points for the Pacers. They had 5 guys in double figures, all in the teens. And it's just stunning that they continue to keep doing this. Can they do it 3 more times? Well, I think the answer is yes. Will they? I don't know, but I'll be sure to tune in and watch.
The story was either going to be the Pacers and just so many turnovers, 25 in all, the turnover margin, 25-7, so many wasted possessions, or the Thunder really didn't shoot the ball well. The guys who were supposed to be the second and third scoring options, Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren, really struggled. Holmgren 2 for 9, Williams 17 points on 6 of 19 shooting. He let some shots go, and I thought, I don't think they're going in, and I don't think he thinks they're going in, but he's got to shoot him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to shoot the ball. I mean, it's just a fact. Not too bad on the threes, but under 40% on the twos. And turnovers, I don't look at that raw number. That sounds good, but what were the turnovers? Empty possessions? Well, if you didn't lead to an easy bucket on the other side, then that's just basically a missed shot, which happens. So I'd have to go back and look at all the turnovers and see what they led to as far as OKC. I never look at raw numbers and draw big-time conclusions without looking inside the numbers.
It was a much bigger problem in the first half than the second. In the first half, I thought they did give up a lot of transition hoops off them and dug a hole. But they cut down the total number, and they cut down the number of transition buckets in the second half. So Game 1 to the Pacers. Now we'll see what happens. Game 2 coming up Sunday night. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said he believes the NBA will discuss expansion at next month's Board of Governors meeting in Las Vegas, and he believes the league's owners will recommend the topic be formally explored. He went on, Seattle and Vegas have been thought to be the top expansion target cities for a long time, but he mentioned, hey, there'll be other markets that are interested. So, hey, talk a little more and jack up the price. There's other people really interested.
Yeah, I'd like to see St. George get a team, put an arena in Black Desert.
Get a whole northern Utah, southern Utah rivalry going.
Yeah, I think the community is growing, Dave. You should go down. It's getting bigger and bigger.
And they could draw from Vegas. Vegas people would come up. So it's a satellite market to St. George.
Mesquite?
Yes, pack them in from Mesquite.
Moab's not that far. Kanab.
Hey, don't leave Beaver Dam out of this.
Yeah, I'll leave that one alone.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
BYU giving basketball coach Kevin Young a new contract extension. The release from the university says it will keep Young in Provo for the foreseeable future. He had signed a 7-year deal when he was hired by BYU. Came from the Phoenix Suns. Suns had an opening. Would you define the foreseeable future as one more year, PK?
What do you mean?
It'll keep Young in Provo for the foreseeable future. If they have a great season and the NBA comes calling again, who the heck knows, and maybe gets another deal at BYU. I don't know. The foreseeable future in college sports, I just don't think it's very far out there. Coaches move all the time. Conferences realign all the time. When someone says a foreseeable future, I'm not thinking very long.
Oh, I think in this case it is. I think that he's adapted to the lifestyle, and his family is in a situation where it works for them. What I understand, what is motivating him, obviously money is a great motivator, but he's getting that. And whatever he needs to purchase in this life, he can. And whatever he needs to live off of, he's got enough money. Does he want to uproot everybody now with his young kids and do something different as far as that goes? Is that's what he's looking for? Is the NBA lifestyle something that is just a magnet for him? I don't think it is. And if he continues on this track, this is more amazing than the Indiana Pacers to see BYU, which clearly for years and years and years struggled to get non-Latter-day Saints, get African Americans, and now they're just flocking. He can't take them all. This is absolutely amazing. He's the best young to happen to BYU since Brigham himself. I mean, he's surpassed Steve now. I mean, this is just amazing what he's been able to do in just a short time. Now he's got to put that all together and win on the floor. It's such a crapshoot as far as who's going to win the national title and all that type of thing. You really can't figure that out until you get there in the moment, what's going to go down. But all these games that he's getting, it's because of the players that he's brought. He's established BYU basketball, which has always been good. I mean, a few times a blip here and there, but by and large has been a pretty good program. He's taken it up, not just one level, like 5 levels. It's incredible.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Last week in practice, Anthony sustained an injury in his throwing shoulder. Felt some pain in it. Doctors, trainers checked it out. He's got some aggravation in his AC joint. So we're going to set him out this week. Obviously, he'll sit out for mini camp. We'll see when he comes back. Not going to put a timetable for training camp on it. But when he does come back, we'll ease him into throwing, and then we'll go from there. The good thing is he's not going to need a procedure right now.
That is Shane Steichen. He is the Colts head coach. So Anthony Richardson on the shelf for a while. Daniel Jones, former New York Giants starter, looks like the next quarterback up in Indianapolis. Aaron Rodgers is the next quarterback up in Pittsburgh. Signs a 1-year deal. So they got a camp coming up. He'll be in for that. Missed some of the OTAs. Waited out the draft and made sure they didn't draft a young guy the way the Falcons did. So Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh for a year, and then we'll see. They need a franchise quarterback. They've been in stopgap mode for a while now. Giants quarterback Russell Wilson sees himself as a veteran mentor for all the young players, not just Jackson Dart, the first-round pick. I've always viewed it as you're always trying to be the best version of you, and then you're always giving back to everybody else. I think it's not just about one teammate. It's about all the teammates. It's about everybody in the building. Russell Wilson has a way of saying stuff like that and rubbing people the wrong way. A little self-aggrandizing. People take it weird. Win in New York. Try to turn that thing around. And if that's, I guess, what it takes, talking people up, well, make it happen. DJ and PK.
Last week in practice, Anthony.
Hashtag college football.
Well, you want to feel old? Michigan has offered a scholarship to Charles Woodson Jr., son of former Wolverine star and Heisman Trophy winner Charles Woodson. You and I are old enough, PK, we're used to this. We're used to seeing the kids of stars come along, but that is one thing that definitely ages you as a sports fan. The first time you're like, wait a minute, Junior, what just happened?
Yeah, I thought he would have been older for some reason. I was surprised that he's still college age.
The bowl season is going to kick off December 13th, college football fans, and it will roll through January 2nd, although the playoffs are going to go until January 19th. About 3 weeks of bowls. That seems about right, doesn't it, PK? 3 weeks with football pretty much every night.
Yeah, is that the same day as Army-Navy?
I think it is, actually.
Yeah, with the way the schedule worked out, they're going to cross over.
It always seemed like a Saturday with just one football game. There's room for more. Let's go.
Well, here we go.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Iglesias ready. 3-2. Swing, line drive. That's fair. Down the left field line. Into the corner it goes. Marte scores. Vargas right behind him. And the Diamondbacks take the lead. 11-10. It's a miraculous 7-run ninth inning. And Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
It's hit up the middle. Base hit. Into left center field. Rounding third. Heading home. The throw to the plate is not in time. And the Cardinals get a walk-off win on the base hit by Wilson Contreras in his 1,000th career game. A walk-off victory for the Cardinals, 6-5.
Cardinals beat the Royals in the I-70 battle there in the Show Me State. Cardinals win at 6-5 in the 10th. The Diamondbacks, outrageous. They're sending everyone at Elias Sports Bureau scrambling. They come back to beat the Braves 11-10 with a 7-run ninth inning. The Diamondbacks had lost 418 games in a row by trailing by that margin. The Braves had won 766 in a row. That's the kind of thing you really don't see very often. The last time the Braves blew a lead like that was 1973. It was more than 50 years ago. So I don't know what's more likely, Halliburton hitting the shot or the Diamondbacks coming back with 7 in the ninth.
Well, obviously it's Halliburton hitting the shot because it literally is more likely. So I knew you would go nuts on that. You love that type of stuff, all those stats that you can go since this one and 0-475 and all that stuff, whatever that means. I knew, boy, that's going to be right up your alley when I saw that.
It's
kind of funny. The guy that was starting the pitching of the inning, his last name is Blewett, which is somewhat ironic.
He was born for this moment. He was named for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, they took him out and brought in their Iglesias. He couldn't get anybody out either. It's that's the beauty of baseball. You got 27. You're not racing the clock.
That was literally the post-game quote. Well, you got 27 outs.
Yeah.
So the law of numbers biting the Phillies. They went and won 11 out of 12, 11 out of 13. I think it's 11 out of 12. And now they've turned around and lost 6 out of 7. Toronto blew them out 9-1. Crazy how it works. I mean, some of it's scheduling. You know, you play good teams, this is going to be a little tougher. And then you play some bad teams and you get on a roll. And their hot streak did include the Rockies and Athletics. But nonetheless, crazy turnaround for the Phillies.
Just think, well, you don't want to peak in June anyway.
True story. Good point. Are the Cubs peaking in June? Playing great baseball. They win again. They beat the Nationals 7-1.
I don't know. I put in a call to Craig Counsell, but he hasn't returned it.
That's weak. He ought to be calling somebody your stature. He ought to be calling you right back. Did you watch any of the softball World Series?
Oh, are you kidding? I was high-fiving Patrick Mahomes in the box atop the stadium.
Texas Tech wobbled down the stretch, but held off Texas 4-3. So that series 1-1. They'll play Game 3. Winner take all in the best 2 or 3 series tonight in Oklahoma City.
How about that? Winner take all. Yeah. I mean, well, If I saw one, I felt like I was watching a Chiefs game with T. Swift, with Mahomes and his wife up there.
The celebrations, the screaming, the hollering, high-fiving, hugging. Way into it.
Yeah, it's fun to see that he was into it, and obviously he was. That's his alma mater. And this is a big-time deal. You know, the place is packed, and so much riding it on it with these two teams going back and forth, and we'll see what happens tonight.
And the Bees, the long losing streak is over. They pick up the W. They win 11-8 over the Round Rock Express. The Bees had lost 9 in a row, but they snapped the streak with a win. They play again tonight. Tony Parks be on the air at 7 o'clock. First pitch at 7:05. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Edmonton Oilers won Game 1. Can they do it again? Coming off an overtime victory. Game 2 with the Panthers tonight in Edmonton, 6 o'clock on TNT. Dramatic Game 1, and of course they had the dramatic Game 7 to cap their Stanley Cup Finals. I assume it'll go right down to the end again. This doesn't really seem like it's built for 6-2 or 4-zip or anything like that. These two teams seem to grind it out against each other. Why should tonight be any different?
I don't know.
What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, coming up at 8 o'clock. Jason Kreis, Real Salt Lake Director of Operations and Special Projects at 8:30. And Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star, at 9 o'clock. DJ and PK, the question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Longest stretch of delays so far this morning are I-15 southbound leaving 31st Street in Ogden all the way to 5600 South in Roy. Crashes, emergency crews occasionally stopping traffic near there to clear debris off the roadway. 2100 North in Lehigh is also getting congested as you head east towards I-15 this morning as well. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. It's affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. You find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Just humbled by it all, quite honestly. I think I have a real shot at the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, yeah, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. So whenever it happens, or if it happens, like, you guys know me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's Watt Smart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty G today, noon to 3, there at the Larry H. Miller Summer Games in Cedar City. Celebrate 40 years of a Utah sports tradition. Well, the question of the morning, what more can you say about the new Mr. Clutch, Tyrese Halliburton? Caleb, he's already more clutch than LeBron in the finals.
What are you picking on LeBron for?
I don't know. Those 4 championships, I guess. He didn't do anything right in those.
Why does he go right to him of all the players?
Tony, I'm hoping for a good competitive series. This game was the epitome of a cliche. It's not over till it's over. Looks like I got my wish for a competitive series. hopefully game 2 is just as cool. Watching Halliburton write his superstar legacy in real time is pretty cool.
So Yogi was right?
Yes, Yogi was right. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, this isn't a knock against any other player. This is about the elevation of Tyrese Halliburton, of just being sensational. The game winners. I don't think there's anything been like that we've seen like this that can compare to it. That's why it's a cumbersome way of saying it, but I think you get my point. Is that wow, the amount of game-winning shots that he's hit is, and it happens, and along the way, it doesn't matter the series. You know, it's one thing to do it in the first round, but now you're doing it in the conference final. You're doing it multiple times, I might add, and then you're doing it in the first time you played in the NBA final game. Wow, this is absolutely amazing. I didn't see the poll, but I saw somewhere someone saying some polls of players took him as the most overrated player. I never saw that when it came out. I must have missed it, obviously, but they're talking about that, and that's just not been even close to being true here. And he didn't have a prolific night. You know, it's not like, oh man, he was so hot. It was his night. Shots were falling. You know, you can go any level of basketball and play, and you can see that where one fellow just gets super hot. It happens.
That fellow was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Well, he wasn't even that hot, but he was the only one who was prolific. I mean, he was the only guy on either team who scored 20 points, and he went for 38.
Right. To me, it's all about Halliburton hitting these game-winning shots. It's just dramatic, and I believe you have to have supreme confidence. You have to have belief, and your team has to have it. You have to feel it from your team too, that you're able to do that. And I think confidence can be like transferred, or you can gain more as you see it in the body language and in the eyes of your teammates, knowing that, hey, you're the guy, you're going to do it for us. You have to have confidence in yourself, but I think the way your teammates react to you and their coaches react to you, they can give you confidence and help you feel even more confident. You know, we go back to the Jazz one where they showed in the huddle where Jordan is saying to Kerr, you know, Stockton's going to double me, I'm going to throw it to you, and you're going to hit the shot. It was almost like a demand. This is what's going to happen. I will tell you this is what you will do. And I would imagine, like, wow, you have Michael Jordan telling me I'm going to make this shot. That would give me confidence. And it's not just from yourself. I think you have to have it from everybody. And it's clear that team has it in this young man. I think he's, only like 24 years old, something like that. And he feeds off of it. And when he was taking it in that situation, as soon as the Thunder missed and they get the rebound and give the ball to Halliburton, you're thinking, oh, this is going to happen again. And sure enough, it does happen. You're surprised, but in the same breath, you're not surprised because you've seen this movie, and it's a fantastic ending every time.
Every single round of this playoffs, he's done this. It's crazy. Nobody's done that. If for no other reason that at least early on, a really good team tends to just blow somebody out, and there's the opportunity for a last-second shot. Or you win by 6, even if the game is close. You know?
Yeah, and I understand.
It's crazy he's had this many opportunities. It's crazy that they all went in. We all know the one that hit the back of the rim and went way up in the air. All right, you caught a break there for sure.
That was a game tire, not a game winner. That was a
game tire, you know. But nonetheless, it's
shot.
Clutch, and it adds to the legend. And
it really does.
And it really comes out of nowhere. I mean, they had a losing record on New Year's Day, and now they lead in the NBA Finals. I mean, how often can you say that?
I don't know. You'll have to go to your Elias and figure that one out.
They lost to Milwaukee on New Year's Eve and dropped to 16 and 18. But here they are, and they're riding him. And you're right about it's because you're a baseball player, though, isn't it? I mean, you grew up, that was your number one love, and the thing is hitting is contagious. And it's kind of a similar thing. And at least you can explain a little bit in baseball. There's certainly a confidence element to it. But nonetheless, man, the other pitcher just doesn't, if the pitcher doesn't have it, everybody can get a hit off him. So it might be hard to explain, but it's at least easier to explain than this. This is really wild.
Yes, and then most of them have been when the team has been down. Somehow in our minds, I think anyway, that this is the way I think, that if it was like, a 5 or 6 point game, most of the game in the fourth quarter, it wouldn't be as nearly be as dramatic. But coming down from double digits in the fourth quarter, 15 points, that just adds to the storyline, makes it even more incredible that this team continues to do that over and over. He's not obviously scoring all the points, so you need all these other guys to do it. That's where the confidence comes in. I have confidence in you, you have confidence in me, and away we go. And it's like they're not even really batting an eyelash, continue to play. In a sense, you bring up the baseball thing, it's like Indianapolis, the Pacers here, they're playing in a baseball sense in that, hey, we got 27 outs. Hey, we got 48 minutes. Mm-hmm. And it really doesn't matter what the score is at the 38-minute mark because we still have 10 more minutes to go. And you have to play us the entire 48. It's the same thing like we talked about with Suarez there, got the game-winning hit for the Diamondbacks. He says after, well, it's 27 outs, man. They got to get 27 outs. And that's all that matters. And they didn't get 27 outs until we had the lead. And so, the comeback is incredible, but we've all got the same amount of time here. And it's the same principle in basketball with these guys, these leads that evaporate right before our eyes. It's like, oh my gosh, here we go again. Everybody in that arena has got to know, they're basketball fans there for sure, and they have got to know what the Pacers have been able to do. And the other team has got to know. The other team's coach has got to know. We're seeing it happen time and time again, and it's just incredible that they're down. I think somehow to me it's more amazing with the comebacks as opposed to just having it be, a 2 or 3 possession game. But once it gets a 5-6 possession game and you're late in the game, you're thinking, not to an extent, man, this is going to be difficult, but yet they still pull it off. So you literally have to play this team with the same intensity, whether you're up 20, up 15, or whatever, because they've proven that they can have these dramatic comebacks. It's absolutely remarkable what we're seeing here.
Weren't you thinking about it the entire game? They're turning the ball over, and the Thunder are getting out, and they're scoring, and the crowd's going nuts. And then you look at the score, and you're like, yeah, but it's 10, it's 12. They never got it to 20. And I don't even know that 20 is, in an era when you're shooting 30 to 40 3-pointers, 20 with a lot of time on the clock is something. They never got it to that. It seemed like they were always playing with fire. They hit the shot at the end of the third quarter. It goes down to 6. They hit one to go back up to 9. And, in the moment, it's big, I guess, right? It's dramatic and a late shot and all that. It's 9, and they go to commercial break. I'm thinking, it's only 9. It's like the Pacers could still do this.
Well, with this team being able to do it now, more so than ever, sure. Right. I did think when Jalen Williams had that breakaway, they threw a ball out to him and he dunked it, and I think it was at that point, was it 15? Largest
that went to 15
game.
With about 10 minutes to go.
In my mind, I did think, oh, not tonight, that this is going to be the way we thought. SGA's got it going on, and they have a comfortable lead. They'll be able to withstand it. Foolish me. Shame on me, because at that point, I remember they go to a timeout because I flicked over to the softball at that point thinking, okay, I can. And the softball was getting real tight, too.
It was. They got close at the same time.
Yeah, and they had runners on second and third, and they may had no outs or 1 out, and they're only down 2 here. And Texas has the 1-game lead in a best-of-3, so they could close it out. So I literally thought to myself, oh, I don't need to flick back to the basketball probably for 2 or 3 minutes because OKC has got this lead now, and it looks pretty good for them, right? And I'm extrapolating, thinking, oh, yeah, this is going to be short series. I'm taking it even more than I deserve to take it, and it actually deserved to be taken that far, thinking, okay, they're the favorite. They're up 15. It is late in the game. It's not too late, but it's late in the game with only 10 minutes to go. As I said, that's why I said the 38-minute mark. you think you got it going on, but you got to play with the same intensity that you got that lead with at 38 all the way through, because this team has shown that they can do it. And so I did flick over and came back, and it was I forget what play that I picked it up, but I know I flicked over to the softball at that time thinking, all right, I expect them to win. And sure enough, no, it doesn't happen. Yeah, it is just incredible that this has happened. I don't know that they can win the series, and it may just be a footnote as far as when we look back years from now. Remember Pacers, man, they had that incredible run, came up a little short. Or maybe no, this is the drive that gets them out of nowhere and wins the NBA title. At this point, I don't go crazy on 0-1 or 1-0s, and I don't care where the game is played, particularly in the finals, because everybody is. Maybe Game 7, given the home court. Is it still the 2-3-2? Is that the way they do it?
I think they went back to 2-2, 1-1-1.
Yeah.
So I think they'll be back in Oklahoma City for Game 5. Assuming the Pacers don't sweep them, right?
I wouldn't think that.
I wouldn't think anybody's going to sweep anybody. Yeah, never pick a sweep.
So I think it's just. It's not coincidental that everything in basketball is good for Indiana as soon as Caitlin Clark got there.
Yeah, I think it is coincidental, but okay. Sure.
Why would you think that?
What this reminded me of with this game, because I thought exactly what you thought about. They got one. Does this mean they can get the series? And the Lakers were trying to go back-to-back, and they were playing the Sixers. I remember thinking, there's no way the Sixers can do this. There's just no way. They went out and won Game 1. And I'm like, am I an idiot? Is Iverson that? I mean, he's unbelievable. But is he that unbelievable? And then the Lakers won 4 in a row. So you never know, and it's just one game. Is Halliburton that unbelievable?
Well, the situation has to present itself.
Right.
He's not getting there by himself in that position to make the game-winning shot.
6 guys in double figures, and a lot of guys did a lot of things right to wipe out that 15-point deficit in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and sometimes, you have to touch the stove to find out it's hot, right? And you can talk to OKC till you're blue in the face about, hey, man, these guys. Well, now they've seen it.
Right.
And maybe now they know we have to buckle down and play with the same intensity. We can't let up whatsoever. It's virtually impossible to bury these guys. And so with that in mind, we need to ball the entire time. So that's why I wouldn't put this series by any question that it's over. There's just no doubt that that's a dumb thing to say. And maybe, they knew, but now they saw it firsthand, and they can go back and figure it out how to get the job done. So maybe that's a possibility there. Even though they saw it happen to other teams, maybe it didn't resonate as much with them in the manner that it needed to, and maybe now they got it going on. That's one theory. Maybe now they can figure it out. Okay, this is what we did. This is what we didn't do. Here's what we need to do on both sides. Here's what we did, but here's what we can do better. Here's where we screwed up, and we can correct that. That's why if I'm OKC, I let one slip away, but I certainly didn't let the series slip away.
DeJuro says, great clutch scorer, but how about an unbelievable choke by OKC? And I think that might go to what you were just saying, is that for these teams, it's the first time. They've never felt the NBA Finals, the excitement, that everybody's talking about the energy in the building, right? If you haven't played in a building like that, Halliburton in a post-game interview, and he can say this because he won the game and he hit the shot, so he can come out and admit, and he said, yeah, I had to slow down. It's like everything about this game sped me up in the first half, and I wasn't good, and I wasn't alone. We all just had to just calm down and play basketball. And so for all these young guys, I mean, Chet Holmgren's playing his first NBA Finals game. I don't think he's going to go 2 for 9 in every game. So at some point, does everyone settle down and get into the game? If Halliburton felt it and thought other people felt it, he's probably pretty dialed into that. I mean, it was certainly a ragged-looking start to the game with turnovers and missed shots, but everybody had a ton of adrenaline. Everybody really wants it. And you haven't been there before.
Yeah, I didn't really feel like the Thunder choked.
Feel more like Indiana took it away?
Yeah. I wouldn't use the word choke in this situation. I'm trying to think of a play that stands out as a gag.
Maybe not getting the offensive rebound or getting the defensive rebound and letting Siakam have the offensive rebound. That was one moment where I thought that's pretty basic basketball play. You can't let that guy get there and get that rebound and stick it in. I mean, you know what Siakam's doing in that situation. You got to box him out. There's zero mystery.
But is that a choke? Is that a definition of a choke?
No, typically you'd probably go to the missed free throw or the airballed shot that's nowhere close to going in that, misses or a shot that slams off the backboard. That's usually a horrible turnover when you turn and throw it to somebody on the wrong team, not realizing what color jersey they're wearing. That happened once in an NCAA final, and no one wanted to crush a college kid, but it was awful.
Yeah, I just that didn't label to me as choke, especially this like far along the line.
Indiana did it again. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was just like, okay, they had opportunities maybe to put them away, you could argue, and they didn't. But I'm looking more about the praising the Pacers rather than dumping on the Thunder in this situation. If it happens again and again, maybe that's another story. But right now, no, I didn't see that. And you didn't see Halliburton go with the choke sign.
Right. Yeah, you did. You didn't. Although I wonder how much of that was the moment and how much
Of course it was.
He's a basketball historian.
Yeah.
He knows everyone. It doesn't matter how old he is. He's 25, and I'd have to check the date of the game versus birthday. He probably was good. Well, he wasn't alive for a lot of the Knicks Pacers. Maybe he wasn't alive for any of it. But he knows. He's heard. He's been told, and he knows Reggie Miller's sitting courtside.
If you play for the Pacers, you know of Reggie Miller.
Right.
It's like Joe Ingles never saw the statues,
but
obviously he knew of the statues. I mean, come on. I'm sure there's got to be some representation of Reggie Miller. I've never been to the arena, but there's got to be something out there, some form of honor for Reggie Miller, right? I mean, you argue that he's the greatest Pacer of all time and all that type of stuff. So certainly he knows of that. And with these documentaries, and you kill time on the road as much as these guys kill time.
There's a great 30 for 30 on that rivalry. It's really well done. They got a lot of good interviews. People said really good. I was very entertained by it. It was really good.
And I bet you he's watched it 5 times.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. A little dose of football in the middle of the summer. We will get to that next. And then David Locke at the top of the hour right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Weber County drivers have the only delays this morning on I-15 southbound between the I-84 interchange and 5600 South in Roy due to a crash in the clearing stages in that area. A bit of a backup also on the eastbound 201 freeway in Magna when the light turns red at 7200 West due to a lot of cars in that area. The update is brought to you by our friends over at the Whipple Service Champions. Your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists, whipple that away with Whipple Service Champions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Austin Ainge announces the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. They've got a lot of work, obviously. There's not just a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of years to have to figure some things out. This is not a business-like position. This is a personnel position within the organization, and that is to say, hey, look, we have got to get the right personnel in the building. We've got to figure this thing out. We've got to find exactly where it is that we want to put ourselves.
This is a big loss for the Celtics. He played a big big role in helping assemble the roster that they currently have. Brad Stevens runs the day-to-day operations of the Boston Celtics, and it says a lot that Brad could have sent Danny's son packing a long time ago if he didn't have value. Instead, he made him the assistant general manager. He helped build that roster that won an NBA championship last year. He has earned the place where he's at in the NBA today.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Coldplay, brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Nobody's birthday, or not giving away tickets. It's Coldplay because Yox felt like it. There it is. Couple questions up on our Facebook page. We've been talking about Tyrese Halliburton this morning, but also, and it's gotten quite a bit of reaction here, how will Aaron Rodgers do with the Steelers? Jason, he will steal their hearts. Tony, he could do all right if he has an offensive line that'll keep him off the ground.
Oh, that must be a BYU fan blaming it on the offensive line for Zach Wilson's struggles, huh?
Brian, if he stays healthy and doesn't start in any drama, he'll do well.
Well, that's the beauty of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, if you're going to go and name drama-free franchises in professional sports, the Steelers clearly are going to be on that list, right? They have been the ultimate model of stability, 3 coaches in 40 years or whatever it is, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of nonsense running around Pittsburgh with that franchise. They just don't tolerate it. I mean, that is clearly a blue-collar city. We all know about it. Even if you haven't been there, you know about Pittsburgh and that football team, that football organization. In a lot of ways, it reminded me of the Jazz, you know, when Larry Miller and Jerry Sloan were running things. They didn't have time for nonsense. It just wasn't acceptable, right? It was about winning ball games, and if that's something you're not about, then get out of here. That's the way I view Pittsburgh. So, and Aaron Rodgers likes the drama. There's no doubt about it. He's sort of a, what would you call him, a drama king, I guess, that it seems like there's always one thing or another that is around him, hovering over him. A lot of it is self-induced, but Pittsburgh doesn't seem to tolerate that. And maybe now he's 41 years old, right?
Yep.
The end clearly is rapidly approaching, and if you want one more shot, you got to just stop with the other stuff. And I don't care who you're dating or whether you had the shot and you're trying to wordplay it that you did or didn't. None of that stuff. Forget all that crap. It's about football now, and thinking when he's going to the Steelers. And to me, it was obvious he was always going to go to the Steelers. Now it's what can you do out on the field?
Move the ball, complete passes, throw touchdowns, don't turn it over, win games.
Yeah.
And the bar in Pittsburgh, and this became a thing with the Jets, and I don't know, the Jets could win the Super Bowl. No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. And I don't think the Steelers can either. Now, crazy things happen in sports as recently as last night, but the Steelers, the quest there is to win a playoff game. They're going on about a decade now. So they're ready for some postseason success. I don't know that he can pull it off. I will watch. I mean, the drama wears me out. It's not my favorite guy to watch, but nonetheless, he is really good. And can they win a playoff game? In a conference where you know 4 teams are getting to the second round, and I think we've all got the Chiefs and the Bills and probably the Ravens penciled in. There's not much room left, you know. And other teams have done it: Cincinnati, Houston, Cleveland, other teams. But Jacksonville did it one year. It is hard to get to the second round as stacked as the top of the AFC is. And in Pittsburgh, if they don't win a playoff game, they're going to be screaming and hollering because they're spoiled, and they're used to it, and they expect it, and they want it. They crave it.
I think he's good enough. I don't think that his talent has evaporated and disappeared to the point where he's not decent enough to get the job done.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, it didn't translate to wins, which ultimately is the most important thing. But when you look at his numbers, there's nothing there that says, well, he can't quarterback. It didn't translate to wins, and how much do you want to put on the Jets, but he threw for almost 4,000 yards.
Right.
And his touchdowns, I think it was basically 3-1 to interceptions. So
yeah.
He did a lot. I mean, all that stuff passes the eyeball test. You know, top 10 quarterback in the league. You got a top 10 quarterback, you got a chance to win a playoff game, you'd think, if you've got the team around him, which I guess we could, debate that.
Yeah, that's up to the team to put the team around him. And he can't do it. But I think it's important that he drops the drama and shows up and don't don't say anything that's going to draw undue attention on the McAmee show and all those things that you seem to be doing. He seems to like to get into spats about this or that. And, occasionally that's okay. But when you start having, seems like one a week, it gets to be too much. It gets in the way. And I'm thinking that at this point, he's got to know this is his last shot. And that oughta, and then life gets, there's a song line, life gets mighty precious when there's less of it to waste. And for him, that's the same situation. So I'm excited for the Steelers to see what he can do. And Tomlin doesn't put up with that stuff, right? Isn't he like he's a Jerry Sloan kind of guy, isn't he?
He is, and he's had some wide receivers who did introduce some drama, and they were there, and you're under contracts. You can't move them immediately, but they tend to move them pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're talking about Antonio Brown.
Yeah, he's one. Yes.
Yeah, and so my thinking that that stuff's over. It's time to focus on ball, and you got these training camp practice sessions here now, and then we're into June, so in about 6-7 weeks the camp starts, and away you go.
DJ PK when we come back. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, talking NBA Finals and playoffs. Stay with us.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
The first full weekend is here in June. What does that mean? Oh, it means summer, right? I just saw the predictions for the week and the weather, and it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be awesome. You're going to be outside. Summer is here. Have a good time, right? Now, take summer. You hear people, oh, man, when you retire, every day is Saturday, right? We've heard all that, sure. Continue to hear it. Well, if you want it to be in that situation, whenever you get there, you got to start preparing now. Get some help. Don't go it alone. Doesn't really make any sense to go it alone, does it? No, I don't think so. So get with Trajan Wealth. Get with their fiduciary advisors. Let me say right up front, they are your local trusted financial fiduciary. What they will do with you is take all the time that you need to feel comfortable about creating a plan. That, yes, they will work collaboratively with you. It's a tough word to say, but that's it. And the point being that you're going to create a plan together because they're going to listen to you, figure out what you've got, what's available to you, what is ahead, and what are some of the better ways to go about getting there, right? They understand the importance of portfolios. Got to be diversified, got to be focused on capital preservation. Also have to have growth. And, of course, you want low-cost investment options. These are some of the things that Trajan Wealth can help you get to the point where you're so comfortable and get that peace of mind knowing that your money is working for you, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? Call Trajan Wealth today, discuss all the options and all the things that they can do for you. They are, as I said, your local trusted financial fiduciary, and that number, the local phone number, is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. Give them a call, and you can set up a meeting. The meeting places are very conveniently located no matter where you live. If you're in the north, it's in Farmington. If you're in the south, it is Draper. And the website right now, you can look literally this second and get all sorts of information. Simple to remember, TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Fabrice. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
At Kenny J's Barbecue, they believe in serving up the best flavors with genuine hospitality. Dive into perfect mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites cooked to perfection. Woo! It's not just a meal, it's an experience. Hungry yet?
Oh, yeah.
Come visit at the District, 11610 District Drive in South Jordan. They're ready to welcome you with open arms and delicious food. Kenny J's Barbecue, where flavor meets family.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss another Minky Monday on the Zone. Tune in all day Monday to win Minky Couture blankets, the original classy blanket. Minky Couture makes the perfect Father's Day gift, and Zone listeners get 50% off with code ZONE50. Don't miss Minky Monday on 97.5 The Zone. DJ PK, we're joined once again by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
You guys go to Coldplay in Denver this week? Is that what that little trivia was when we fly out there to go see him?
It was just Yak deciding that was the band. Period.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, Friday with DJ and PK. You know, I was thinking the other day, if I was going to go on vacation and get away, the very last thing I'd want to do is talk to my two favorites, David James and Patrick Kinahan, and then I could turn it off and go on vacation. But not before I've talked to DJ and PK.
And you are indeed going on your June summer vacation, your traditional trip right after this, aren't you? You're out of
Yes,
here.
like I'm on the way to the airport right now.
Nice.
We may have to pull over on the side of the road if you get verbose before I get into the parking garage.
Hey, I'm not the only one here who rarely runs out of words. You rarely run out of words, but I wonder if you're running out of words to describe what Tyrese Halliburton is doing. That is 4 massive shots, beating 4 separate teams in 4 rounds of the NBA playoffs. And on social media, someone has compiled all the clips and keeps adding to them. Apparently, he's 13 of 15, according to this, in the last 2 minutes. Game tying or go-ahead shots. And they got video all these shots. Even if they miss one along the way and the numbers aren't exactly right, it's really impressive. And watching, he goes left, he goes right, he goes all the way to the rim, he shoots a 3. I mean, it's all over the place.
So this is probably the single most impactful playoff run in NBA history. Like, just in regards to shots, moving win probability, at a given moment, one player has ever had. Players have probably had more dominant. Shaq in Orlando's playoff run was pretty dominant. Hakeem Olajuwon's had some dominating. But in regards to individual plays moving the meter on winning, I'm not sure any player's ever had a playoff run that's had this big an impact.
Yeah. It's simply amazing. And I was wondering if you have the Thunder, most of these guys, if not all of them, never been in this spot, and you can tell them, hey, Pacers never die, man. They got 9 lives, so you're up by 15 with 10 minutes to go. You can say all that, but how much do you have to go through something before you really understand what they're talking about?
And that's, I think, the essence of Game 1 of a 7-game series, and we'll see. I mean, I was looking at the FanDuel line this morning. It's actually moved to 11 for Game 2. I think it was 8.5, 9.5 yesterday. They've actually moved it to 11 to Game 2. So the odds makers are not moved by Tyrese Halliburton in regards to who's going to win this series. But I think Indiana committed, 19 turnovers in the first half of this game. And then, so on that same level, PK, I think, you can tell Indiana, hey, they're swarming, they're handsy. Every time you get inside 2 feet to paint, a second and third guy crashes on you. You've got to make your passes a step earlier. They're going to give you open corner threes, all the same things everyone else said. But until you've played Oklahoma City and felt it, I don't think you are able to kind of understand it. And maybe the exact same thing is true for the resiliency of the Indiana Pacers and the way that they stay engaged in games for all 48 minutes.
There have been plenty of series where Game 1 has not told us the truth about the series. I mean, there's a chance for everyone to scope out what the other team is doing and adjust. And I thought the second and third scorers for the Thunder in Williams and Holmgren, man, they both really struggled and did not make shots they normally make. And they're just not going to shoot like that the whole series. Now, when do they get going and to what degree? That's a good question, but they got to do better than that.
I do think that Jalen Williams is a little bit of the bellwether here for what happens with Oklahoma City in these playoff series games, and makes sense. And Shea's consistent, and he's the second scorer. And I wonder whether Rick Carlisle may say to Shea, yeah, guess what? You're going to average 38 a game. And we're just not going to let Chet Holmgren and we're not going to let Jalen Williams make plays, which then, Lou Dort hits 5 threes in the first half of this game last night. But are you really relying on a 30% three-point shooter in Lou Dort to be able to make those plays consistently time in and time out? And I think there's some interesting lineup things. Oklahoma City's great. Don't misunderstand me. But there's been some interesting lineup things with Oklahoma City that no one has taken advantage of yet. Maybe you can't. But when they play Hartenstein and Caruso and Dort, it's a brilliant defensive lineup. But, boy, that lineup should struggle to score. They had a lineup last night where they had Isaiah Joe as kind of their one shooter on the floor with either Jalen Williams or Shea. There's some level where in here I think there's a chance Indiana could force Oklahoma City into more offensive-minded lineups that then hurt them a little bit defensively. Could impact the way the series plays out, hopefully, because really anything in life would be better than Oklahoma City winning the title.
You're so down on them.
What was your initial reaction to Austin Ainge?
Yeah, I think I wasn't surprised that we hired Austin Ainge. I was taken aback when Ryan Smith said it's Austin's show, and maybe I just missed it. Like I didn't expect that. I thought he was going to be, one of the people in the front office. But yeah, I was a little taken aback, not in a bad way, just surprised when at the press conference he said this is Austin's show, and it's a seismic shift to the front office. I think that's, and I wasn't expecting a seismic shift to the front office.
What will be the seismic difference between the two Ainges?
So I don't know that, but you just definitely have a different decision maker, right? Like if Justin Zanuck is now reporting to Austin Ainge. So I just think, and I think you have Austin Ainge is going to be much more actively involved in that room than Danny was. Like Danny's been very clear the whole time. They're like, yeah, I'm involved and I'm making decisions, but I'm not going to be in the grit and grind of it all. I've got a feeling listening to Austin Ainge, his interview with you guys and at the press conference and with JP Chung on Roundball Round, he's going to be in the grit and the grind. Like, I have a feeling that Austin Ainge is going to be spending 20 hours a day at that office. And so he's going to have a real stamp on this in a way that's just a different person running the show who's hands-on there day to day with just a much larger impact on it's just a different person. Like, I don't know how Austin Ainge is different than Danny Ainge. I don't know either of them well enough to be able to answer that question. But I do know that, like, if you've got three guys, you're all deciding between the 21, someone's got to make the decision. It's a different person now. That means you're probably getting a different decision.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to hit you up on as far as the actual decisions, because it would seem basically in theory that you could potentially have a different decision, but I wonder if that will actually work out that way as far as, okay, I have the final say, I make the final recommendation to the owner, and then we go. But I'm wondering if that really would be three different decisions and then Austin has the final one, or would they be able to form a consensus? I'm wondering how that will work. I don't know that we'll ever know necessarily, but I'll find that process fascinating.
So, I mean, I don't know if this is entirely, but let's go with like what's kind of a story of Jazz lore. I mean, there's a bunch of, I could go to probably a multitude of drafts. I could go to a Kevin O'Connor draft and tell a similar story, but there's, the analytics department reportedly, supposedly, there's been stories written about this, wanted Desmond Bain. Mm-hmm. Teaching staff wanted Jaden McDaniels, and the GM wanted Udoka Azubuike. Well, the GM gets the call.
Oops.
So, I think that's kind of what I'm talking about, is you can have a lot of different opinions in a room. They all can be right. Some can be right. Some can be wrong. But at this point, you're kind of guessing on all of it. And I was in a Seattle Supersonics draft room in which it was Ronnie Brewer, Mo Sene, and I can't remember who the other player they were looking at was. The GM actually kind of knew he was out because of the fact that the Oklahoma City Thunder ownership was taking over and knew he was out, and he stepped aside and let somebody else make the decision. So, I mean, somebody's got to make the decision when it gets down to it. It's not, I know it's nice when everyone talks about, we do it collectively, and it's all, yeah, we can do it all collectively until the decision has to be, then somebody has to make it. And my point is that somebody is now different. So that's a seismic shift in your front office.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. What have you heard about Austin around the league, if you've heard anything?
It's interesting. Your phone rings on days like that. And I'd say the number one takeaway I got from Pete was multiple people talked to me actually just about what a class act great guy he is, just in the sense of every interaction with him in a fairly inauthentic league has been very authentic. Someone just even referenced this year going to Boston, and he came up and said hi and wondered how things were going in a way that was just real, rather than a lot of the communication this league is, I need something, I want something, I'm trying to figure something out. His seemed much more just like, oh, what's going on? Checking in. Was very appreciated by the person I was talking to, and they said that's pretty consistent to who he is and how he interacts. The other one was just really good early talent recognition, just has always had a knack, even all the way down to, younger, the 14-year-olds, and understanding who's important at 14, so they're going to be important at 16, they're going to be important at 18, and just very early talent recognition, and thus having had eyes on guys for a long period of time. And then another conversation was that, he obviously did a really good job on Peyton Pritchard and Aaron Neesmith. Ironically enough, Neesmith now playing for Indiana, but those are two of the picks that people said to me kind of really he was intimately involved in.
Listen to our Danny Ainge interview wherever you get your podcasts, and he talks about Austin and Neesmith and how all that played out in the pandemic, and Austin being really responsible for going to see the workout and then being really committed to that's the guy right there. So you can get that wherever you get your podcasts.
I will check that out. I also sometimes go to KSLSports.com and just get it off the website. It's an old school way to do it.
Whatever works for you. They're all out there on YouTube now with
I don't know if you know this, but those guys in the morning, DJ and PK, do some really incredible, awesome interviews. I pretty regularly go listen to what they have to say on the web at KSLSports.com because they are pretty influential people in the market who've really moved the meter for about 20 years now.
Thank you, David.
Okay. Who knew?
So Austin is obviously coming from an organization that's drafting very late. The Jazz are drafting very early, and Austin said that that's not a big deal because everybody's doing homework on the top 20 players, as you point out, for a long time, long before you know where you're going to be drafting and maybe even exactly where they're going to fall. But he said the motivation really is, when there's an opportunity to trade for one of those guys, you have to figure out if that guy's a guy that you just have to stay away from because he's going to be a bust, or if that's a guy who's really going to flourish in a second or third organization. And we've got two guys now leading their teams in the finals, and you can go back 20 years to Chauncey Billups, and then you can fill in between. So I guess that is one reason for the Jazz fans who are thinking, man, how prepared can he be to draft this high in the draft? Well, everybody has to be, if not for this draft, for 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
Yeah, the second draft is real, right? That's what a lot of people in the league call it. Is the guy plays on his first team, and then who are you taking in the second draft, which is, when they become available. If you look at this year's NBA Finals, there's Obi Toppin and Aaron Neesmith. They're both second draft players, right? The Knicks drafted Obi Toppin and then decided they're going to move on from him, and obviously Kevin Pritchard, who has hit most things out of the park for Indiana, had an evaluation there that said, we actually believe in him and understand what he can do. And while maybe in New York he didn't get the opportunity, it's important to have eyes on these guys for the 2 or 3 years before they come into the league, because you can get really tarnished from just watching their NBA time, and then you have to be able to have some some reference point by which you're looking at their NBA play. So if you watch Obi Toppin in New York, and they're trying to put the ball in his hands and do all these kind of things, and you're like, well, my evaluation of Obi Toppin was he was never going to be able to do that anyway, but I did think he'd be a good, switching big, hit some outside shots, and be able to run the floor in transition. Oh, look at this. We got a team that plays in transition. We like to switch, and we got Tyrese Halliburton to get him looks. Let's sign him, right? So I think that's, even Neesmith is, I don't quite understand what happened with Neesmith in Boston. He couldn't stay healthy. If it was my memory, I think there was some real frustration with that there. But, this guy's got some real toughness to him that I didn't know he had. And if you saw that at Vanderbilt, then he's going to be able to bring that to you. You certainly, I think Neesmith is probably the best example of this conversation, because there's no way that Indiana made the decision to go get Neesmith off of his Boston tape, right? He almost never played. So you better have a reference point on him somewhere else other than just his NBA tape.
What did you extrapolate from Austin when he was asked about the tanking? He said essentially that's not going to happen this year.
So I actually thought this was like the fourth or fifth most important comment of the press conference. I understand why it got the headlines. I'm not ignorant to that. I thought his comment that players want hope and they want to win or they want to try to win, is the way he phrased it, was a far more important comment. And I think what he was referring to is that when you start roster manipulation and minute manipulation and playing games manipulation, you start to zap hope. I don't take the Washington Wizards, for example, last year. They didn't do any of that. They won 18 games, I think, for the extra one. But they may have hope, right? Bob Carrington and Alex Sarr might be looking at each other and be like, you know what? If we keep growing, we're going to be pretty good together. If, they might be looking at Keyshawn George and be like, yeah, that's a piece. They may have some real – so they had a guy this year and then the three of them get together. I think you can win 18, 19, 20 games and still have – and be trying to win every night and still have hope because Trey Johnson and Keyshawn and Keontae George begin to find a combination, or, Isaiah Collier and Kyle Filipowski begin to come together and grow together and see where they might be able to go. And it may not be hope for March of 2026 or April of 2026. It might be for 2028 or something of that sort. But it's important that they have a vision to where they're trying to go and where they're trying to go together. And I think that's what I took from that comment. They want to win and they want hope. Okay, you can try to win in this league and not do it, but still try to win every night. And you can grow and have some hope. I didn't take his comments in any way, shape, or form leading me to believe we are going to completely add two big-time players, try to win 45 games next year. I didn't hear that. I know a lot of people did. That's not what I heard out of that press conference.
David, we'll leave it right there. You enjoy your vacation, and we will talk to you when you come back all tanned and rested and relaxed and ready to go.
Can I tell you what? Another sign of the DJ and PK perfection. I'm literally turning left right now into whatever parking company is a sponsor of KSL Sports Zone, because I don't want to say, because I don't know who your sponsors are, right at this moment. I mean, just pure perfection, DJ. Always. You're amazing. And you're okay, PK.
Thank you.
Okay.
Enjoy the time off, David. We'll talk to you when you get back.
PK, I just want to let you know your who knew got a big laugh from my wife in the car.
Okay.
You're the best, guys.
All right, see ya. DJ and PK coming up. Travis Hansen, more hoops with a former BYU basketball star. The Cougars coach gets a new contract. You think Travis is looking at Austin Ainge thinking, I need to do that? Or you think he's looking at Austin like, he is crazy to be in that line of work?
Travis's name, not by me, has been linked to the Atlanta Hawks. And I don't know what I'm available to say, but it's a possibility unless something has changed in the last week, if you get my drift.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk to Travis coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Jason Kreis, Real Salt Lake Director of Operations and Special Projects, is next right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a bit of congestion that remains on the eastbound 2100 north and Lehigh as you head towards I-15 during this morning commute. Southbound I-15 in Weber County still is under the speed limit through Riverdale from a crash just before 5600 south. That exit in Roy. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz named Austin Ainge the new president of basketball operations.
Obviously, the job is to win. That's the most important thing, and that's what Austin Ainge is going to be tasked with doing, and he's going to have to figure out how to turn this thing into a winning program again, which it's not right now. The nepotism angle is obviously there. It's how he got his job in Boston. It's how he got this job in Utah. When your dad is the CEO of a team and you come in as the president of basketball operations and you have the same last name, obviously that plays a part. However, he has been doing this for 17 years with the Boston Celtics and has seen a championship team.
But I think people complaining about that are being naive. Nepotism happens all around us.
It does.
And you know what? In basketball in particular, it is rampant.
It is.
There's at least half a dozen Nepo head coaches in the league right now.
Yeah.
And some are good and some are not.
The nice thing is that is ultimately how you get judged. It doesn't matter who your dad was. It's did you win or not.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites, the raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer? Stop into Dairy King in Heber for one of their famous shakes and check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, you can win tickets to see Jason Aldean July 26th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Jason Aldean on the Full Throttle Tour with special guests Nate Smith, Raylan, and DJ Silver. Tickets are now on sale at livenation.com. Listen to Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. We're joined now by Jason Kreis, Real Salt Lake Director of Operations and Special Projects. Jason, good morning.
Good morning. How we doing?
We're doing well. It was a difficult May for the club. There were no victories, just 3 points in 7 matches. And I'm curious, as someone who's been around the league for a while, how do you try to balance the emotion you see flying around the organization? What do you say when times are really good, and what do you say when times really aren't that good?
Well, I think you have to be measured and consistent, DJ. I think it's and this comes through experience, right? Just it comes through being around it long enough to know that it's never as good as people think, and it's never as bad as people tend to think. So just trying to be even-keeled through things. And also, I think, to be more focused on performance than necessarily results. For me, I think we all understand that we're in a business where you're expected to win, and we want to win. But you've got to look at success a little bit differently sometimes. And you have to be a little bit more focused on performance sometimes than results, because my opinion is that if you keep performing at a high level, then the results will begin to take care of themselves. So, I do feel that over the first half of this season, we have performed pretty darn well most of the time. It hasn't been 100% of the time, but most of the time we've performed well. And we've had some really unfortunate circumstances, referee decisions, injuries, so much of it that has led to poor results. But the performances have been mostly positive. And I think in particular over the past couple of weeks, the performances have been quite good. Really feel like we've outplayed our opponents in these games, but for one reason or another, we haven't gotten the results that would align with those performances.
At an ownership change, I'm wondering how it affects you and what others around you do as far as your job goes.
It really doesn't affect it. What it does is it gives us a lot of confidence and a lot of feeling of support. I think the new ownership group has a very an excellent longer-term vision for the club. And so I think it feels like there's a plan in place for consistency and support. And because they're local, we can have, I think, just a better communication line and a more consistent one with the leadership. So it gives me personally, and I know Kurt and Tony and the other folks in the leadership group here, feel like it just feels more stable and more longer term, I guess is the right way to say that.
Long term means different things in different sports. We're learning about the National Hockey League now that we have a team here. They sign 8-year contracts and nobody bats an eye. Well, that's not true. They bat an eye, but nonetheless, they do it, right? Now, it's an important decision because it's an 8-year deal. And we're seeing the NBA where teams used to be built over 5 years seem to be built over 2 or 3. I've always thought 3 years is a long time in soccer. So when you're talking long time, are you talking about looking 2 or 3 years out? Are you talking about looking 5 or 10 years out? What does a long time mean?
Well, I think from ownership's perspective, they're talking about generational, right? I mean, they're talking about passing this down through their family members. And so for them, I think it's much, much longer term than probably we're thinking. But people in the management here should be thinking more 3 to 5 year plan. Obviously, head coaches, they need to be thinking about every single week. And so everybody kind of has a little bit of a different scope. But I do think one thing's certain, as we talk about decisions, as we talk about adding players to this group, the messaging keeps coming back that, is this going to help us in a longer term view? It seems that we don't want to be making decisions for short-term gains if potentially that's going to mean long-term sacrifice. It's the opposite now, and I love it. I mean, that's the way I view things, that we should be looking more longer-term. We should be building a group here that can be with us for many years. We should be trying to sign players that can lead us to more consistency, because I believe that word, that idea of consistency is how you build successful teams and teams that can compete for championships on a consistent basis if you're not going to be a team that's going to go out there and sign the Messis and the Suarezes of the world.
Well, RSL probably isn't going to be that team. But it does look like this attacking group could use a little more experience, because to your point about the performances, chances get created, but the goals don't follow. The finishing hasn't quite been there. But then I look out and see 3 21-year-olds among the top 4 attackers on the team. And if you add up all the starts for the season, it's shocking how many have gone to people 21 and younger. And you can excel at a younger age in soccer, and we do see it, but those results still tend to be the exception, not the rule. And we're seeing this with all our teams here. The Jazz, the Mammoth, RSL, they've all gone young, and nobody's in a playoff position. So how much is that a factor, and how much is it like, I don't care what the pain is, Gozo's 18, and we are going to ride with that guy because he has shown stuff, and he's only 18.
Yeah, no, Goz has been a really bright star over the past 7 or 8 games. Diego Luna's obviously been a bright star for the majority of this season. Dom has had his moments where he's been really bright as well. But you're right. I mean, we are going to continue to be a club that is focused on development. That is part of our DNA here. And we take pride in it. And I think a lot of fans, I've gotten some feedback lately that a lot of fans are taking pride in that as well, understanding that that's what we do. But part of that development is also being in a winning environment and being led by some mentors. And so I think that the mixture right now has been a little bit too heavy on the youth, and with nobody really there leading them from a mentorship perspective. So absolutely, in this transfer window, we are looking for players that can lead through their experiences a bit more.
Everybody in basketball wants the next Steph Curry, and everybody in baseball wants, the big time home run hitter. Give me Ohtani or something like that. And in soccer, it's easy to say, oh, you need the number 9, you need the striker, you need the goal scorer. But in this case, that's not just an easy thing to say. I look at some of the and Diogo Gonzalez, has probably got to take heat for some of the way he's played. But I also see him get to the end line and play a cutback ball, and the player just stop his run. You're like, well, if you just kept running, that's a goal. That is a goal. And so I'm wondering how much a goal scorer up top who is really lethal, really good, how much that would change the vibe.
Yeah, DJ, I think it would change it a lot. I really do. Somebody that the players can look to bear the burden of the goal scoring. Right now, the person that is bearing the burden of our goal scoring is an attacking midfield player. And I think that's a little much, and I think it's weighed heavily on him. He's done an amazing job of continuing to show up, but you can see that there's moments where he's pressing a little bit, and that's leading him to make some poor decisions, I think. So yeah, a focal point for the group to look to and say he's our guy, and that guy in turn has to be able to handle that because it's not easy. So this has to be, the characteristics of this player as we consider him. We have to consider all things, not just what he can bring from a technical and tactical perspective, but we need to consider whether or not this player has the type of personality that can handle the weight and the burden that's going to be placed upon him.
Soccer fans exist in the digital sphere, and they will do their own research and come up with their own theories. And someone has put out a list, and I don't know how accurate it is. Some of it's definitely accurate, but the 15 recent signings and what they were brought in for, and then they judge how many succeeded or failed in their mind. And the thing that struck me out of all that was how many players had been brought in for free or under $500,000 off the list that they came up with. And certainly, Kalskin at right back, man, that was a good pickup. He was in Portland, and he's been playing really well there. And, you drafted Emeka Nelly. He's hurt now, but he's played really well. There's some real value signings. Bringing Cabral in was a great move. But you can't always bargain basement. I mean, it's a salary cap league. You've got to find some bargains. You can't pay everybody. But you do have to pay somebody. And when the last sale came, it seemed like it took a while for the ownership and the management to get on the same page and decide to go all in on somebody. You mentioned earlier there's more communication because the Millers are local. Can that process be sped up?
Yeah, I believe it can. And I just think it's from my perspective, this is an area that we have to continue to evolve and challenge ourselves with that process. And so, it's always difficult because it always seems like there's another transfer window right on the other side of the last one. But I do think that we need to look at the process of how we're acquiring players. And we need to, like you said, we need to evolve. I think historically, when I go back and look at the Real Salt Lake team that I coached, historically, we were the same way. We found all these bargain basement, I think you just called it bargain basement signings. The Chris Wingers of the world was waived. Javier Morales, when we picked him up, had basically failed in Spain and was looking for a club in Argentina. Fabian Espindola was looking for a club. He was out of a club. Literally I could go down the line and list every single player. I mean, Kyle Beckerman, in essence, was traded from Colorado for a player that was, not even proven in Medi Bellucci. So on down the line, we did a really, really efficient job of finding players for less than their valuation should have been at that time. We captured on moments, right? And so I think we are going to have to continue that. I think there's no doubt in my mind that if RSL is going to be successful, we are going to have to be the best recruiters and the best scouters out there.
Well, Jason, we appreciate a few minutes. Thanks for joining us, and we'll check in with the team again next week. Off this weekend. It's an international break, but we'll check back in a week. Thanks.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Jason Kreis, Real Salt Lake Director of Operations and Special Projects. Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star, joins us at 9 o'clock right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Only delay on the roads currently is I-15 southbound approaching 5600 south in Roy. It's an earlier crash that's involved the rolled semi-truck. They're still cleaning it up in that area. The rest of the freeways are at freeway speeds in all directions. This update is brought to you by the Garden Restaurant. It's opening June 30th here in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. That's the Garden Restaurant. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
What I'm observing right now with this Utah Jazz organization as a whole is it's a full-on leveled commitment. When you extended Will Hardy to the 2031 season after a 17-win season, and then you bring in an Austin Ainge, Austin's not coming in for a pit stop, right?
No, this is a higher job than a general manager. He's essentially running an NBA team. He's got a general manager that will report to him. He will report to Danny Ainge and Ryan Smith. So Austin Ainge is right now kind of your face of the Utah Jazz. It may not be so publicly, but make no mistake, this is a major hire by the Utah Jazz.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey. You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Don't miss another Minky Monday on The Zone. Tune in all day Monday to win Minky Couture blankets. The original classy blanket. Minky Couture makes the perfect Father's Day gift. And Zone listeners get 50% off with code ZONE50. Don't miss Minky Monday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Here of the Week. You can submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and then listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Here of the Week, and it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
The Indiana Pacers have done it. 9.5-point underdogs. Ha! Down 15 with 10 minutes to go. Ha! Halliburton with 0.3 of a second left for their only lead of the game. They're just here to win. Everything else, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. If you're looking for great stats, and nobody had a Jokic-like line, and nobody runs up and down the court and is as impressive, as awesome as Giannis when he splits two guys and dunks on everybody. But at the end of the night, somebody hits a shot. His name is Tyrese Halliburton usually. And they win a game, and they've done it again. This is a team that had a losing record on New Year's morning, and yet here they are in the finals. And they just got everyone flabbergasted by how the heck they pulled that off again. On the one hand, it seems like a lucky 1,000,000 to 1. How could you ever do it? Except they've done it in every single playoff round. So I think we're all coming to the conclusion, well, this is just something these guys do. It's not normal, but it's normal for them.
Well, what you're saying, as you referenced the New Year's record, that all was quiet on New Year's Day, and now
Yes.
they are making a lot of noise.
That is true. Well done. Well played.
Yes, and no one on this planet is closer to winning an NBA championship than the Indiana Pacers.
Right?
No one. You cannot argue that statement. No one. Unless, of course, you go BYU in college, but that's another story. And can they do 3 more? I still would not bet that would happen, but they have been showing up every series. I can't recall who I heard. We listen to a lot of stuff. We read a lot of stuff, and stuff gets in our minds. But I think it was Antonio Daniels. He does a midday show on NBA radio, and usually I listen in the car on the way to the gym because it's about time that I go to the gym right around noonish, when I get home and all that stuff. And he was saying he picked against them against the Bucks. And who they play? Cleveland, that's right. He picked against them against Cleveland. He picked against them against New York, and he's picking against them against the Thunder. And he openly admits it, man. Didn't you pick against Dallas every series?
I'm not doing that to Rick Carlisle again. I've learned my lesson. And I thought they were going to beat Milwaukee. When you told the story, that's surprising. Why did he think they'd lose? I get why he picked Cleveland. I think everybody picked Cleveland. New York seemed much more of a toss-up to me. Once you get away from the New York media, they go nuts and go crazy. But I think for most of the country, that series was a toss-up. It was more of a, well, what's going to happen now? I mean, I thought, and I think most people thought either Boston or Cleveland is going to win this, and somebody might beat one of them, but nobody was going to beat them both. It was probably going to be Boston versus Cleveland, and yet they both got knocked out in the second round. So
yeah,
that just the conference final felt wide open. Anything could happen. And game 1, when you saw what the Pacers did to the Knicks, it's just, and the pressure in New York because there's so much hype. And the media can act like such fans, and it just gets so whipped up. It's just like, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like the Knicks are playing 5-on-6. It's just holy cow, man.
I thought New York media was the toughest, and you just said they can act like fans?
Yes. They act like angry fans, I'll give you that, but they act like fans nonetheless. And when they start talking about, there's no place like the Garden, when they sound like fans.
Wow. Man, you've never been published in the North Star Ledger like
You're right.
I
have not. And it's awesome that you got that byline. That is fantastic. All the Irish relatives and all the Italian relatives who all love to argue, they can all agree, well, that's awesome. There's probably one cranky, it's just one story. He's got to get hired. But I think most people are like, that's awesome.
They did ask me to write a piece on Keith Van Horn when he was drafted, traded type thing there.
Made perfect sense, right?
Yes, and I included, they have a little italicis above the byline, and they said he covered Keith Van Horn for the Salt Lake Tribune, for the University of Utah the last 4 years, and he's a New Jersey native. They left that in.
Nice. Gives you more credibility. I can see why they left it in.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't lived there in 30 years, but what the heck?
Yeah, you didn't say I've lived here for 30 years and you're a New Jersey native. Told the truth.
And I still think I got enough Jersey blood in me to be able to call that. That place has a piece of me. Like Renee Ingles told us when Joe came back. I don't know if you remember when we were talking to him on the floor. She said, Utah has a piece of our hearts.
Yep.
And I know exactly what she was getting at. So the Pacers have been overlooked, disrespected. I don't think that Rick Carlisle has ever been overlooked and disrespected. I think he's a classic NBA coach. He was a grinder, bench guy as a player, but he made it, right? And what did he make it on? He probably made it on, he had skill. You all have to have skill to get to that level. I think you got to have skill to make a high school team for that matter. unless your father is a friend of the coach, which happened in my high school, but that's another story, that he had to do whatever it took. And, he doesn't call the timeout, allowing them. And it was such a great move not to call the timeout. But the Pacers still, I don't think, even though they're up 1-0, I still don't think they're getting the respect that they have earned. Not that deserved, but my word that I would say is earned, because a lot of people will say, oh, they deserve more. But it's usually what you earn. And maybe you can draw a line between earn and deserve, but I like to use the word earn as far as that goes, because it's undeniable that they have earned this level that they're at. And that's the most important. You have to work for it and earn. You can even say Austin Ainge. All right, the dad, the name is there. I get it. But once he got in, I believe he earned the right to get this position that he's gotten. And that, to me, is really important. Have you earned the right to be where you're at? The Pacers, yes. Has Halliburton earned the right to be called a big-time clutch shooter? Without question, right? Has Oklahoma City earned the right to be in the finals? Yes. Have they earned the right to win it? Not yet. And this is the first type of adversity that they've had in this glorious season that they've enjoyed. How will they respond? And I get it. These are two out-of-the-way places, but I am into this series as much as probably any series that I've been in recent years. Obviously, I would have been into the Jazz Bulls more and all that, and then when I was working in California and had an opportunity to cover some stuff with the Lakers there, that was the case. And the funny thing is, you talk about being fans, I was told before the Bulls won that first title against the Lakers in 91, I was told ahead of time by the bosses, hey, we're going to put you on this series if the Lakers get there, right? And I believe they had to play Portland, and it was Game 6 at the Forum, and they beat Portland. Oh, my gosh. You had never seen a bigger Laker fan in your life than me.
Because you got to cover the NBA Finals.
Yes.
There's one thing you learn pretty quickly in the media. Everybody roots for what they need.
Yes, and I was not on the conference final, but they were going to put me on, and I covered all those games. And, I've said that many times. I was in the locker room when the Bulls won.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there is a level of fandom there. But I get your point. New York is bloated in everything they do.
Yeah.
But right now, it's the Pacers. And can they do it for 3 more times? This would be a phenomenal story. It's a bigger story because of what you just said of them being under 500 in January than it would be that the glorious season that the OKC Thunder had with the MVP.
16-18 when the calendar turned to 2025. And so you figured out they went 34-14 from there, and now they've gone 12-4, now 13-4 in the playoffs. Interesting here is that regardless of venue, they've gone up 2-0 in every series and lost Game 3 in every series and won Game 4 in every series. Now, we may well see those trends break, but that's how they've been playing. And I think there is a certain amount when you're up 2-0, one team's really desperate, and it's not the team with the it's not the team with the 2-game lead. Yeah. And I think that emotion, that energy, it means so much. But I am really looking forward to Sunday night.
Oh, I agree. I'm with you too. After
what happens now.
It's an amazing story. After 35 games, they were 16-18. That's incredible.
What?
Yeah, that's what you just told me.
The 34 games, 16-18.
Oh, rats.
DJ PK, when we come back, a guy who can do math on the radio, but will probably choose not to. Travis Hansen, former BYU player, joins us next. We'll talk with him. New contract for the BYU basketball coach, and he's known Austin Ainge for a long time. What does he expect there with Austin taking over now? We'll talk with Travis Hansen next. Stay with us.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space?
Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's
60
awesome.
days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. If you've lived more than a decade, you've seen organizations die, companies, nonprofits, even nations. We often think that in a turbulent world, stability is our safety net, but the opposite is true. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. It's worth saying that again. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. Having a death grip on the status quo, denying the need for change, and using history as a roadmap is the surest way to become obsolete. Whether at an individual or a corporate level, we should not be asking if we should change, but how can we change? Learn more about dealing with change in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, say these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. BYU giving basketball coach Kevin Young a new contract extension. Release says it'll keep Young in Provo for the foreseeable future. He signed a 7-year deal when he was hired by BYU. But after 1 year, and a year that trended really properly when you look at it, I mean, the first third of the year, shakedown cruise, a lot of easy games, a lot of stuff had been scheduled before he got there. Didn't really tell us much. They hit conference. It was a little bumpy out of the gate there, PK. But, hey, as a coach and as coaching staff, you're paid to solve problems. They solved a lot of problems. The wins started stacking up, to use the word of the year. And they stacked wins, and they end up getting to the Sweet 16, and he ends up getting a new contract. Couldn't have gone much better. Now can they top it? But he gets a sweeter deal along the way.
Well, now the roster is stacked. See what I did there?
I did not, because Yak was talking to me. Sorry.
The roster is stacked.
Oh, there you go. Yes.
And on New Year's Day, they were 10-2. And then they promptly lost 3 in a row.
No. That's right when conference started.
Yeah. But they turned it around.
Hey, problem solved. Nobody said you were going to win them all.
Yeah, they lost 4 out of 5 during a stretch, and then they went on to win 4 in a row, lost another 2, and then didn't lose again until Houston, the eventual runner-up, right?
Yes, all the way to the title game.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is incredible. Expectations are at a fever pitch. It's never happened in BYU, certainly not in the time that I've been there. I don't know, maybe when Ainge was coming back, and that must have been a very good team, obviously, go to the Elite Eight. I'm not sure what the expectations were. I was down in Tempe at the time, but I would think that they were pretty high. But these ones here this year, as far as expectations, wow. I mean, you can argue that the expectations for Utah or BYU basketball is bigger than what it was at any time during Utah's great run in the 90s.
I guess you'd have to go fan by fan, but I get your point. I mean, certainly the team that went to the Final Four because Van Horn had left, expectations dropped a little bit. On the outside, on the inside, they didn't, because I mentioned something to Mike Doliak about that once, and he looked at me with both disdain and disgust, and I thought, he's a lot bigger than me, he could break me in half right now. No.
I wish he would have.
The goal is to go, oh, thank you, PK. The goal is to go one game further.
Yeah, that sounds good, but you wonder if they would have believed that.
Yeah, I don't know, but I thought he believed it. Whether he could get the whole team to believe it, now ultimately they did it. And they went 2 games further, but
yeah, I mean they had several pros on that team.
Yep.
So it's easy to see in retrospect, but at the time, but yeah, sure, I'm sure expectations were high, and I was covering that team.
Really, it'd be Van Horn's.
They were higher.
It'd be Van Horn's senior year. You know, it's a similar deal. It's a Sweet 16.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
And you you didn't back into a Sweet 16 with an upset here and an upset there, and a 12 seed
everywhere, an upset.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. Played the 12 seed, played the 13 or whatever because you both pulled off shockers. No, they were really good, and they got there until they met the champ.
Well, they had a 2 seed. I think it was the highest seed they ever had.
Yeah.
So they should have been high, and it'll be interesting to see. I don't really care what BYU's seed is this year, but I assume it'd be a top 4. But the expectations are just through the roof. And Kevin Young, he's as hot as any coach in the country right now in college, whatever sport. He really is. If any job opened right now, any job in college basketball, for whatever reason, opened today, and Kevin Young told his agent, hey, snoop around, see what you can find, they would be interested.
Yeah, right. They would find out that people are interested. That's what they'd find out. I don't need to snoop around. I already know the answer to that question. DJ PK, we're joined now by Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star. Travis, good morning.
Good morning, DJ and PK. What's up, fellas?
Well, we were just discussing how you keep telling us stuff and then it keeps happening. So we thought we'd just call you and check on the future because we're 2 impatient radio hosts and we want to know now.
I've gotten lucky. I told you a few things that worked out.
Yeah, you did. You were fortunate.
You know,
Dude, you know what you're
you work
talking
hard,
about.
Great things happen, baby.
The BYU basketball coach signed a 7-year deal, and after 1 year, he got another contract. That is a great man. Coaching can really be a good thing. Now you get on the hot seat and you find out, how the other half lives pretty quickly. And you got a 7-year deal, and they just give you a new one after a year. Sweet. But that first year went about as well as it could. Now there's a lot of hype for year 2. Is it too much, or is it just about the right amount of hype for year 2?
I don't know. Jeez, I'm
Come
just excited
on,
that
Travis.
I don't know. I'm just excited that KY is at BYU. I know he had some suitors in the NBA previously, and obviously the last couple months, and I think that delta between what he was getting paid and what the NBA potentially was able to offer, willing to offer, was substantial. And so I think BYU was proactive and in making sure that he stays and that he's locked in and that, long-term wise, it's just a bold and strategic move, to be honest. And I think they closed that financial gap, and it was smart.
You played college ball at a high level. You played in the NBA. And everybody has different priorities. He's got a young family. We found out, I guess he told people, I saw it in the Deseret News, that his wife is expecting now. How much better is a college game suited for a coach who has a young family versus the NBA?
It's a lot. The travel, the pressure, the stress, everything's just another level. And they're happy here. And when your kids are in good schools, a good family, or good friends, and have stability, I think it means everything to the parents. And I think they found that here. So I do believe he loves BYU. I do believe that his family loves living where they live and being around the people that they're being around. So they do not want to leave. But now, if someone comes and, offers you, $50, $60, $70 million, it's a decision you have to make as a family, whether, we just had an opportunity the other day to potentially go and take on a new gig. And if we were in our 20s, we would have done it, my wife and I. but we're in our 40s, and our kids are happy and stable and doing so well, and finances are in a much better place than we were in our 20s, and so we decided to turn it down. And so I think he's looking at it from the same perspective. I think he's happy here. He wants to stay, but he also wants to financially to do what's best for his family, and I think BYU made both things happen.
Another former BYU guy in the headlines, Austin Ainge to the Jazz, and he reports directly to Ryan Smith. Jazz fans are wondering, how do things change now? Travis, how do things change now?
Not much. Danny's the guy. He's going to be the guy. He's got too many years. He's been doing this for 40 years. I think Danny's the king of having patience with urgency and knowing when to wait and when to strike, whether it's trades or free agency or development. He's up there with like Sam Presti of the OKC. He's a master of this long-term planning while always trying to be ready to pivot. I think what they were looking for is, this president of basketball operations is not a part-time gig. You're in the gym, you're on the road, you're in the meetings, you're seeing everything up close. You're first in, last out types. This is a lifestyle, and I don't think Danny was up to doing all that. And so I think they were looking for someone who's that obsessed with the details. Is going to look over every two-way contract and every medical report and every G League stat. And a great president of basketball operations is often the most prepared person in the building. And I think they were looking to fill that position. I think they found a great one in Austin Ainge, who's been mentored by not only Danny, but Brad Stevens. And I think he's been able to get an MBA in the NBA, watching watching things happen. So I'm excited for him. I mean, we just talked actually, last month, and potentially I was going to take another gig, and he's like, dude, we could do some deals. I said, maybe. Man, I don't want to do a deal with you. You're not going to be nice to me. You're not going to give me a good deal. But I think his ability to stack smart decisions in a consistent, disciplined way, like building wealth over time, will show out. And I'm excited for Austin and this opportunity he has.
Yeah, I think were you a teammate of his when he got to BYU?
Yep. Yes, I was.
Yeah, and I was covering you guys for the newspaper, and I was always afraid of you, so I stayed clear of you. You intimidated me, you threatened me, those types of things. So I never wanted to, get in a tussle. So I got to know Austin, and I always felt like this guy really knew basketball, and he lived and died it. And basically, that's what you need to do, is what you're telling us, to succeed at this job. It basically has to consume you. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. I think it's a lifestyle. I think a great, POBO isn't just a talent scout or deal maker. They're a kind of a culture architect. And in order to do that, you got to be there every single day and be on the road and be everywhere. And I think he'll be great at it, to be honest. I mean, this is what Danny has done for 40 years, and Danny loves it. I mean, this guy is in the gym all the time. I'm down in Las Vegas. I have a son who's 16 years old. Yeah, he plays basketball in high school. He's a good player. He's a solid player. Danny went to every game. I mean, whether it's to support me or support him, he's a good friend of our family and we love him. But gracious, he really enjoys it. Like he loves being in the gym and watching players and picking apart the human side and also, the potential side. And I think Austin's the exact same. He's got that in his DNA, and he loves what he does, and so I think he'll be great. I think the combo is phenomenal. I think Ryan Smith made a great decision, and to be honest, Austin would have got an opportunity at another organization. I know his name was close with Charlotte, a couple of years ago. I mean, Atlanta was talking to him. I mean, he would have had opportunities that would have come up had the Jazz not picked him up.
You got any favorites in the draft? Got anybody you've watched that you think, I hope they pick that guy?
There's a kid named Yegor that I really like. I don't know if you've heard of him.
A little bit.
I like the 7'2" guy from Duke. I think he can play and has some really good talent and good upside. Cooper obviously is phenomenal. I think Trey Johnson can really score. And I would like to see him more up close. Those are probably my favorites as of today. I think Yegor would be a phenomenal fit wherever he goes, but yeah, we hope he stays here in Utah, obviously.
You think he's going top 10?
He'll go 7 to 12 is the feedback we're getting. He was in OKC and had dinner at Sam Presti's house and just had a phenomenal time. OKC loves him. And then he went to Brooklyn and Toronto, and he's got quite a few more workouts. He'll be, I think June 15th, he'll be here in Utah. And then I think he heads out to Miami, and then I'll go meet him in New York for the NBA draft. So he's got workouts back to back to back all the way up to the NBA draft. And he's got a lot of people that are really interested in him and what he can do. So I think they'll also, looking at the draft order of picks 1 through 21, I think there'll be a ton of movement this year. So, as far as who's picking where, I think that will change a lot.
We had Danny Ainge on, and he was talking about, and I was asking about the interviews versus, putting guys through drills and seeing the basketball. And he said it's not so much the interviews. It's just being around people and having that downtime and interacting and getting a sense of who they are, what makes them tick, all that stuff. And as soon as you say Sam Presti had him over for dinner, I mean, first off, that sounds pretty cool, right? But then you realize that's just Sam Presti doing his homework, isn't it? Getting to see him, just how he interacts, how he talks to people, how he carries himself, just in a million little details. And when you invite someone to dinner, that's going to be a lot of conversation. It's just watching how they interact with people in a room. Don't miss a trick, do they?
No, I think the best ones that I've seen, whether it's a coach or, in the front office, they just, it's almost like they start to develop a pattern of recognition. And this is something like PK and I have talked about, like as you're looking at talents, you're looking at, who's going to be great and who's not. There's so many other details other than, the measurements and the characteristics of they can put the ball in the hoop and they can guard, and are they one-way player, two-way player, are they 6'9", are they 6'5", and all those things really matter too in length, but a lot of it is between the ears, mentally, stability, their girlfriend, their family, their upbringing, what drives them, what motivates them, what type of personality they are. If you've been in enough locker rooms, I've played so much basketball throughout my life that I can, see quite a few players, and after, a few hours with them and seeing who's around them and seeing how they communicate, you start to pick and realize, ooh, okay, I've known a guy just like that and he didn't work out. Or I've known a guy just like that and he was overlooked, but he was an absolute workhorse and mentally tough as can be and had all the grit needed. He'll be a spectacular player. And so you're able to, if you're obsessed with the details, you're able to see things that people don't.
You take a kid like Yegor, how mature must a kid like him be to go from Russia to Spain to Provo and now maybe to Canada, because you mentioned Toronto in there, to wherever, and he's still, not even 20 years old, or if he is, he's just barely 20, to go through all this change.
19.
Yeah, he just turned 19, right. Speak 3 different languages. I would think, man, that's sort of an amazing journey for so young.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you watch him, you think he's a 5-year EuroLeague vet, not a teenager. I had to teach him how to drive. The kid couldn't put the car into drive. He's like, I had to teach him how to parallel park. Getting on the freeway with Yegor was one of the most scary times of my life. I don't trust that kid. I got 5 kids at home, and I'm trying to teach this 6'9". And so the basketball IQ and court poise, the decision making, the composure under pressure, facing elite defenders while still trying to figure out the running late click offense and what KY wants, what players need to be, is a talent that he just has. I think it's in his DNA. He's probably developed it a little bit too, but he definitely has that. But yeah, you talk about this other piece of him that's humble, it's intelligent, he's self-aware, he gives thoughtful answers. He's fluent in English and Spanish and Russian. He has no entitlement or ego. That's really rare in anybody, let alone a 19-year-old kid. He sounds like someone who's already had media training and understand what it means to represent a brand like BYU. And so, yeah, he's a pro. He's been trained in those high-level European systems, and he has great character. He'll be a great fit anywhere, and you see it in Giannis and some of these guys, the Europeans or Jokic. They come over and they just don't get bothered by much. They can handle a lot of situations that they're thrown into, and they're very adaptive. And so, yeah, he's special. He's wise beyond his years, and he carries himself with humility and handles all the pressure like someone twice his age.
So was it harder for you to get on the freeway with him, or was it harder for him? Who was freaking out more in the car?
Oh, I was. He was
fine.
So excited. He's like, I get to go fast. My bro, just slow down, man. Just stay in this lane. Don't move over to the fast lane. He's funny, man. He learns quick. He no accidents, no speeding tickets, and he's actually a pretty good driver. But I'm pretty sure his girlfriend drove most of the time.
We've heard so many stories about in the off season now with these workouts that his shooting has really improved. What's going on there?
Confidence. When you're in a college system, you almost feel like you can only shoot certain shots, and you become a little bit robotic. We saw this as Coach Majerus and some of these guys who I just loved growing up. Jeff Johnson, Britton Johnson were such great players, and I felt like they became a little robotic while they played for the University of Utah, and didn't allow them to show that creativity and let them play. And so, he's a really good shooter. He's gotten way more volume of reps in since he's been able to go to LA and be working out and be training. But I would say it's his confidence. It's not just mental; it's tied to preparation too, and being able to have that green light of this shot is good and shoot it every time you're open, and so he's also had some injuries last year that messed him up. I mean, your body is so in tune with itself, and so you get a knee injury, you get a calf or whatever injury throughout the season, it kind of throws off your mojo, and you're just not aligned perfectly. So he's really healthy right now. He's really strong, and he's really confident. And so those factor all in when you're to be a good shooter.
Watching Tyrese Halliburton throw in all these game-winning shots in the playoffs, did it flash you back to your best game winner?
Oh man, I threw up a half-court shot that hit the backboard, hit the front of the rim, rolled back, hit the backboard again, and then went in to win it. That's probably one of my favorite ones. Anytime you do a game winner, that one was weird. Yeah, we've had quite a few. I just like winning, whether it's a game winner or beating them by 30. And Tyrese is a player. He's an elite playmaker. I love watching him play. Kind of got this unorthodox but pretty effective. His shooting form is super unconventional, almost like a slingshot-like. But he's extremely effective. I mean, he's 40% plus from the three, so you can, even if you're in Mexico with a sombrero on and shoot, try to get that ball around that sombrero, which I had a teammate that used to shoot like that. We literally said, "Did you grow up with a sombrero or something? Because you shoot so weird." But that thing went in. And so you get enough reps in, man. He's kind of like this low drama superstar. I like Tyrese.
Where were you when you hit that half quarter?
I was at Utah Valley.
Okay.
I was at Utah Valley with Coach Jeff Reinert coaching me at the time, and yeah, it was awesome.
All right. There it is. Well, Travis, we appreciate the time. We appreciate the driving stories, and we will talk to you again. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Love you guys. See ya.
There's Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball player. We can take a break. When we come back, everything you missed in this show. Coming up next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still got some struggles on southbound I-15 between I-84 and 5600 south in Weber County due to a crash that's still being cleaned up involving a rolled over semi. I'll add next year 5 to 8 minutes on your drive leaving Ogden heading into Davis County this morning if you're coming that direction. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit them today once again at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Travis Yost, he writes for TSN.
What a great gift it is for the Mammoth to get that number 4 overall pick. Do they really need that number 4 overall pick?
You're either drafting best available here and reloading the coverage, which may make sense. The second option is, do I find a team that's in some organizational distress and looking to make changes and maybe looking to move off a player that may not make sense for them anymore, but may make more sense for Utah? When you're trading the number 4 overall pick, you don't have to add a lot of sweeteners. That's how valuable that pick is. If Utah is willing to swallow it and say, hey, look, we'll move off our first rounder this year, that is going to be very interesting to teams. So I think that option, until they actually make the selection, that option is going to be on the table.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
103.5 The Arrow presents Arrowfest, Brotherhood of Rock. They celebrate 25 years. Styx. Kevin Cronin, former lead singer of REO Speedwagon. Special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles. June 11th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale now at Ticketmaster. Styx, Kevin Cronin, Don Felder, Brotherhood of Rock.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
sky, 'cause you're a sky full of stars.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio headlines are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. What have we been talking about during this show? Well, obviously, Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Pacers fell behind 7-0, rallied to tie it at 10, quickly fell behind again, and trailed the rest of the game. Took their first lead with 0.3 of a second left because Tyrese Halliburton did it again. Is it a footnote or is it a sign of things to come? And none of us really know, so that's why we'll tune in for Game 2. But it does look right now like most people believe it was a footnote. That was awesome, but they can't win 3 more games like that.
Yeah, maybe he'll give him a lead with 10 seconds to go.
Oklahoma City has too much talent. Man, there was one time, I mean, it's just one play, right? But one play can change it. Chet Holmgren drives, and he laid it up and missed the layup. And I'm like, you're past the last guy. Just dunk it. But I don't know. Easy for me to say.
You sure he can dunk, though? Some guys can't dunk. Not all of us can dunk.
Not all of us can dunk, but he can dunk.
Yeah, well, it was never going to be easy. It's never going to be a stroll.
Nope.
It means more if you have to overcome some crap, and they do. We'll see what happens Sunday night. But so far, man, Tyrese Halliburton, this has been the playoff of Tyrese Halliburton individually.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it won't be a footnote if OKC wins, unless they win 4 in a row. Maybe it's a little bit of a footnote, but I think Halliburton has developed himself, and as he goes forward here in his NBA career, which you can argue his prime has not been achieved yet, there'll be much higher expectations. I don't know that he can top himself, but that's what he's going to have to do. I mean, he's been sensational with these clutch shots. He'll get more attention going forward, win or lose. As far as that goes. And that's fun to see for a young man, to see him blossom to the level that he has. And before we get off the NBA, I did want to say, Travis didn't give you specific details, but he literally turned down an NBA organization to be their president. That's what he was saying there.
When they decided not to uproot everything.
Mm-hmm. And I had extensive conversations with him about that. I think he had said they had moved 14 times in 20 years when I was talking to him. And I said, yeah, and your moves were not a better home in the steak, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
I literally told him that.
he wasn't moving a half mile.
No. He was moving halfway around the world. And so, yeah, he's had opportunities, and I think this was the latest. He didn't want to put it out there specifically, but I had told you about that, and he acknowledged that right there. So, yeah, that's he just said he and Austin could have been making deals. So if you're wondering what he was getting at, that's what it was. He turned down an opportunity to have a position that was equal to what Austin Ainge has for the Jazz. That's just a simple fact, and that he didn't spell it out in explicit detail, but I'll do it, and that's what he meant. And then he said something too that I thought was very true. And David Locke was talking about this, and I didn't really want to get into it with him, but I think for the time being, I have a hard time Austin saying, no, Dad, we're going this way.
Oh, we all want to know how that dynamic works, right?
And I have no problem with that. I have no problem with it either way, but he or anyone in an organization in which DA is employed would be foolish not to seek significant impact from him. And when we had him on, you asked him, what's it going to be? He said, I'm the CEO. Now, he made a joke, the CEO stands for calm everyone, but it's more than that. And maybe if it comes down to it, just say, and this is completely hypothetical, so we have to underline that. Say it comes down to Austin thinking we need to go this direction.
To player A.
DA player A.
Player A and player B.
I have a hard time thinking that that's going to be the case because DA already said that Naismith was Austin's draft pick, which meant that DA had to say, okay, we're going to go this way.
This is, and you can't really get this out of them. I mean, at the press conference, people were trying to, as they should, but these are all hypotheticals. So
exactly.
In the moment, so when Danny says that, it's like, well, maybe Danny, speaking for Danny, he's like, I like the guy. I'm not committed to anyone else. And then Austin comes in. I was there. This is the guy. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, you're not really talking me into it because I'm already, he's in my final group, but I'm not super sold on anybody else. Now, what happens if you get in there and you are super sold on somebody else? Like, this is my guy and I really believe it. I mean, we don't know. I don't know if they know, when it comes down to a push comes to shove. How committed is each person to whichever player or maybe it's not a draft pick, maybe it's a trade.
Sure.
You should or you shouldn't, or it should be this guy in or it should be that guy in. Sometimes the finances dictate who has to be in after you get the major players in, but sometimes they don't, And so all of that, to be figured out on the fly, I suppose. And how much of it is, and this is the thing in retirement's a funny thing. It's really personal, and people don't necessarily retire all at once. Sometimes you have a job where you do. You're either in or you're out. When you're teaching, you don't just show up at the school random. You're in. You're at. When my dad quit teaching, he quit teaching. He was out, right? But there are other jobs, and this is certainly one of them, where Danny Ainge is always going to watch basketball, and he's always going to have opinions on players. But I do think there will be a point, and maybe it's right now, but maybe it's further away, where he decides, I'm going to tell him what I think, and then I'm just going to let him decide. And I'm going to back off. There's a point where it's more of an advisory role. And I think, because we were talking about the Ladens, because, the Jazz and Jazz fans have been down this road before. And with the Ladens, I was really left with the impression, talking to Frank, that he was in an advisory role. And he would talk basketball with Jerry Sloan, who was the coach, who'd been his assistant. And he would talk basketball with Scott, who was his son and who had been his assistant and now was the GM. And he'd tell him what he thought. And he's a New Yorker. He can't help but tell you what he thinks. But it's like, hey, you're the GM, you're the coach, you decide, And so there was a moment where he was really into a conversation. There's a moment where, okay, I've told him what I think, and now they decide. If I wanted to decide, I'd still have the job. But, Frank had walked away. He didn't want it anymore.
I think they'll be more in unison.
I mean, there may be a lot of, as you like to say, unity in the community because they've been around each other. They probably see a lot of things the same way.
I'll buy that.
But there will be times nobody sees everything the same way. There will be times that people are more into one player than another.
Right, and then it's up to Ryan Smith if it comes to that, and it's a big if. I don't think it's a when. I think it's an if. If it comes to that, and he's got two differing strong recommendations, then Ryan has to decide which way to go and who do I believe in the most right now. And I don't know that it'll come to that. There was a friend of mine years ago, he was applying for a journalism job, and he read me the qualifications, and it is something like along the line, must be able to juggle 5 different breaking news stories at the time, 3 of which have tremendous impact upon the community. And the stuff that they listed, that may happen once every 25 years.
I know, right?
And they went so overboard on the qualifications for the job that it was laughable. Yeah. I don't know anybody who would have had those qualifications, but they were just going nuts. And that was at the time newspapers were hot shots in the community, and every job opening had about 50 candidates to choose from. You know what I mean? So they just went overboard as far as the qualifications. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing here. I don't know that they'll ever get to that point. I believe there'll be some sort of meeting of the minds, and there will be a consensus there when they decide any number of things that you just said: trades, draft picks, signage, whatever it might be, releasing a player, you name it, the whole gambit. I believe there'll be some form of consensus.
As much as Danny Ainge loves, the job he had for years and decades, right? I mean, we're hearing people around him, people who really like it, and we're hearing from himself. Travis just says he came to every game to support me and my kid and my family. And Ainge talks about, when Danny was on, he talked about I love going to these high school games and seeing the grandkids and watching my grandkids play. Yeah. Okay, but there's a time where you need to be in a gym in Los Angeles or Australia or Slovenia or New York or Atlanta.
That's where Austin and Jay-Z will be.
Doing the grind that Travis just talked about. And so there's a certain amount. Now, it's shades of gray. Is Ainge 20% off the gas? Is Danny Ainge 20% off the gas pedal or 80% off of it, right? And I don't even know if, that answer would be the same month to month and year to year. But he's clearly in a phase where he's stepping away a little bit. He's made that clear. So Austin, like you said, Austin is the one who will be in the gym in Miami or in Seattle or in Asia or in Europe or wherever.
Right, which is why I get what Ryan was saying, is that Austin will call the shots because he's doing the most work.
Right. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Your feedback's coming up next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think Siakam absolutely is the key to this finals. If Indiana stands a chance, Siakam's going to have to dominate.
We have talked about the Jazz's all-in trade for Mike Conley and it being the wrong player.
Uh-huh.
The Pacers made an all-in trade for Pascal Siakam, and it was the exact right player. Good for them. That's great general manager work. That's great front office work. When it's your time to push your chips in, are you playing the right hand? And the Pacers are showing they played exactly the right hand.
They turned an expiring Paul George contract into Tyrese Halliburton.
It's what we've talked about. You have to keep asset value alive.
Yeah.
You trade Donovan Mitchell. You get Lauri Markkanen. That doesn't mean Lauri Markkanen has to be the payoff. Maybe the guy you trade Lauri Markkanen for is the payoff.
Yeah.
That's the asset value you have to keep alive, though, and you can't let it drop too much, which is why I think there's absolutely a good chance that Lowry gets traded this summer.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs. And clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman. Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now, have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Are you fighting a sewer line surprise? Or has your barbecue gas line gone rogue in peak grilling season? Utah Utility Pro tackles all your plumbing nightmares. Expert repairs and lightning fast service. Call for diagnosis or quote. Visit utahutilitypro.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It's time for your feedback. What more can you say about the new Mr. Clutch, Tyrese Halliburton? Jason, underrated.
Underrated.
Rock, amazing. Didn't the NBA players vote him most overrated? That makes it even better. They did. It was, and you mentioned this earlier in the show, PK, and it was behind a paywall, so not everyone saw it.
Oh, that's why I didn't see it.
But he saw it, and it was in the Athletic. And,
okay.
And that's something the Athletic does. It's just one of their brand things. They do it across sports. They do player surveys. They do front office surveys. And I think it's to counteract the narrative. Well, the media thinks this, but they're not on the inside. They don't know. And there's a certain amount of truth to that. Obviously, we're not in the inside. We're not in the building at 5:30, as Morgan Scally said once. And so they decided, well, we will just do this. And they do it in college football, and they do it in the NBA, and they do it in the NFL. That's how the NFL players ended up in one of those surveys ripping the Kansas City Chiefs facilities, which whenever they get a stadium, they'll build new facilities and roll it into that. And they've talked about that. And so it was one of these deals in the NBA, and so he got most overrated. I mean, he's rated because he was on the Olympic team, but he wasn't a guy who got to play on the Olympic team and even joked about that on social media, about, sitting on the bench watching the Olympic Games, good seats. Yeah. But he also has a quote that must have come out of the postgame somewhere last night, but I just saw it on social media a few minutes ago. And it was basically, and I'll have to paraphrase it, I don't have it in front of me, but it was basically about how irritated all of the Pacers were that they felt their run to the Eastern Conference Finals last year was dismissed as kind of flukish. So you always love people with a chip on their shoulder, and they had it. Now, they went to the conference finals last year, but they had a losing record after 34 games this year, and yet here they are. So the chip on the shoulder pays off. It gives you a little extra motivation when you're worn down, and they got it.
Yeah, for sure.
Class will skip. Halliburton is reminding me of Captain Crunch, Milt Palacio, signed Bowler. Why is Bowler catching random strays here? And
is that true?
And the Milt Palacio, that would surprise me. I don't know what's behind that. I don't know if Class will skip is writing nonfiction here, just trying to crack us up. In which case, tip of the cap, you did. I don't know if there's some random quote out there. I don't know.
I refuse to take shots at a Colorado State Ram.
That a kid. Way to draw the line. Famous CSU Rams. And go.
Bradley Van Pelt.
Becky Hammond.
Stu Morrill.
And we're done.
Jason Smith.
Jason Smith. Yeah, I should have gotten that.
The kid this year Clifford should be a first-round pick.
All right, DJ PK, we're out of time. Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on The Zone. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
Well, this one-way love affair, it ain't fair, it ain't no kind of fair to me. It's all give and take, and you just take, and I can't.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thanks for making us part of your Friday. But quick Thursday business, Ben. You didn't tell us it was your birthday.
It's not my job.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
What do you mean it's not your job? But Christian
Hey, everyone. It's my birthday today. I shall be celebrated.
Christian specifically asked you.
I didn't wear a crown. No, he asked if it was somebody's birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Well, what do you think he's
somebody's
What
birthday.
do you think he's implying there?
I don't need to be celebrated.
He's recognizing your birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I don't follow the Snap Talks close enough to remember birthdays anymore.
It's the only way I remember them. That's the only way I get them.
I really should, but I do not. But apparently you put up some late night Insta Snap post or something.
Photo of the cake my fiance made.
Oh, that's nice. Did she make it?
She did.
My kids are super into baking at the moment. What
chocolate with like a coffee frosting. I don't know.
Oh,
it was good.
Like a buttercream,
Yeah,
or
exactly right.
with a little coffee in there.
Yep.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah, it was good.
It go down pretty well.
Yeah, it was small, which I like. I don't need a mountain of cake.
How was it on the moist scale?
It felt a little dense last night, and then we left it out overnight and didn't even cover it, and it was perfect this morning.
Oh,
so
cake
whatever
for
reason
breakfast?
it like needed to, yeah, which is a class. Oh, cake all weekend. Yeah.
Cake for breakfast?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take it.
I actually am in the camp. I don't know about cake, but in the camp of dessert for breakfast sometimes hits just right.
Absolutely.
I like pie out of the refrigerator, as silly as that sounds.
I like
for
pie
breakfast.
straight from the tin for breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, the morning after.
Right.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm out on now, though, is pizza for breakfast. No thanks.
Yeah, I haven't done that in a very long time.
Cold pizza or whatever.
I
Is
don't
that
like cold
trend
pizza
over?
either. I think people still do it, the drunks, largely.
Or do they grow out of that?
Yeah, that's not where you and I are. We like to get up at 8 a.m. naturally. And
Oh, I'm up well before 8,
Yeah.
sir. But yeah.
yeah, so cold pizza, and you just have more energy, right? Like you can actually do whatever you have to do.
Yeah, cold pizza, no thanks. Remember when that was the name of that show for a while, Cold
Right.
Pizza on the Espen.
Yep. Just a good name. I get it. But
Kind of corny.
yeah, it's ESPN.
Really corny.
Yeah.
All right. Well, did you have a good birthday?
Yeah, it was enjoyable.
You got a cake from the fiance? Did the kids
Watched Dog Day afternoon after the Pacers game.
Did the kids fall in line for you all day?
No.
No?
No, they barely. So my fiance, we just did like the 2 candles, the 3 and the 9, because I turned 39, and my kids like wouldn't even come in and sing, which I did. I don't need them, so I sang to make up for it.
Because the least they could do is fall in line for a day. Now, and I'm speaking like I would expect, or not expect even, like that'd be really nice for my kids. Just fall in line for a day, kind of.
Well, they too didn't know it was my birthday yesterday.
Oh, really?
And my son
You
asked
gotta
in the middle
tell
of the
people
day.
it's your birthday.
He was like, "Is it your actual birthday?" Because he saw by the end that there was a cake was being made. He was like, "Oh," and my parents came over and brought a toolbox over for my birthday, which was nice of them. But my son was like, "Is it your actual birthday today?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I don't care." Dang, getting dunked on by the 12-year-old.
Yeah, that's rough.
I'm washed though.
Okay,
I'm
you know what
washed.
that is, and this is the pettiness in me. Well, now you don't have to celebrate the 12-year-old's
Sorry,
birthday
you
anymore.
don't turn 13.
Yeah, I
Nope.
don't. I'll acknowledge the number, but if you're
Yeah.
expecting some sort of event
I don't
or
care.
acknowledgement,
Could you know how crushing that would be if you were 13 and your parents told you, "I don't care about your birthday"?
yeah, rough.
Destroy you.
That happened to me once.
You should think about it. Your parents told you they didn't care about a
Well,
birthday?
so my birthday falls on Mother's Day every few years.
Uh-huh.
So there was one Mother's Day where they literally did not care it was my birthday.
Did they
It was just
know it
Mother's
was your
Day.
birthday?
They knew.
Okay.
They were just like, "Oh, Mother's Day is more important."
Did they celebrate it on a different day?
No.
No, they just came and went.
You just don't get it.
They were like, "Oh, yeah, we're celebrating both today," but it was really just Mother's Day.
Oh,
But I
see,
love my mom.
No,
Sure.
but see, that is kind of cold. No offense to your parents. Just because, Gordon Monson always had this thing where you have to celebrate your birthday on your birthday, which I find ridiculous.
Sure.
Like, if it falls on Mother's Day, we'll hit up next Sunday.
Or if it falls on a Thursday, we're
like,
going out tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, or tomorrow.
Something like that. And let's make sure Christian gets acknowledged on his day.
Agreed.
Because
Well, I appreciate it.
I have no problem moving around birthday celebrations for convenience.
Speaking of convenience, my mom's birthday is right around Mother's Day, and my dad's birthday is right around Father's Day. So we just double them up, which is really unfair. But
That is unfair.
it's a lot easier for us.
I've said this a bunch of times, but I've got the Christmas. My wife's birthday's in January. Valentine's Day's in February, and then Mother's Day's in May.
But you got a murderer's row.
But that's like the murderer's row of gift giving. After Mother's Day comes and goes, it's like, oh, all right, I got a few months.
Yeah.
But good time. It's all a good thing, I suppose. Giving, caring about others.
I'm not a big birthday guy, but always happy to still be alive.
Yeah, good for you, buddy. 39.
Thank you.
It's a big year. You already planning your 40th? Are you going to do something big?
Probably should.
Yeah, mine came in 2021, so when everybody wasn't traveling.
Yeah.
But you know what? I still had a nice time.
Saw James Taylor, right?
Well, that was my gift, yes.
Okay.
But we went up to Park City. We did the hotel Park City thing, which was pretty cool. Christian, how far away from 40 are you?
15 years.
Got a minute.
Will 30 be a big deal to you?
No, I feel like 30 is scary. Like everybody around my age group, we all turned 25 this year. It's like, oh my gosh, we're going to be 30 in 5 years. Like we're so old.
Closer to 30.
Oh, 30's nothing.
Yeah, right. I'd kill for 30.
30's not a thing. I never felt any different. Wow, look who's in the other room. The great Adrian Leiser is back in the building.
That's volleyball coach for Eastern Washington University.
World famous volleyball coach,
Yep.
longtime producer on the Zone, produced the Jazz broadcast for a long time. How about that?
Love his wife.
Adrian's back. Oh yeah, who also worked for the Jazz
Yeah.
for several years. So how about that?
Good to see him.
How are you? You good? Yeah, good. You look good.
Yeah, you look great.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's awesome. You never know who's gonna
You get out of radio, and all of a sudden the skin is tighter on your face, and your bags are gone under your eyes.
Yeah,
you get a
you
smile.
look healthy. Yeah, a little bounce in your step. Yeah, exactly. Awesome. Well, it's good to see. That's awesome. Good to see Adrian. You never know who's going to walk. All of a sudden, be on the other side of that glass. Usually, it's like a former presidential candidate or Ryan Hatcher or something. Now we get Adrian Leiser. I would never have guessed.
We'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Ben. You want to talk about the game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Last night, game 1 goes to Indiana.
A lot of the things we touched on yesterday happened, and almost the bizarro version of what we expected to have happen happened, which is I thought the Pacers were going to come out flat, and they kind of did. Pacers did not play well. They had almost 30 turnovers. They shot pretty well. They were almost 50% from three. That certainly helped, and defensively they were able to keep up with the Thunder, and they certainly limited J-Dub and Chet Holmgren to very terrible games. But if I would have told you that they were going to let Shea go off and they were going to have 25-plus turnovers, I'm like, oh, easy win for the Thunder. So for them to do that was kind of the inverse of what I thought was going to have happened, because I actually did think they came out a little bit flat and they were down, a dozen most of the game until they did what the Pacers do and just come back late. But on the flip side, a big conversation was who's a better coach, Carlisle or Danault, and Danault made adjustments before the game. He changed the starting lineup. He's playing different players in his rotation, and I just thought, he overthought it. He way overthought it. And that's the danger of being a young coach in this situation for the first time, is he's firing ammo he doesn't need to fire. And that would be pretty concerning for me right now if I was a Thunder fan.
Yeah, well, I would say what I predicted was going to happen is exactly what happened. Oklahoma City was incredibly flat. They were terrible. Yeah. I mean, you can disguise that with Shea's 38, I suppose, but it took him 30 shots to get there. So let's not call that a real efficient game on his part. He only had 3 assists, and everybody else didn't have anything going. I mean, the fact that they got what's officially at 24 turnovers, but I think it was 25. They must have taken one away. But for Indiana to have 24 turnovers and for Oklahoma City only to shoot 39%, almost 40, but 39% from the field is crazy. Mm-hmm. Indiana stabbed themselves in the thigh the whole game until the end when they figured it out. I think that game was Oklahoma City absolutely sleepwalking. And I'll tell you, I don't like cliches oftentimes, and I don't particularly like the rest versus rust thing. But if you've got a week off before your next series, that's a thing.
Yeah.
And maybe you make an interesting point about the coach overthinking it, and maybe that's part of it too.
Yeah, right. You're
have a week in an office for a week. All of a sudden, if you're Quinn Snyder, you're guarding James Harden from behind.
Yep, idle hands.
You're moving starting lineups, and you're really overthinking it. Maybe that plays into it too. But of course, I'm old enough to remember when the Jazz
swept
the Lakers and had all this time off, and the Bulls went to 7
with the Pacers,
with Reggie and the Pacers. And we should go back and look at it. But then the Jazz got stomped in game 1. Yeah. I mean, they came out totally flat. Everybody was like, rest versus rust. How's this going to go? Well, it's like there is something to staying sharp. And there is something to rest. And why, that's maybe why the whole rest versus rust thing exists, because there is some reality to it. But Oklahoma City didn't play well. Indiana didn't play well. I'm not even saying that. And what Tyrese Halliburton did at the end, and maybe we can play the play-by-play. Although, who is this the National or it's Indiana. So I want to hear the Oklahoma City.
Yeah, let's hear this Thunder.
The one do we have that? Okay, let's play the positive one, and then we'll play the negative one, because that's always funny.
But it's just amazing the Pacers keep doing this. It's just the same game plan over and over and over, which is hang around and you'll have the most clutch player at the end of the game.
And it's not like that clutch player dominated.
No, we can get into that too.
Yeah, I mean that was a team effort from the Pacers. All right, so this is the Indiana radio broadcast of the final shot.
Rebound, Indiana. 8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call the timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Sweet baby.
Sweet baby. Who is that? I should look up who they're.
That's got to be their radio, or is that their?
No, that's radio, because they're done with TV.
Yeah,
TV's
right.
all national.
Their TV broadcast is one of the worst in the business, and I hate their color analyst. Their color analyst is just pretty bumbling, and I'm sure I'm offending some legend in Indiana, but he's pretty unlistenable. So yeah, good call there.
Sweet baby.
I'll take that.
It's almost like I'm bored with these calls because it keeps happening so much.
I saw a video clip, a highlight of Tyrese Halliburton. He's attempted 15 shots in the final 2 minutes of games this season to either take the lead or tie the game. 15 shots. He's 13 of 15.
Wow.
Unbelievable. He's just not missing in the biggest moments. Yeah, let's hear the Thunder broadcast, because I'm sure this was devastation.
The Pacers have it, 7 seconds. Halliburton across the timeline with 5, down 1. Halliburton dancing on Wallace. Pulls up right wing, arcs it, and sticks it with 0.3 of a second to play. Pacers lead 111-110 with 0.3 of a second to play. Timeout, Thunder.
No color analyst there.
No, but I actually think that was pretty good.
No, that was awesome.
He wasn't devastated.
No, good for him. Yeah, he wasn't. I mean, not to pick on our guy, Greg Wrubel, but I'll never forget the Brandon Burton block. His call on that was, and the snap, and the ball is down, and it's blocked.
Blocked.
And it's blocked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so funny. Yep. But that was not that from that guy. By the way, Eddie Gill is the color analyst for the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Sweet baby.
Yeah. And look, you have grown to expect it a little bit now from this Pacers team. It's just amazing it keeps happening. I mean, you think of great comebacks in team history, and they are extraordinarily memorable. You know, several times a season, the Jazz will replay their 30-point comeback against the Denver Nuggets in the second half of a game. You erase a 7-point deficit in the final minute of a game in any one playoff game, and you will remember it for the rest of your life. You know, the Jazz were down 5 to the Rockets in the final 4 minutes before Stockton hit the big shot. It's like a pretty reasonable comeback. The Pacers have come back from down 7 in the final minute 3 times, not including last night. They were down 9 with 2.5 minutes to go and still won that game. And to your point about Tyrese Halliburton, which I think is so important, and I think it's really the flaw of Luka, of James Harden, even Donovan Mitchell a little bit. Like, the truth is, and it's a flaw I've gotten into as well. So Tyrese Halliburton last night finishes with 14 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. 6 of 13 from the floor, 2 of 7. 3 turnovers, which he never turns the ball over. Yeah. It's like a very mediocre game from Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
The nice thing is, and if you go back and just watch the last 4 minutes of the game, he doesn't touch it till the last shot. I think he had another layup in the fourth quarter, but I don't think he had 6 points in the fourth quarter. I think he may have had 4. The nice thing about what Tyrese Halliburton does that James Harden doesn't, and all these other, Luka doesn't, Donovan Mitchell doesn't, everybody on the team is touching the ball. But if everybody on the team is touching the ball, that means everybody on the opposing defense has to play, right? When you're sitting and watching James Harden, and I'm just standing in the corner guarding my guy, which means, I just got to stand in between James and the corner 3-point shooter. I'm not moving. I'm not getting tired. I'm not expelling energy. I'm fine. So at the end of the game, I still have a lot of juice. You get late in a game against the Pacers, and all 5 guys are touching it and passing and cutting and driving and kicking the ball out. You're playing defense for 18 seconds every single possession. No wonder all these teams are absolutely exhausted by the end of the game. You just don't get to stop. And against all these other ball-dominant guards who are very talented players, you just get to stop playing defense if you're not guarding the ball. And that's when I talked about earlier, and this is where I was wrong. You say, like, well, the nice thing about the Thunder and where the Pacers are going to run into trouble is you can throw Alex Caruso, and then you can throw Case and Wallace, and then you can throw, Jalen Williams or whoever you want on Lou Dort, on Tyrese Halliburton. Well, you can't, because one of those guys has to guard Andrew Nembhard, and Nembhard's not going to stop moving. Okay, so Caruso's busy now because he's following that guy around. And he's going to touch the ball. He's going to handle entire possessions. And then you still have to have somebody guarding Tyrese, and he's not stopping. So all 3 of those guys aren't just taking turns guarding Tyrese Halliburton. They're guarding someone the entire game and moving the whole time. Yeah. So they are tired. It's really impressive what we are seeing from Rick Carlisle in this Pacers offense, and they've been doing it all year.
Yeah, no, I think you make a lot of good points there. And I totally agree, and I think it's a great angle on the defense, and everybody's got to be playing, and I do think it's a compliment to Rick Carlisle. I also think, not to get too cliche-y, Ben, and like, Tim Robbins-y, but there is something to belief. There is something to we're not going away. I don't care how down. And I do think you can give Carlisle credit for that he's not letting his team button up and go home, with the exception of, Game 5 in New York.
Yep.
His team doesn't say it's over, and there is something to that, because there are teams in the NBA when they're down, 10 points with 3 minutes to go, are like, it's over. I say that. I get mad watching Jazz games when coaches call timeouts with like 90 seconds to go and they're down 9 or whatever. It's like, what are you doing?
Game's
it's
over.
You know what I mean? So I'm not judging, because I do it too. And so I wouldn't blame players for doing it. But this team truly believes it's not over.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely a thing. And to get to your point about running offense and what Tyrese Halliburton does, if I genuinely like the point guard that runs offense, that gets into it. But if you were to tell me that there is something to a point guard being your dominant player, I would kind of buy into, okay, maybe that's an attractive policy. Like Ricky Rubio's entire job with Quinn Snyder and the Jazz was to bring the ball up to court and then immediately pass it to somebody else. You know, a selfless thing. Good for Ricky Rubio, you know, point guard. Like, okay, I'm going to come up, I'm going to get the offense rolling and the blender's going and all that stuff. And I might not even get the assist, but it's my job to find, you know, the team to get into the place for the advantage, right? Love that type of point guard for sure. Ricky Rubio was flawed, but that wasn't one of them. You know what I mean? But if you're telling me there's some sort of in-between between Ricky Rubio with the Jazz and James Harden ball dominance-wise, now, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about skill. I'm talking about style of play, team basketball, etc. I would buy into that. And maybe the Halliburton thing is the sweet spot. You know, honestly, is a guy who's going to run offense, the guy who's going to be a team guy, but who's also not afraid to dominate a game when it's appropriate. Yeah. And what a point you make that I thought was pretty good was re-highlighting his role in the fourth quarter. This was not a Donovan Mitchell, get on my back, guys. I'm going to go crash into triple teams.
Oh, he doesn't even touch the ball some possessions.
Right.
Which would be unimaginable for Donovan Mitchell or Luka or even Shea in this situation.
And in this case, gets the ball in transition where he can have an advantage. It's not like it was a selfish play to take the last shot. So many of these last shots we get convinced, you know, oh, LeBron's got to take it or Donovan's got to take it or whatever, and it's this selfish thing. I mean, it's not even like that shot was like, hey, guys, the Stars taking the last one. No, he was the guard who got the ball in transition. It was the absolute right basketball play.
Right.
100%. He didn't crash into a triple team in isolation. I mean,
it was a good shot.
It was a great shot.
Yep.
So it's interesting. Maybe he's the sweet spot or somebody like him. But I agree with you about your point about defense, which is terrific. You know, while Luka's dribbling the ball, 4 other defenders are getting a breather.
Right.
Everybody's getting a breather. Like, we're just going to stand here, and then Luka calls for a pick, and then they drop the big, so the big has to work a little bit. But everybody else is still standing around.
So it's just not a coincidence that these teams are tired that they're playing against late in the fourth quarter.
I think it's a great point. Love this Pacer team.
It's as fun as it gets. This is such a cool team to watch.
And we have a way better series today than we thought we did yesterday.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. We're going to get into top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. Steve Bartle will be on the show at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. Huge linebacker pickup, I'm told.
Yeah, Boise State flip.
Yeah, we'll get to
2026
with our boy Steve coming up. Stay tuned. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Austin Ainge announces the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. They've got a lot of work, obviously. There's not just a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of years to have to figure some things out. This is not a business-like position. This is a personnel position within the organization, and that is to say, hey, look, we have got to get the right personnel in the building. We've got to figure this thing out. We've got to find exactly where it is that we want to put ourselves.
This is a big loss for the Celtics. He played a big role in helping assemble the roster that they currently have. Brad Stevens runs the day-to-day operations of the Boston Celtics, and it says a lot that Brad could have sent Danny's son packing a long time ago if he didn't have value. Instead, he made him the assistant general manager. He helped build that roster that won an NBA championship last year. He has earned the place where he's at in the NBA today.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. If you've lived more than a decade, you've seen organizations die, companies, nonprofits, even nations. We often think that in a turbulent world, stability is our safety net, but the opposite is true. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. It's worth saying that again. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. Having a death grip on the status quo, denying the need for change, and using history as a roadmap is the surest way to become obsolete. Whether at an individual or a corporate level, we should not be asking if we should change, but how can we change? Learn more about dealing with change in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman. Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com. It's brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, big news yesterday. Kevin Young rewarded with a contract extension already.
He must have gotten offered the Suns head coaching job.
Well, I love Shams breaking BYU news, by the way, which is still hilarious. I guess it was Woj who broke the initial Kevin Young news, right? Is that what you're hearing? It was the Suns?
Kind of would be my guess. I mean, they just gave him a huge contract last year, right? What was it, 6 years and almost $30 million? Wasn't that the rumor? Or not the rumor, the report. So if you felt the need after a good season, and look, he's brought in A.J. DiPonsa, like they've done well under Kevin Young, but most years, most situations, when a coach has this long of a deal and is only 1 year into their contract, you don't need to extend them. But something forced their hand.
I don't know. See, I don't know about that. It could have. Like, maybe the Suns were interested. But no, after a college coach goes to the Sweet 16, they redo their deal every time.
They do.
You see it in football. You see it in basketball.
4 years or 5 years left on his contract
It happens.
still.
It happens
And maybe
every
it was.
time.
Maybe it was just that.
It didn't it just happen with Kalani? Did Kalani get a new deal? Anyway, it happens in college every time. It happened with Tom Thibodeau, which is the reason why the Knicks owe him $30 million.
Yeah.
Because he just signed a huge extension.
Which is why coaches do it. I mean, it's
Which
exactly
is
right.
why coaches do it.
They know
but
they can get fired at any moment.
maybe it was a leverage play. It could easily be BYU going, oh, he just took a Sweet 16 and we got the number one recruit. Like, he's already done a bang-up job, so let's lock this guy down. So not to say that Phoenix wasn't interested. Maybe they were. But this does happen.
It does. Yeah.
Isn't it the reason the Utes got stuck with it is the reason the Utes got stuck with Larry Kraskowiak for as long as they did. And Jim Boylan, for that matter.
Yeah.
They both ripped up their contracts after going to, I guess Jim didn't go to the Sweet 16. Maybe it was Ray. Was it Ray signed a new deal after going to the
Probably,
Sweet 16? That was probably it. With Bogut.
Yeah. But they'd already invested near top dollar for him. So good for Kevin Young. And he's got a huge season ahead of him that's going to be as exciting as any season, certainly in BYU history. You know, we don't know if it's going to result in a Jimmer-like run, but entering the season, it's got to be the most highly anticipated in BYU history. Not just the talent returning, obviously the new incoming talent coming onto the roster, and then the quality of opponents seemingly at least every week, if not every game.
Now, if they live up to the hype, Ben, what do you bet me he gets a new contract next year?
Well, if he does, hey, look, if you add A.J. DiBonsa, you live up to the hype, which is what, an Elite Eight run? Yeah, you're one of the best coaches in college basketball, right? You're getting the recruits, and then you're winning on the floor.
They were a round away from that last year.
Yeah, right. So, you know, if you can get back there, you can have that type of success. It's hard to win with one-and-done players, is the truth. I mean, if you win with these guys, as talented as A.J. DiBonsa is supposed to be, and the other top one-and-done players, or at least top freshmen coming into the roster, it means Kevin Young's doing a really good job, not just getting players, but winning with them. And look, there's a lot of talented one-and-done players, or, you know, top 30 recruits, top 10 recruits that don't win in college. You know, look at North Carolina last year, who wasn't particularly dangerous. Rutgers didn't win at all and had 2 of the top 3 recruits in the country. So it's not a guarantee that you win just because you get the players. So if Kevin Young can get the players and win, it's a sign that he is able to thread a pretty difficult needle.
Well, I still believe in the philosophy, especially more now even, is that freshmen aren't going to win you anything probably
for the most part,
in college basketball. That's why I think BYU is really aiming for the sweet spot. This is something that we talked about when they hired Kevin Young in the first place. Okay, go get these recruits and then stick them with your BYU guys that stick around for 6 years because of missions. And then maybe you have a recipe where not only can you get old and stay old, but you also have that dynamic freshman to supplement. You know, your Agor Demon to Richie Saunders kind of thing.
Yep.
And now Richie Saunders again, who will be a dynamic player to go alongside a dynamic freshman. Different freshman, different role, but same concept applies. If it works at BYU, it's brilliant, and will try to be duplicated elsewhere. But the times of your guy, Coach Cal, running out 5 super stud freshmen and having a shot at the title, I don't think that exists anymore. I think you have to have 23-year-olds on your team.
I need to look at Duke's roster from last year. They had, obviously, the 3 star freshmen that are going to be drafted in the top 10. They also had Sion James. They had Tyrese Proctor. And I bet you Sion James at least played 100 college games,
Yep.
you know, or probably was close to that. And Proctor was probably the same way. So
How many years did Flip play there?
2. So
Yeah.
Sion James was a super senior last year. He played 5 years. He played 4 at Tulane and then transferred in for that 5th year. So which is exactly what BYU is doing.
I think that's what I think that's the recipe for ultimate success going forward.
Yeah.
Nab a bunch of underclassmen who played at a lower level, transfer them in.
And then you know what? And Duke is a good example. You know what they did? They got 2 veteran guards, right? The guys who late in the game are going to make decisions. Right. Now, ironically, it was Sion James who couldn't inbound the ball against Houston that lost them that game in the Final Four. But yeah, go get some veteran guards. And that's, by the way, exactly what Kevin Young has done.
It's kind of funny. BYU, the goal is to get old and stay old? Well, we can do that.
Yeah, we know how to do that.
We know how to do that really well. That's right in our wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And I've brought this up before, but again, BYU, as far as the BYU guys go, there's an extra incentive not to transfer. You know, there's an extra incentive to stay at BYU and stay in the program that actually has nothing to do with the program, but you could certainly play it to your advantage.
Yep.
But if you can get the Demons and DeBonces of the world, do I hate it when people refer to singular people as multiple people? Yes. Yes, I hate it very much. I have no idea why I just did that. But if you can get stud freshmen.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. It's the placeholder for the stud freshman.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, more breaking news yesterday. Aaron Rodgers signs a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, Ben, when you can sign the Aaron Rodgers of the world,
simply must do it.
This is desperation.
Or the Russell Wilsons.
Oh, Rusty.
Yeah.
No, and maybe it's gone on for a couple of years, but the Steelers are a little desperate. You know, they feel like they're just a quarterback away from being a Super Bowl competitor.
Yeah.
And maybe that's true, or maybe that's not. But this is a desperate way to find a quarterback, and it comes back to old tiny hands not working out really. You know, if you're going to invest a draft pick in a quarterback, you need to invest in that working, because if it doesn't, you're scrambling or blowing up the team, which Mike Tomlin doesn't want to do, because apparently they're considering firing him, which is pretty bananas to me.
And he would be hired right away by somebody else, and probably rightfully so. But yeah, again, it's not breaking news. It's not great analysis, but you get a guy who can step in and play for a decade as the starter. It makes things really easily. And Ben Roethlisberger was there for a decade and a half. He was there forever and was very solid, and it's just been a nightmare since then.
Now, I think Aaron Rodgers is better than Rusty. So I do think this, and I do think the Steelers are better than the Jets. So
okay,
I think this has more of a chance of success.
Better coach, better run, more stability.
Better team.
Less noise.
Yeah.
It's a non-noisy team historically.
Right. Their fans actually cheer for them to succeed.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this has a good chance at succeeding. I do think it has a better chance than Rusty had in Pittsburgh or Aaron had with the Jets.
I think they're going to be 8-8, 9-7, somewhere in that range.
But if they were that with Rusty, can't they add a couple of games?
Yeah, okay, so they're 10-7. I just don't think Rodgers is that good anymore.
I agree, but they have to win a playoff game, apparently. That's the bar.
Well, it's tough. You don't have a good quarterback.
Well, according to your favorite show, it's the greatest quarterback ever to live. And that wasn't that long ago. I mean, Leaf, what's his name, flew in.
Not Leaf. Liv Schreiber.
Liv, not Leaf. Liv. Chopper it in.
He did the voice.
Said, I've never done this before.
Right.
He said, I've never done this before.
But I got to meet you.
But I gotta meet the greatest quarterback that HBO's ever told me has played.
Lasted one drive.
One drive.
3 plays. Trotting out with the flag.
That really is the most Jets thing
in
the history of Jets things.
Couldn't have happened.
This is why I hope Zach Wilson
and for it
becomes
to happen
a Pro
on
Bowler at
Hard
some
Knocks.
point. Yeah.
To go Hard Knocks the entire season is about, man, we're so happy Zach Wilson's gone. We finally got a dude there at quarterback, and he has 3 plays.
Zach, you got to get out there and play. It's a second drive. Yeah, it's your team now.
Incredible.
This team belongs to you. Go get them.
Unfortunately, we're seeing the collapse of the Steelers, which have been a dynasty for most of my life. At least, the model of consistency in the NFL.
They're the model of consistency, for sure. All right, what's next?
Number 3, this morning, Will Hardy announced he's adding Steve Wojciechowski to the Jazz's coaching staff.
We've had Coach Wojo on the show a couple of times.
That's our guy, Ben.
He is. We went down and hung out with him at the practice facility.
We had lunch with that dude.
Yeah. Great guy. Really nice. Super nice. Saw him at the Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge press conference the other day. He's just he's just a lifelong coach.
Yeah, good coach with Utah ties, and totally understand why he would get on that staff. Totally understand why he would want to get off the bus with the Stars, even though I think his role there coaching was extraordinarily valuable. I'm sure the Jazz would tell you the same, but I'm sure he's glad that the accommodations are going to be a little better.
Accommodations are a lot better. You're back to 5-star hotels. And the thing is, he was doing both of these jobs already. If you've covered the games, you walked in. Wojciechowski is doing Stars games, and on Stars nights, or when the season hasn't started or when the season wraps, he's at every Jazz game. And he's not just he's not eating a hot dog. He's down there on the bench with the iPad, walking through plays with the players.
Well, he might have a hot
Might
dog.
have a dog somewhere.
Might
but he's not.
grab a dog.
That's not
along
why
the way.
he's at the game.
You know, the J-Dog sauce is pretty good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
You can go steal a pickle off their table. You're not
Don't,
supposed to.
hey.
You're not supposed to do that.
Don't ruin it. It's awesome that they have all those
great condiments.
all those fixins. Yeah, it's people like you who are going to ruin this for the rest of us. Stop it.
So, anyways, congrats to Coach Wojo, and had two actually really good runs with the Stars. And they've had some good young players, but that's a tough job. You're getting a lot of rookies coming down to play with you, and you're trying to develop them. And it's been Cody, and it's been Bryce, and it's been Taylor. But he did a nice job with them.
I bet it's actually kind of nice in a weird way because actually winning isn't that important.
No, you don't have to.
The challenge of the job is when they do send you the rookies, well, all of a sudden you have to change everything you're doing because you have things you have to work on with those players. I bet that's really the challenge. Yeah, I bet talking to G League coaches would be fascinating. Of what, really the challenges and everything really are with that job.
But it's been a good gig. Scott Morrison, when Will Hardy took over, Scott Morrison was named the coach of the Stars 3 years ago. Spent one season there, joined Will's staff, and is one of the lead assistants.
Oh,
now.
yeah, he's Will's guy.
And now Wojo did 2 years and is jumping up. So, they'll replace him. But, if history's going to repeat itself, you have a chance to be an assistant coach for the Jazz if you go and take this job. So.
Is our guy Juan Pierre throwing his name in the hat?
He should. JP's going to have to make a new friend.
See if he can get that gig.
Be a new buddy.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Good luck to JP.
He's wearing too many hats right now. That's my take for JP.
Could be Stars coach and play-by-play guy.
Well, he does play-by-play for them. He does play-by-play for the Royals. And then he does all the podcasting for the Jazz.
Well, he's young. He's got
he
energy.
He is. No
he's
kids.
fine. Yeah, he's fine.
It's a lot, though. I feel for him.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Brian Giltyler, SiriusXM NBA radio host and NBA TV contributor. We can't let you go without hearing a word about the draft. The Jazz are at number 5. What do you think is their best option?
I would take a serious look at Malawak. There's teams that are going to be banging on the Jazz's door about Walker Kessler. If you can bring in Malawak and leverage Kessler into 2 first-round picks, which was out there last summer, by the way, for him, I think there's a chance at maybe doing that, and I would like to see that out of the Jazz. If Bailey or Edgecombe drops, I think they're both too athletic as prospects that you couldn't pass on him. But if it goes kind of chalky with Edgecombe and Bailey going in front of the Jazz, the guy I'd lock in is Malawak. I love that player, and I think he's got a lot of potential. And I think ultimately, in the end, in the next 2 to 3 years, I think he'll be a better player than Walker Kessler.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on?
I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about advanced windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, win tickets to Jason Aldean coming up July 26th, the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Jason Aldean on the Full Throttle Tour with special guest Nate Smith, Raylan, and DJ Siver.
I bet it's Silver.
I bet it is too. Silver. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. And this is not a me being blind thing. S-I-V-E-R. Siver. Jay Siver?
Might be. Jay Siver or DJ Siver?
DJ Siver. That's probably it. I guess we could Google it.
I'm Googling it. I'm not really seeing a whole lot.
Okay. Well, there you go. Anyway, Jason Aldean's a huge draw. So go see him or listen on Wednesday for your chance to win.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is what's going on BYU basketball-wise sustainable? It is Silver. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Self-edit there. Kevin Young, long extension, high expectations this year. AJ DiBonsa probably not going to come along every year, but we were talking about the game plan. Is it sustainable?
No.
And why?
Because the landscape of college basketball changes every 45 minutes. And it's not that Kevin Young can't continue to do well or that donors can't continue to do well and it can't have some similar shape of this, but nobody has a program that looks like it did 2 years ago. Everyone is changing rapidly, and you're just trying to stay ahead of the curve or at least keep up to it as close as you can. I mean, it's the dog chasing the rabbit. It's just you're trying to stay on pace without losing too much ground. But North Carolina's losing ground. Kansas is losing ground. Baylor's losing ground, and maybe it's just a down season, but how many of those can you have? And again, because there's just these weird influxes of money. Where here? I just pulled it up. I'll see if I can go back and get it up quickly. I want to know the top recruiting classes, college basketball, team rankings, 2025. So BYU is like top 10, right? They're 9. Duke's at 1. Here, I've got it pulled up here. Like, is Rutgers anywhere near this? Probably not. Whereas last year they were probably 2 or 3 because they got Dylan Harper and they got Ace Bailey. You're going to have weird random years where some donor is just like, yeah, I had a good year last year. So here's $2.5 million. Go get me 1 player, or go get 2 players, and it's a good time. Or I'm dying, or I'm retiring, so go spend some money here out of nowhere. And it's familiar teams in the top 10: Duke, Houston, Arizona, UConn, Notre Dame, Arkansas, SMU, a little weird, but North Carolina. It's mostly the familiar teams, but you're just going to jump up and down. You're just going to have years where you have guys and years you don't.
I think it is sustainable, barring a crackdown on the honor code.
Sure.
Barring that, I think it is sustainable for a couple of reasons. You mentioned some other programs that maybe have money or you think have money and are fading. You know, North Carolina, I can't really explain other than they hired a coach that doesn't know what he's doing, because anybody should be able to win at North Carolina, in all honesty. The same way anyone should be able to win at Duke. Kansas, I don't know, because Kansas was Adidas' flagship school. Kansas is still Adidas' school. And Adidas pumped all their money into Kansas. Well, now Adidas isn't the only company spending anymore. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't see BYU's money drying up.
I don't.
You know what I mean? And Kansas no longer has an advantage.
Right.
And maybe you could say the same thing about Duke. Maybe you could say the same thing about North Carolina. I mean, North Carolina was Jordan Brand and Duke's Nike, right? And so maybe those shoe companies were creating the edge for those two schools for all those years. But that edge doesn't exist anymore. Whereas BYU had no edge. And now BYU has an edge.
They do.
And I don't see the edge going away regardless of the settlement. We were just talking to Adrian Leiser about college sports, and Adrian's a volleyball coach, a collegiate volleyball coach, and you know, we're chatting about recruiting and all that stuff, and the settlement and what's going to happen with roster sizes and all those sorts of things. I don't think the settlement has the effect that people will think it will.
People think it will, yeah.
I agree. I don't think it will even the playing field
Everyone's
anymore.
pot gets bigger. It doesn't mean that the people who want to spend more aren't still going to spend more.
No, I think this is kind of a cat in the wall to make critics go away.
Possibly, yeah.
I don't think that NIL gets put back on the shelf in any way, shape, or form. Maybe it goes back underground, and I suppose that could affect BYU, but I don't see, once you get the Supreme Court to say that you cannot limit earnings for these players on name, image, and likeness, you can't fix that. So what is going to fix about all of this? Because the player's just going to say, well, I'll sue you because you can't limit what I can earn.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's basically a pro league now, and they basically have a income share. It's exactly what it is, right? The house settlement is X amount of the money has to go to the players. It's like NBA players aren't saying, I'll still play by my salary in 2003 because those guys still made a lot. And that's still a lot by today's money. No, there's a bigger pot, so everyone's just going to take more.
But I think probably people saying the house settlement stuff will fix it will say, well, you have to sign with the university, which means that you have to endorse the stuff that they tell you or whatever. You know, players have such leverage. You think AJ DeBonsa is going to sign anything like that?
Right. No. Doesn't
Never.
need to. No. And we'll go to the school that doesn't make him sign it. And then the schools will say, okay, well, we're not going to make you sign it if that's the edge for you to come to our school. And then every school is going to say, well, we can't get these players if we're going to make them sign it. So no one's going to have them sign it.
And if bozos like you and me can see all that.
Took 2 seconds. Yeah.
Took 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So there's no way they're going to fix that. No way.
Nope, they're not. I agree
so
with you.
BYU's not going to lose its edge.
No, what I do and am curious about, which just it's a little bit unproven, is, you know, let's see where Yegor gets drafted. He was a projected top 10 pick. Kind of is rumored around 8. There's still a chance he's on the board at 21 when the Jazz are drafting. It wouldn't surprise me. You know, if AJ DeBonsa comes in and ends up being the 3rd overall pick instead of the 1st overall pick, you know, Darren Peterson and Cam Boozer jump him. Some players might start to look at BYU and say, "Hey, I'm not getting the, you know, exposure or performance returns that allow me to be the number 1 overall pick. Where if I go to Duke, Look what they did for Cooper Flagg. Look what they did for, Cam Boozer, if Cam Boozer ends up being the number 1 overall pick or something like that. That's still yet to be proven for BYU, that Kevin Young's actually going to get these elite recruits and then turn them into elite draft picks. Jaeger's still going to be a first-rounder, but, if he's 15 or 16, that represents a drop.
I don't think Duke developed anything, frankly.
I think John Shire's done a really good job getting players ready for the draft. He did with Flip. Now, Flip dropped.
Okay,
so,
well,
to be fair,
Flip's a better example than Cooper Flagg.
But Jared McCain was probably would have been Rookie of the Year this year had he played a full season, but got hurt and came from John Shire's system. And they're going to have 3 top 10 picks this year. I mean, it's early still. It's early in his tenure.
I know, and I don't think he's nearly the bozo Davis is for North Carolina. But Cooper Flagg is a bad example. I mean, you and I both saw the reports that he was tearing up the national team coming out of high school as a 17-year-old.
A year ago this time, he was competing with Katie.
I think Shire pretty much said, "You, Flagg, go make that basket."
But he did get him there. He was leading the team that got to the Final Four. So
I know, but I'm just saying.
I'm with you. I get it.
Flip would be a better example.
No, the better example this year, is Con Knippel. Wisconsin Player of the Year, and now you end up as a 4th overall pick.
Yeah, I'd buy that before Cooper Flagg.
For sure.
I mean, that falls into the Calipari category of, you, Davis, go dunk that basketball. I told him to do that.
Yeah.
Now here's my national championship.
Sure.
Was it? I think the unibrow has something to do with that. All right. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Steve Bartle covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. is going to join us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, I feel like I came out of my education with absolutely zero understanding of how to best manage my finances. And as I've grown older, I've advanced in my career, and I've started a family, the import of proper decisions when it comes to your financial well-being have just become crucial and certainly way more apparent to me. And as I said, I'm not prepared to make such critical decisions. That's why if you're anything like me, you're lucky that there's a team out there that can be on your side, and that team is Trajan Wealth. You can give them a call, 801-899-7600. They're going to do a free sit-down with you. They're going to help you do such things as establish your financial goals, like when do you want to retire, what kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire? Do you want to buy those nice Titleist irons? Well, Trajan can help prioritize what's important to you, and they can also help you lay out the map to get there. So as I said, call them 801-899-7600 or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement. That's 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Are you in the telecom industry and want to earn more? We are looking to hire telecom technicians and fiber splicers with experience. Those who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirement. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Invest in yourself. Join today. For more information, call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com. At Kenny J's Barbecue, they believe in serving up the best flavors with genuine hospitality. Dive into perfect mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites cooked to perfection. Woo! It's not just a meal, it's an experience. Hungry yet? Oh, yeah. Come visit at the District, 11610 District Drive in South Jordan. They're ready to welcome you with open arms and delicious food. Kenny J's Barbecue, where flavor meets family.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm a charger that charges through the night like an orange bolt of lightning, passing everything in sight. I'm the best pal the Duke boys ever had. I'm thunder on the highway looking bad, bad, bad. I'm a knight.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty today from noon to 3 at the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games in Cedar City. Celebrate 40 years of a Utah sports tradition. Looking forward to hearing those guys down there. But right now, let's get out of the zone phone. Joining us now, he covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He's our buddy Steve Bartle. What's going on, Bartle?
What's up, Jake? How we doing, man?
Oh, I'm good. Ben had a birthday yesterday. He's 39 years
Hey.
old. So how about that?
There you go. Yeah, happy belated birthday, man.
Appreciate it. Hey, the Utes add LeGarry Mitchell, a linebacker who flipped from Boise State to the Utes, coming up in 2026. Can you talk me off the ledge of thinking that if I'm thinking anywhere beyond a month or 2 months from now, we're never going to see this player at any of our local universities?
You know, it's interesting with recruiting. Obviously, with everything going on with the transfer portal and you know, this being the busiest month of the season, there is a lot of player movement and recruiting movement. But I do think that, you know, Utah does a really good job of recruiting players and developing, you know, really strong relationships with them where they are able to hang on to them. And so LeGarry Mitchell is one of those kids that has had a long-standing relationship with Utah and Colton Swan in particular. And I think that's been the key. When you look back at you know, this past year's class, you know, even despite the 5-7 record and, you know, the losing streak that they had, they were still able to hold on to the majority of their class, which included, a couple of really good linebackers, a couple of blue chip prospects. And so, as this sport continues to evolve and go through all these drastic changes with player movement and player freedom at the core and center of a lot of it, I think that is the key for Utah and other programs like Utah is, developing those strong relationships and having that be the glue to keep, a lot of these players intact. So, LeGarry Mitchell was one of 12 recruits that officially visited last weekend. Utah is going to host another group of double-digit visitors this weekend, and this is a big month of recruiting for Utah. They're going to host, I think, close to 45 prospects over the month, and this is where the bulk of their recruiting is, and so we'll see. But yeah, I think that is the key for Utah and a lot of programs is maintaining those strong relationships with recruits.
I saw your interview with Mark Harlan. Give us kind of what you learned from that interview and what kind of our listeners need to take from it.
Well, yeah, so the interview was actually Mitch Harper. He was down there for Big 12 spring meetings.
Oh, apologies.
But, no, you're good. I want to make sure that Mitch gets the credit he deserves.
Gets the love, absolutely.
And all that. But I thought it was interesting with the interview with Harlan and just kind of the setting there, at the Big 12 spring meetings. Mark talked about the number one topic there last week was the settlement and the pending approval of the settlement. We're all just kind of waiting, impatiently, and the impatience grows minute by minute, hour by hour, the longer this thing goes. And I think there's still a lot of optimism that the settlement, the House settlement, is still going to be approved, which will usher in revenue sharing with players and a number of other things that will begin the process of bringing in, barriers and guidelines and more restrictions. Ultimately, I think, when you're discussing that and all that, nothing is really going to change with college sports until, collective bargaining becomes a thing and all that. So, there's a lot to learn, but Harlan talked about, the settlement. He also talked about Utah's readiness for revenue sharing, and they will be a max distributor over the $20.5 million that programs will be able to divvy up between, their different programs and student athletes. So there's that. And then, the other big topic last week was the playoff and the playoff format and what they prefer. And the overwhelming sentiment was that, the Big 12 would like to see the 5+11 format with the college football playoff moving forward in 2026 and beyond. And I think, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of us just want the best teams to play and to duke it out at the end of the season, and figuring out how to get the best teams on the field in that setting is the big key. But I do think, having that sort of format, because you still need to pay respect to winning your conferences and having those 5 automatic qualifiers, but then filling out the rest of the playoff with just the best teams, I think is going to be, is pretty much the overwhelming sentiment from last week's meetings with Harlan and all that. So there were some other things that Harlan shared with Utah specifically. He talked about, working with Alex Jensen and Wes Wilcox to finalize, their basketball schedule next season. Typically that's done by the coaches themselves, but given the fact that Alex and Wes are really new to this and don't have the relationships, Harlan's stepped in and helped with that process. So he shared that they're supposed to be announcing some scheduling news soon, and so we look forward to that. And then that was pretty much the bulk of Harlan's conversation, was just talking about the current state of college football and Big 12 football and University of Utah athletics.
What have you seen so far from Micah Simon and Mark Ottawaya?
I think the thing with those two is, they've brought a really positive energy with the program. And over the last 2 seasons, it's been it's been a slog. I think that is, a really good term to use to describe the last 2 years for Utah football fans. It's been a grind. It hasn't been easy. And coming off the 5-7 season, there was a lot of frustrations. And I think with the changes that Utah had to make, specifically on the offensive side of the ball, bringing in Atuaya and Simon, they're two coaches that just have that. Their tank never runs empty. They just have a lot of energy. They have a lot of positivity. And I think that that's been really good, for the offense and for their position group specifically. I think with Atuaya, he's been really good for this running back room and helping them, acclimate into the offense and the scheme and what they're going to be asked to do. And then Micah Simon, having worked with Beck, at New Mexico, he's got the familiarity with the offense, which is key when you have to completely remake your receiver room outside of, a handful of guys that returned from last year's roster. So they've got a number of new faces, and given Simon's familiarity with the offense, I think that's been really helpful in getting guys acclimated. And then, they've been, good, positive, representatives of Utah in terms of recruiting, and they've done a really good job of building relationships with recruits in this class. And Utah's bringing in a handful of really talented receivers, which given the issues that the offense has had the last 2 seasons, particularly with the passing game, you wouldn't expect to see maybe some of those receivers coming in for official visits. But I think that speaks to Simon and his ability as a recruiter. So that's where we've seen the most influence is, the type of kids that they've been able to recruit and bring in for visits. And we'll learn more about them as coaches and what they're going to be able to do and what sort of impact they have, come this fall.
A couple of years ago, this would have felt like kind of a silly question because there was at least some continuity in college sports, but with players leaving to the NFL or transferring or whatever, who's going to be the class of the conference next year, do you think?
That's a great question. And I think what we learned last year is that,
you never know.
You never know, right? And so, I think looking forward to this season, you look at the favorites, right? So Arizona State, yes, they lost Cam Scatterbo, but they return the most production of any team, I think, in the Big 12 and maybe even the country in terms of, what they bring back production-wise everywhere else. So they bring back a lot of that team that helped get to the Big 12 championship game. Obviously, replacing a player like Scatterbo, who did so much for them, is going to be a task, but it helps when you have the quarterback that did that. You've got skill position players, guys in the trenches on both sides of the ball. So I still look at Arizona State as one of the favorites coming into the season. And it just given the fact that they won it last year and return a lot of that. With what Texas Tech has done in the transfer portal, they've really invested in a lot of their weaknesses and brought in a lot of players that have will fill holes and gaps that they had last year. And so it's all got to come together on the field, but you can't deny what they've been able to do in the transfer portal with the talent that they've added to that roster. I think they're going to be one of the top favorites in the Big 12. And then, Kansas State and BYU, I think, are going to be looked at as the other clear favorites in the Big 12. Kansas State, I think Avery Johnson is the most talented quarterback in the league, just given his dual threat ability. But, in his first year as the starter, he had some mental lapses. He had some bad games. And I think anticipating some growth and development from him is fair. And with what they return and what they've added to that roster, I like Kansas State a lot. And then with BYU, obviously the big disclaimer there is Jake Ritzlov's, status and what that could be. And I have, no feel for how that's going to play out. But it is a question mark now with that team. But, beyond that, they still return a lot from that team as well. So I look at those four as the clear-cut favorites. And then, there's a handful of teams that beyond that, that are going to be, big contenders. I think Baylor, I think Iowa State, TCU, and then even Utah, is kind of the X factor there, kind of the dark horse. So again, this league is just so competitive. It can go a number of different ways. And I think, but I like those four that I mentioned as the favorites in the conference going into the year.
Everywhere I look, I see Utah's 2 tackles projected as first-round draft picks next year. What does that mean for this Utah offensive line? What does it mean for Devin Dampier and then Wayshawn Parker as well?
Yeah, I think what you're hoping for, Caleb Lomu, he didn't start year one like Spencer Fano did. He redshirted, but his first year he still earned, freshman All-American honors, and he's hoping to follow the same path that Fano did in his second year, where he earned All-American honors again in back-to-back years. So, if you get that from Lomu on the left side, and Spencer Fano continues to ascend and on his trajectory, you've got 2 really good tackles. And when you've got that, and you've got the interior 3 that is experienced as they are with Kump and Togiai and Mokofisi, you really like the potential of that group. They're going to be viewed as one of the top offensive line units in the country. And I think they, at the very least, deserve to be in that conversation with what they have, at that tackle position. I think last year masked a lot of positives from that group, given the struggles in the backfield with the quarterback position. I think having Dampier in the backfield and having a quarterback that, truly understands the offense that he's executing and is now going into his second year under the same offensive coordinator and offense, I think is a really big X factor for Utah and kind of a wild card. But I think it's going to allow this offensive line to really shine. And so, what that means for Utah, they want to run the ball, and I think they're going to be able to do that with Devin Dampier and all of that with Wayshawn Parker in the backfield as well. You also want this to translate on the recruiting trail as well. And, with the kids that they're bringing in this month, headlined by Kelvin Obot, who's one of the top offensive tackles in the country. I think he's a top 10 offensive tackle prospect, 4-star, trending upwards towards, top 50 ranking overall. He's out of Fruitland, Idaho, which is where Jordan Gross actually is the head coach. And so you have that relationship there as well, kind of working in your favor a little bit. Obot has been on campus a handful of times and was there this past weekend and spent a lot of time with Lomu and Fano specifically. And I think, having those two as sort of models that you can point to is going to help Utah in recruiting, other offensive linemen to help with the future of that group. So those two are pillars for this 2025 team, but also their impact goes well beyond this because they are such an influence on the recruiting trail and such a big part of their pitch in recruiting other top offensive linemen in this class. So I think it's really exciting for Utah to have those two, obviously at the bookends, but really excited to see what sort of impact Devin Dampier, Jason Beck have on that group specifically, because it just is going to open up so much more room for them to actually execute and shine as offensive linemen.
What's the latest from the basketball program?
They are, so Alex Jensen was at Big 12 meetings, and, he's going through sort of the acclimation process himself of coming to the college level and learning, all that's going to be required of him as the head coach of a college basketball program. And so, there's been a lot that he's been working through, but, he talked a lot about, getting the players on campus, over the next week or so. The players are expected to be back on campus next week, and they'll begin practice, which is what Alex is really looking forward to, is actually getting on the court with these players that they've brought in. And it'll be exciting. I think we'll hear some interesting nuggets probably over the course of the summer of guys that are standing out. And I think they'll continue to address the roster. Currently, they've got 11 spots filled, and with kind of the House settlement, we're still kind of waiting for the finalized roster numbers, and that's where we're kind of waiting on Utah. I think Utah is waiting on that to be approved, but they'll still continue to evaluate and scour what's available on the market, both internationally and domestically here in the States. With players that can still fill one of those 4 remaining spots, and I think they'll be pretty active in trying to fill that out with an impact player. So they're still going to be recruiting and adding to this roster and finishing out the roster. But I think the big thing that Alex is looking forward to is actually getting on the court with these players and getting their first handful of practices, in the books and all of that, and getting a feel for what this team is going to be.
Bardo, we appreciate you and all of your fine work, and we'll follow it, as always, at KSLSports.com. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you later.
There you go. Steve Bartle covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. And yes, I survived my coughing fit in the middle of it.
Would you
swallow my coffee down the wrong pipe there. Yeah.
Look, if Utah has one of the best offensive lines in the country, which you should if you have 2 tackles that are projected to be, first, second round picks, whatever. NFL, you have 2 NFL tackles. I don't care if they're first rounders or not. And you have that much experience between them on the offensive line. And you have a huge recruited quarterback who knows the system because you also brought his offensive coordinator. You have a huge running back coming in who had a great freshman season at Washington State. And you have what Utah always does defensively. They should absolutely be competing for the Big 12.
I don't know.
Well,
maybe.
You got a good offensive line, and you've always got a good defense.
Well,
you've got a good quarterback, and you've got a good running back.
Well, certainly the defense wasn't perfect last year.
It wasn't, no.
And honestly,
they were also asked to do absolutely everything.
Yeah, but they weren't perfect. And do those offensive linemen fit with what they want to do? I don't know if that's true because they're going to an option offense. The offensive line for an option offense is not the same offensive line as for other offenses.
Look at Air Force. Yeah, right.
Right. I remember when Dr. Bob took the job at BYU after coaching for Rich Rod in Arizona. You know what he did? He pretty much cut every offensive lineman who was over 300 pounds. And he drafted all these skinny guys because the whole point was we're going to be an option blocking offense that runs plays 100 plays a game or whatever it was. So we can't have big traditional offensive linemen. So, yeah, I mean, in theory, on paper, they have good offensive tackles, okay, and a good offensive line. But does that fit with the scheme that they're going to run? And does the scheme that they're going to run work? They're totally changing their whole offense.
They are.
And they're bringing in a dynamic quarterback, but not dynamic in the way that we're picturing as dynamic.
Not what Utah has done over the last couple of years. But even Pro Football Focus just released their rankings for highest graded returning Big 12 quarterbacks, and Devin Dampier's the highest on the list. Higher than Sam Levitt, He's higher than Avery Johnson. He's higher than these guys. Now, again, he was playing at New Mexico State.
New Mexico.
Mm-hmm. And is transferring up to Utah. Like, it's a totally different animal. Obviously, totally different animal. But, yeah,
and
all the pieces are there for Utah. If they don't perform well this year, there's another issue. Something different has happened. Because the talent is all there.
Maybe. I
don't
know. I don't know if I'm convinced.
Well, I think they've brought in the right the right players. They've spent money to bring in these players. They must have spent a fortune to get Dampier and Wayshawn Parker here and to retain their tackles.
Yeah, maybe. I don't they picked Utah to win the dang league last year and they won. Rising got hurt. And they won 4 games, but I'm convinced it was about more than Cam Rising getting hurt. And I get it that Isaac Wilson wasn't a Heisman contender, but there were other things that were wrong with that team.
They had flaws. They didn't have a deep running back room at all.
No, they couldn't run it at all. The receivers the next time they perform will be the first.
Yeah.
But
Brant Keithy got hurt.
But they had those tackles last year.
Did.
And I don't know, to automatically assume they're going to be in contention because they got a couple of transfers and changing their offense, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Nor do I think it's the case that they automatically have the talent. Maybe.
The transfer portal and the players, where the players are coming from and the success they had.
New Mexico and Washington State.
Still great players at those levels. I don't really care what school you were at.
I know, but
you played very high level at those.
But terrible Tommy Grady played at Oklahoma. I mean,
sure. No, but this is the opposite, right? These are guys who actually performed well on the field. Tom Grady never performed anywhere.
Sure.
Right? These guys actually played well on the field in big games, in big situations.
How's Great Osobor playing in the Big Ten?
Sure. I mean, he's fine, but he's not turning into a superstar. Yeah, he's not going to the NBA draft this year. So your point is well taken.
All the Husky fans are doing is complaining that he's making $2 million or whatever it is.
But if you have these guys that are coming over that are these big recruits and they don't perform well, then you've got the wrong guys. I'm not convinced that Utah's automatically a contender on paper. I mean, I've just seen that so many times. But what I'm saying is the formula is there on paper, right? You have the quarterback, you have the offensive line, you have the history with the defense, you have the running back coming in. Like, if it's not winning now, something else is the problem. And I'm not alluding to Witt being the problem. I'm told you, like, I'm a Witt fan. Like, I think Witt should be at the job as long as he wants. Like, Witt's good enough to win all the time. And I'm not pointing to any one player individually. I'm just saying, if you've done the right things and you've gotten the right pieces, it's all there for Utah. The formula should work because it's all there for Utah. Great defense, really good ability to run the ball because the offensive line is also good. That's historically what has worked for Utah. And so just going back to Steve's question of who should be the favorite right now in the Big 12, he named 7 other teams before he got to Utah, and I think the pathway for Utah should be there if all these pieces are what Utah thinks they are.
Yeah, maybe, but Arizona State fans are talking themselves into still being a contender, and they were a one-man team last year, and they lost that one man. So they'll point to 16 different transfers that they think are the best thing since sliced bread, but I don't think they're going to be very good. But then again, getting back to the premise of asking Steve the question, is who knows who's going to be good? Because all these rosters turn over so much.
Right. And he's right. Avery Johnson's probably the most talented quarterback in the conference, and that didn't mean anything last year. He still lost to Kansas.
Right. So we'll see what Dampier can do. He can steamroll the Mountain West. But we'll see. Yeah. It's a different level.
It is.
It's a different style. He's a different quarterback who runs a different offense than Utah's
different people around him.
Yep. And I watched Jan Jorgensen go from the leader in career sacks in the Mountain West after just his sophomore year to like getting 1 sack for the rest of his career. Because the defense that they morphed into all of a sudden made Jan a run stopper.
And Utah's head coach traditionally doesn't love some of the things that Devin Dampier does, like throw interceptions.
Well, that's the thing. Can he throw it all?
Yeah.
I mean, anybody expecting him to come in and throw for 3,000 yards next year, I think is misguided.
No
I
one
don't
should
think
be
that's going to happen.
No, of course not.
It's not going to be Alex Smith. It's not going to be Brian Johnson.
It's not going to be Cam Rising.
It's going to be more Nate Johnson.
By the way, he's back.
I'm assuming Dampier is capable of the forward pass.
He's thrown 12 touchdowns.
So, yeah. All right, we'll get to more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. You find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Just humbled by it all, quite honestly. I think I have a real shot at the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, yeah, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. So whenever it happens, or if it happens, like, you guys know me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/audio for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 50% off.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
I walk the streets of Japan till I get lost, 'cause it doesn't remind me of anything. With a graveyard tan and carrying a cross, it doesn't remind me of anything. I like studying the faces in a parking.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Don't miss another Mickey Monday on the Zone. Tune in all day on Monday to win Mickey Couture blankets. The original classy blanket Mickey Couture makes the perfect Father's Day gift. And Zone listeners get 50% off with code ZONE50. Don't miss Mickey Monday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Ben, we can kind of use this as a way to talk about the finals. But I have not heard this, but I find this stuff really funny. So I hope this comes off as funny as I think it is. But it never ceases to amaze me how, like, when it comes to media, broadcast, or whatever, like, news people and sports people, there's not a lot of intertwined.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
most news people aren't sports people. Like David James would probably tell you this. There's a couple of news people in his newsroom or whatever, but most of them are nerds, right? And not, no offense to the nerds.
Yeah, for sure.
But not sports people. So these kind of decisions baffle me. But listen to this. There's about 1:13 to go in the game last night. So this is the peak of the comeback. And this is an Indianapolis TV station.
Okay.
So listen to what happened here.
Thunder clinging to this three-point lead. SGA the drive inside, shot blocked. Siakam throws it back.
Next on 21 Alive News, the man who was brutally beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward. Hear what he wants to have happen now. Also tonight, a big night for Pacer fans as Indiana is in the NBA Finals. We'll show you a local business who has seen a boost from the Yes Sirs.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amara Boss. Fort Wayne's most watched news starts.
SGA guarded by Nimhard.
Okay, I was wrong. It's Fort Wayne, not Indianapolis. But still, that's brutal.
And it's one thing if it's like breaking news, the tornadoes here, which is more Oklahoma City than it would be Indiana. No, that's just like
a news teaser.
That's a news teaser going into break.
Okay.
So clearly somebody just accidentally hit the button.
Yes, I'm coming away with this with a way different. Like there's an example, and Christian and I couldn't find it, but there's an example of like a PGA Tour winning putt, like about to be taken, and then all of a sudden, breaking news. And the breaking news was that this weather, alert was no more. So they actually broke in to say like, oh, all the danger is past, and they missed the whole tournament winning putt because some news bozo didn't appreciate the moment of the golf tournament. This case, I think you're right. I think this is some intern that leaned on the button.
Right. Or like had scheduled it because they assumed the game would be over at this point, and they're like, it'll just play at this next spot, and it auto-triggered.
And it just
at the
jumped
top of the hours. And like, how long is that interruption? Can you just like look at it really quick?
Here,
It's gotta be...
I can tell you. It goes from, let's see, I can tell you what it is in the game. There's 1:04 left in the game when it clicks out, and when it comes back, there's, let's see, oh, it's still going,
It's just about 30 seconds.
Just
it's like
about
28
30
seconds.
So it's at least a full possession, and it probably goes almost into the Pascal Siakam.
It missed. So the Pacers were down 107 to 110, and then they come back in, and the Pacers are at 109. So it missed a shot.
It missed a bucket for the Pacers.
It came in right as the Pacers were getting into transition. So I think it was a Pascal Siakam layup or something.
Yeah, it was. It was the layup off of the missed three.
But just imagine for yourself, and I don't know if you can cue it up right to where it hits the like break-in or whatever, Christian, but can you imagine you're on the edge of your seat?
Right.
You're like, oh, this comeback is happening. How's it going? What's going to happen?
Next on 21 Alive News, the man who was brutally...
And then you're thinking to yourself, okay, this better be like the world is ending.
Yeah.
Like this better be a break-in telling me that the nuclear bomb is on its way. And lo and behold, what is it? Well, coming up at 10, following the game, we'll do a follow-up on the stabbing, which was the story that...
Funny enough, we did talk about that stabbing.
We did talk
week.
about that stabbing.
This is the same one?
It's gotta be.
The story they teased. Yeah.
I don't think it is.
No, go back to the story they teased. Hit it, Christian, if you can.
Beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward. Hear what he wants to have happen.
The stabber has come forward.
No, those were two Knicks fans that got
stabbed by the
Pacers fan.
Yeah, that guy came forward.
I don't think it's the same guy. I'm reading the story right now. It doesn't say he got stabbed. It says
no, he didn't get stabbed. He did the stabbing. He turned himself in.
Don't go to that pub, regardless.
Yeah,
sounds like a very dangerous place.
The Knicks fans got stabbed.
Right.
Because remember, are the Pacers fans the new Raiders
no,
fans?
No, I'm looking at the victim of the Pike's Pub battery at Fort Wayne's South Side Friday night, and I don't think it was the Knicks stabbing. I'm trying to pull it up.
The tape in the news report shows a dude in a Knicks jersey. Or
really?
in a Pacers jersey.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, I don't know.
Maybe it was. But I thought it was two Knicks fans who got stabbed by one guy.
I think so.
And I'm not seeing that here. I'm only seeing one.
One victim?
One victim here.
Well, one victim went to the hospital and one victim got stabbed in the leg.
Maybe it's the same one. But anyways, yikes.
Nice break-in.
Bad timing.
Nice break-in. That's almost as bad as leaving Fox Sports Radio up on for music and the spoken word.
Yeah.
Not quite as bad as that.
Yeah, if that happened all weekend,
pretty,
can you imagine?
Pretty bad.
You'd have to be a lunatic to do that.
A broadcast that's gone on for 100 years.
Yeah, what an idiot.
Gets bumped by Arnie Spanier or something like that.
It's not even like their shows on Sunday are good either.
Hey, don't bag on our product, Christian. Don't do that.
No, not the spoken word. I'm sure is great. I've never heard it.
No, you're bagging on Fox Sports Radio. I'm saying don't bag on us. Fox Sports Radio is brilliant.
I think these are different people, by the way. I think this is a different stabbing. But it would have been funny if that came full circle and interrupted the end of the
game
Pacers
for the
comeback
stabbing
last night.
Yes, because somebody's so angry about missing that part of the game that they are feeling a little stabby.
In fact, I think they're in totally different towns. One of them's in Fort Wayne. One of them's in, I can't even figure out where this area is now. Either way, I mean, the most famous one is the OJ interrupting the Knicks finals, right? I mean, that was, Christian was far too young to remember that. Christian might not have been alive.
But that
when
was
happened.
at least one of the biggest stories in a decade, right?
Yes, it was a huge story. Everyone was waiting for this moment, right? Like
he's fleeing the
crime
police.
had happened. We all knew it was happening. This is Game 5, though, of the finals. Like it was at least later in the series when the OJ runaway happened.
Can you imagine the story? What would be the equivalent of that? Like Charles Barkley?
Yeah, Charles, Ben Roethlisberger, something like that.
No, not even Ben. I'm thinking like a legend who also transitioned into media. Like
yeah,
OJ
right.
was as much in the culture as a media member and an actor
Yeah, you're
and
right.
commercials. You remember the Hertz commercial, which is so legendary?
Right. I mean, the reason he
And-
had such crossover appeal is because he was no longer just former football player.
No, and not only committing that crime, but remember how bizarre the car chase was, where it was 25 miles an hour the whole time?
on the
and-
freeway
And it
and
lasted forever?
50 cops.
And people were cheering him on for crying out loud. That's like one of the craziest stories in American media history. That I can understand.
Yeah.
Not breaking in to be like, well, coming up at 10.
You're right. Yeah, it's not just former athlete. It's not Ben Roethlisberger.
It's got to be like, and again, we're not comparing Charles Barkley to O.J. Simpson
Yeah,
from
but
a
it is
personality
Barkley.
standpoint, but
Yeah.
Barkley is like a
Yeah.
cultural phenomenon outside of being a
Right.
legendary NBA player.
Right.
It'd be like somebody like, who was the congressman, like Bill Bradley? It'd be somebody like that, doing it.
Shannon Sharp. You know what I mean? Guys who have kind of made the jump.
Has he gone away yet after that whole scandal, or is he still
he'll come
doing
back.
stuff?
He'll come back. We know Shannon. He'll come back. So,
He probably should go away.
anyways, tough night for the news guy.
Tough night for the intern or whoever is manning the board there at Fort Wayne's news division. I love it how in the tease is coming up after the game. How'd the Pacers do? How'd it go in the big game?
At least it wasn't like they recorded a tough loss for the Pacers
Oh,
because
yeah.
they were down 9.
Yeah, right.
10 seconds before that clip aired. Also could have aired at a much worse time. That thing comes out
At
15
the end?
seconds later.
Oh, yeah, it'd be way
20
worse.
seconds later because Rick Carlisle doesn't call a timeout. There's no late timeouts in that game. I guess there's the one on the...
Oh, that goes from hilarious mistake to fireable offense.
Yeah, disaster.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Like
All-time
somewhere
great disaster.
that producer is getting a break today where everybody's like, hey, don't let it happen again, but pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
If that happened, you're right. 15 seconds later, that person is out on his backside. Or her, for that matter. Rough.
Producing's a tough job.
It was a great game, though.
Very good.
Don't break away from the end of a great game, especially a game that wasn't that great until that point.
Don't break away from any Pacers game.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the week. The show coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Are you in the telecom industry and want to earn more? We are looking to hire telecom technicians and fiber splicers with experience. Those who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirement. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Invest in yourself. Join today. For more information, call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer? Stop into Dairy King in Heber for one of their famous shakes and check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him and Jason on soul. Loves his tie-dye, Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, wrapping up another week here on the show as summer is upon us. Ben, how do you think I'm going to miss you next week? So
I appreciate
you're
that.
nice. You and Christian are nice enough to help me take a little vacay. Can be out next week. That means I'm going to miss like most, if not all, of the finals.
Yeah.
Talking with you about this. So I just want you to know, if the Pacers win, You owe me a lot of credit when I get home.
I will gladly give it to you, and I will be celebrating a Pacers victory.
Because I feel like I got none today, even though I predicted that was going to happen.
No, you did. I was wrong. I thought it was going to be a 20-point blowout, which it was nearly. And to the credit of the Pacers, they just never fully collapsed.
Our guy Eddie White predicted it, by the way. He said, let Shea get his and force J-Dub and Chet to beat you.
Yeah.
And he was right. You guys didn't believe him.
You just can't let the Pacers hang around because that offense is so dangerous late in games that they're going to out-execute you and beat you. And they did.
Man, to find Shea gets his, right? Because that's an interesting point. And Shea did have 38 points. But 30 shots?
No.
To get to 38? You know what? Even for him, he had only, 8 free throws.
Yeah, that's the big problem.
Which is a reasonable number.
The reason Shea won the MVP this year, and I'll pull up his stats really quickly, is because he shot 52% from the floor. He shot 37% from three, and he had a 57% effective field goal percentage, which good is like, average is about 50. So he's almost 10 percentage points better than league average, and he's an 89% free throw shooter. So when he goes to the free throw line, he doesn't miss. He just doesn't.
How many times did he go?
9 times a game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's really tough.
And
so
in
he
the
still had an
playoffs,
okay game.
That should go up in the playoffs. So
Right.
the fact that you limit him to 8 foul shots is remarkable. So that's an interesting concept. Let Shea get his. If that means that Shea takes an inefficient 30 shots in 40 minutes, that's a fine strategy as far as I'm concerned.
It is. No question about it. If you can allow him to do that, I think you're in really good shape.
And then other guys don't get into a rhythm.
And the other thing about this that is the danger, and you can say the same thing about the Thunder. So I'm not trying to pretend it's this series is decided by any means. But the big fear for me is that if I'm a Thunder fan, and it was 25 team turnovers, 24 individual. Hey, they only scored 11 points off these turnovers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy.
That's terrible.
I mean, your expected points off of turnovers is like, especially live balls, got to be like 1.5 points per possession. It's got to be super high. So by that measure, they should have had 30 points off of turnovers. They had 11. So good for the Pacers.
Oh, they should have had more than 30 on 25 turnovers?
Right. Yeah, you definitely should have. So good for the Pacers for getting back and stopping that. But that's kind of the design of the game. And by the way, that wasn't a good Pascal game. That wasn't a good Tyrese Halliburton game. Like, you didn't even have the crazy one-off night where the player gets hot and beats you. If you wanted to say Obi Toppin had his best game of the series, fine. He was 6 of 9 from 3. I'd believe that as well. But
Neesmith sucked. Siakam sucked. Miles Turner wasn't even
wasn't very good. He's 4 of 11.
Right.
No, this would legitimately be concerning if I were the Thunder. And more so that Daigneault went in making major adjustments, which you shouldn't have to until you've lost the game. He preemptively made these. Now you feel like you have to make quick adjustments to go back to something. And maybe that's the advantage, is they can go back to what they're used to and they'll start the 2 big lineup again if they do. But you're already making your team feel like they're guessing, right? You're already being like, we're the desperate team. We're trying to figure out how to win. It's like you start to lose that confidence that this roster's been playing with all year. And by the way, the Pacers now have to be feeling like $1 million.
If you're the overwhelming favorite, why are you doing any of that?
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense. And you know what? I've been quick to praise Daigneault, and I think he's been really good. But yeah, I think you make a really good point. That's a mistake. And maybe he sat around overthinking it. I would absolutely buy into that. You have enough time on your hands to sit in your office and you think, aha, I've got it.
Let me watch it one more time.
Yeah, right.
Let me watch it one more time.
And then all of a sudden you make major changes going into the biggest games, and you drop game 1, and now you're on the back foot. So
my theory on the NBA draft. It's like, you watch all these players in high school their whole life, and then you watch them in college and they're really good, and then the college season ends, and you go back and you nitpick every mistake over and over and over, and all of a sudden your board changes. It's like, you've done 5 years of research.
Yeah.
You have a whole season of data, Mark Daigneault, saying that you've got the best team in the NBA and the lineups that you play work, and you change them at the most important moment.
it doesn't seem...
No, and that's where you get rattled. And Carlisle has been here. Carlisle lost in a finals too. We talk about him winning, which is great. He also blew a series to the Miami Heat.
That was the worst NBA finals I've ever watched.
And he knows what that feels like.
You remember how horrible that was? Dwayne Wade got fouled on every possession.
He's coached against the foul merchant.
Yeah.
He's coached against this type of stuff before. So he does know what to look for. He does know how games are going to get called. That's the advantage of having been there, which sometimes I think is a little bit overrated. But in this situation, it might be really valuable for the Pacers.
You know, the problem is it's when those adjustments really work that they really work. Like maybe what's the most famous one? I would say Muhammad Ali, where he got the idea before the
George Foreman fight.
It's like just hug him and tire him out.
Yeah, rope-a-dope
the whole time. Let him punch. Now, if Muhammad Ali had been left unconscious after a round and a half,
why did you fight back?
Yeah, somebody would probably be like, hey, I don't think that worked.
No, I mean the triangle right? That Majerus ran. That's so famous. They hadn't run it all year long.
Ever. He was a famous I run nothing but man guy. And Never ran zone in his entire career.
They run it and it works, and all of a sudden he's a genius. But if they run it and it's like, okay, you slow down. Who was it? Jason Terry?
No, it was Miles Simon and Mike Bibby.
Okay, and Bibby. You're trying to slow down Bibby.
But Dickerson is the one they bet on not beating him.
But yeah, if he drains 4 threes and the game's over, you thought, why did you change your defense? You guys just made the Final Four with the defense you had been running. So yeah.
So it's funny. Sometimes those decisions really work out, but it seems like when they fail, we all, both of us included, are like, what are you doing, dude?
Moron.
But the thing is that you could argue Muhammad Ali was the underdog and that
Foreman.
Certainly against Foreman, and that Majerus was certainly the underdog against Arizona.
Right.
Whereas Oklahoma City is the heavy favorite.
Right. Why are you making adjustments now?
They should be throwing everything out the window that they do to match up to you.
Correct.
Not vice versa. So, yeah, I think it's astute on your part. I think you could make an argument that he overthought it.
So we'll see. I'm
Overcooked
excited.
the potatoes, if you will.
We'll miss talking about it with you because I like our basketball discussions. But hopefully there's a chance there's still a series going. I mean, the games are so spaced out. They'll probably still be playing by the time you return.
Well, let's compare our last 2 vacations. I am leaving you with the NBA Finals all next week.
And we're 2.5 weeks from the NBA draft.
You left me with a sexual assault scandal. So...
It does seem to work this way historically.
I'm not going to feel bad about my vacation.
I'm happy for you.
No, you're going to have some material. And I know the crew is going to help you out. So listen up. I know you're going to hear a little David James, probably hear a little Patrick Kinahan.
Yeah. Well, even Wednesday when you missed, it was Austin Ainge, Tuesday, whatever.
Oh, yeah. It was Austin Ainge. Yeah.
There's been
Jeez.
news.
All right. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Thanks,
Jake
Christian.
and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about advanced windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it. Hans and Scotty on a Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are down south, and I am fired up. Not only are we at the Utah Summer Games down here in Cedar City, things are about to kick off. We got the athletes starting to get registered, and the events are all going to kick off later today. We've got registration going on, as we mentioned, and then the opening ceremonies, which are going to be an absolute blast. The largest fireworks show in Utah Summer Games history, live music, all kinds of events here on the campus of Southern Utah University. And we know that it's going to be a great event because our good friend John Oglesby is in charge. And so whenever John gets involved, good things usually happen. So we'll talk to him a little bit later on throughout the program. We are fired up, though, Hans. Made the drive down this morning. Let's get it, man.
This is one of those things that's worth the drive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You come down and take in the spectacle, something that's continuing to become bigger and bigger, and it is beautiful. They've got the campus set up so amazing, and so many events are going to be taking place, and I'm wondering if it's too late for you and I to enter into the pickleball. John's shaking his head no. He's saying it's not too late. And I don't know how well we would compete, you and I, in a what do they call it, tandems?
Yeah, sure.
They call it mixed doubles.
Well, I mean, that means one of us would have to take on the female role.
Well,
knowing how 1 minute of cinema goes, it'll probably be me.
Well, hopefully that way we might be able to sneak out a win somehow. Like we could find a way to it.
Remember the great Jay Hill story when he was at Weber and he had all of his assistant coaches playing? And they went up and some lady said, can I sneak in and play a few games? And she dominated everybody.
Worked them over. And this is when Jay was feeling really confident about his pickleball game.
Yeah.
And she just worked him over.
And that's the one thing. Pickleball kind of neutralizes any gender advantage.
It does, for some reason, because the ball just kind of slows down. It's not about speed. It's about placement, intelligence. And they seem to dominate the sport.
Well,
I know I've been beat a couple times in pickleball by ladies.
When it comes to intelligence, we're always going to come on the short end of the stick on that one.
Yeah.
But does Mama, does she play pickleball?
No, well, yeah, she does. We try not to play against each other. It's just overly competitive. You remember the whole tennis event of 2019?
I do remember that, yeah.
That thing is still just bubbling under the skin, and anytime we get into anything competitive, it bubbles over. So we try to stay away from it, but yeah, she's good. Her sister, Missy, is a pickleball juggernaut.
Is that the one you lost to?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But we don't talk about that either.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'm excited, man. I love these games that they've got going on down here, and hopefully people come down and take in the sights and sounds because we got opening ceremonies that are going to blow your mind.
Yes, and great fireworks, great opportunities to come down and support these athletes and get involved yourself too. I mean, that's a great thing about this. It's a celebration of sport here in the state of Utah. They do such a great job, and it's been part of the DNA of Southern Utah for so many summers, and it only continues to get bigger and better. And the addition of the Las Vegas Raiders and their 7-on-7 and some of the things that they're putting together, the Flag Football League as well, they'll be represented themselves in a big way here, and it's always cool when you have an NFL team.
Okay,
even if it might be your Raiders.
I'm gonna name the sports. And you tell me which one you could most likely compete in.
Oh, okay. I like this.
Here's our sports.
All right.
In alphabetical order. Archery.
No.
Arm wrestling.
That's you. Me, no.
I feel like I'm good, but I don't know how well I can.
You know what? Honestly, I would like to take the champion of the arm wrestling, like essentially treat you like Gonzaga in the West Coast Conference tournament. Like you just get an automatic championship
right
spot.
To the right?
Right to the front of the
show.
line. And then you take on the champion. He's got his award, he's got his medal and everything. Like you don't get to win the Utah Summer Games. I just want an exhibition arm wrestling between you and the champion.
I would do it in the 135 or lower.
Stop it.
135 or lower division. Baseball, basketball, and bowling. Bowling?
If it's a free throw shooting contest, I'll go. Bowling, not so much.
Okay, this is the one.
I could see. You bowl, don't you?
I do, but I'm terrible. Remember, I got a D.
Oh, that's right.
I took bowling at BYU, and I got a D. That's because at the beginning of the year, I bowled a 98, and then on my final, I bowled an 86.
See, that's on you because you got to sandbag it first. You can't do your best right out of the gate.
Yeah, but
gutter ball.
For a lot of people, 98 would be
would be sandbagging it. Yeah.
That went poorly. Okay, this one, cornhole.
Yeah, I'll go. I'm no Lloyd Cole when it comes to cornhole, but we'd hang in there a little bit.
Lloyd and his cornhole buddies.
Lloyd, yeah.
Disc golf.
No. I tried that once. I was miserable.
Equestrian. Are you good on a horse?
It's been a minute, but yeah, I grew up riding a little bit. I don't know if I could do the obstacle course.
Horseshoes.
Huh. Horseshoes.
Yeah.
I'd give that a shot.
Karate.
No.
No.
No Danielson here.
You got racquetball, shooting, soccer.
Racquetball, by the way, the courts are just right next to us. We may hear a little racquetball in the background before it's all said and done.
This is great. Volleyball, that's the one I'd like to see. And then water polo and wrestling. A lot of great games here at the Utah Summer Games. So excited to be a part of it.
Wrestling like Roman Greco or, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, this is a real deal, man. I hope that people take this series, come down, and just enjoy a weekend of activities. What time are our opening ceremonies?
8 o'clock tonight.
8 p.m.
8 p.m.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Fireworks, music, the whole shebang. They don't mess around down here at the Utah Summer Games. It's been a tradition. And what's great is the ages that can compete because You got, we're seeing people walk in and get registered, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. Like, there are finely tuned athletes, and then there's other people that may not be quite finely tuned athletes. It doesn't matter. You just come down here and compete, and let's have some fun. It doesn't matter if you're really good or not. You're getting some good high-level competition, whether you're, 15 years old or 85 years old. Doesn't matter. We'll find a spot for you. All right, Hans, NBA Finals. Finally, we had Game 1 under our belt, and I will say, if our NHL Finals and our NBA Finals, if they all live up to what we saw in Game 1 of their respective series,
we're in for it.
I'm going to be a pretty happy dude.
We are in for it, buddy.
Let's get to it. NBA Finals, part of your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Dove catches his breath on the handle, angle right, dancing on the dribble. Pass feeds to Shea, open, left wing three's on the way. Online to Chinga Thunder Moneyball. SGA splashes the tray. He has 19 first half points. Gildas Alexander dribbling head up off the outlet. Scrams to left wing, now the baseline on the one on Siakam. Steps away, fires a fadeaway, 12-foot jumper, rips the cords. OKC by 10, timeout Indiana.
Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 3/10 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Well, apparently at least one more, because that was absolutely incredible. Halliburton does it again. Your starting lineup brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go for plumbing, landscaping, agricultural irrigation, HVAC parts, and the whole shebang. Find a location near you at mountainland.com.
Can you believe that, man? That's the 4th in the postseason. This team, this group of guys are just unbelievable, and Halliburton's unbelievable. And the numbers prove it out. Okay, you ready for a few numbers?
Let's go.
All right. Coming into this game, teams trailing by 9 with 3 minutes or under left were 0 and 182.
Yes.
This was one of the biggest numbers I've seen. This is the first going to 1 and 182 in finals games when trailing by 9 or more with 3 minutes or less left. It's the first time it's been done, and it took Halliburton to do it. I think that's miraculous. Another number that blew me away, Scotty, Indiana's first lead came with 0.3 seconds left.
That Halliburton shot was their first lead of the game.
That is the latest game first lead in finals history. They never had a lead until that clock said 0.3. And that is a remarkable thing, that they would be able to fight back from a 15-point fourth quarter deficit. I'm actually still I've got the adrenaline a bit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, you watch a closeout and a finish like that when a team's buried. And by the way, it's in the fourth quarter. And OKC is just wiping the floor with them.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is
what we expected.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, this series sucks. Basketball sucks. The NBA can go to hell. I'm done with it. Tired of it. I just spent an hour and 40 minutes trying to put together something. And then all of a sudden, you just see it start to click. Indiana starts rolling defensively. OKC thinks the game is over. Halliburton doesn't think anything's over, ever. And they're able to close that thing out. And, you end on a high note, and all of a sudden this NBA Finals is a real mix, Scotty.
What's it like as an athlete when all of a sudden that momentum switches to you, and for a game where you felt like nothing was going your way, and then all of a sudden it starts going your way? I mean, I got to imagine, what's the emotions like that on a field or court?
I'll tell you exactly what it's like, man, because it's such a high. So what happens in that moment? Let's just I'll take that 98 championship team. We had a really good team. Actually, I'll just go back to any type of BYU football. A couple different stories. Whether it was Ronnie Jenkins that just all of a sudden got going as a running back and started clicking as a running back, and you as a defense, you're standing on the sideline like, holy crap, we're going into third, and he's got 125 yards rushing, and he's just shifted into gear. The offensive line's creating gaps. All of a sudden you start looking around like, well, I don't want him to be the storyline. I want to be the storyline. And so you're like, well, I'm going to turn this thing up a notch because I want to make sure that I'm a piece of whatever this is. And so you crank it up a notch. Or, for instance, Rob Morris, whatever. Rob is a great linebacker. And he would come through a gap and he would get a big hit on a quarterback, and you're like, oh, I want that.
Yeah,
I want a piece of that.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that elevated play rises you. And you want to be a part of that moment. And that's exactly what Halliburton did, and that's exactly what his teammates did around him. They're watching him start to strike up the band, and they're watching OKC sit on the bench like, man, we got game one wrapped up. And they're thinking, no, but I want to be a part of history. And all of a sudden, everybody's closing out on SGA just a little bit tighter, trailing them a little bit harder. And they're noticing the SGA he's not in overdrive.
Nope.
He's shifted back into first gear, and it's getting a little bit easier. And all of a sudden, that number's starting to tighten. It's really an incredible thing to watch. If you do have a sports mind, anybody that's watching a game like that, or as you mentioned, the NHL game, or a game that's tied in the third, in game one of the Stanley Cup Finals, and you go to overtime, everything is elevated, and you're just looking for the hero. And I can't tell you, Scotty, how desperately, even in just a regular season, no meaning game in college football, how desperately I wanted to be a hero. You want to be the hero because it helps you retain your starting spot. It gives you looks to scouts. It secures your sports future. And that's your moment. And you saw a lot of Pacers grab that moment last night.
So I look at, I'm going to go back to 98 when the Jazz are in the NBA Finals. And Jordan's coming down the court, and he's taking that last shot. And I think everybody there in Delta Center at the time and everybody at home watching that game, whether you were a Jazz fan or you're a Bulls fan, you knew that Jordan was going to take the shot. There had been so much made about how this was going to be the last run for the Bulls, and so you knew this was it. And so you knew Jordan was going to take the shot, and you knew he was going to make it. You just knew. Like any Jazz fan out there, you could hope and you could pray and you could do whatever kind of voodoo you could at that moment to try to persuade the basketball gods in not allowing that to happen. But we all knew it was going to happen. There are just these moments in sports that you know are going to happen. Like Kobe's last game against the Jazz, you knew he was going to get 60. Like when it started steamrolling like that, you knew the Jazz weren't going to stop him. And I had the same feeling last night when Halliburton's bringing the ball down the court. And it's just like, he's going to make this. And the Pacers are going to win because we saw it against Cleveland. We saw it against the Knicks. We've just seen so much of it that when he has the ball in his hands in a game-winning situation in the 2025 NBA playoffs, you know he's going to shoot and he's going to make it. Like that dude is at a point in his career where that ball in those moments are just going to drop for him. I don't know if this is who he's going to be for the remainder of his career. Probably not. But as of right now, there is not a more clutch player in the NBA than Halliburton. Now, I'm not saying he is the most clutch player in NBA history. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying as of right now, this dude is playing with so much confidence in those exact moments, you know he's going to knock him down.
It's pretty incredible to watch. And it was incredible to watch the Pacers just come together as a team because Halliburton did some incredible things. There's no question. But what I thought was more incredible was all 5 starters are in double-digit scoring. 4 of the 5 starters hit a double-double. You've got everybody who is just cranking up the intensity when intensity really mattered. And then you've got a closer in Halliburton, like you were just mentioning. But it took everybody really starting to crack down. And Siakam he just plays angry.
He does.
He's angry, and it feels like he's kind of just fed up with Oklahoma City and all the hype and pub, and he's fed up with whether it's Chet Holmgren or it's Shai Gilgeous. He's fed up with all of it, and he's going to continue to rotate and close and hit and scrap. And mark my words, and I said this, I think it was game 3 or game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and we were talking with Kurt Heelan, and I said, hey, Kurt, if Indiana does close this out against New York and they make it to the NBA Finals, I said, I could see Pascal Siakam being, and the Indiana wins, I could see him being your Finals MVP. Now, he ended up being the Eastern Conference Finals MVP, which shocked a lot of people because of what Halliburton has done to close out and what he does. But I'm going to stick with that. Pascal Siakam is playing at a series MVP level.
Yes.
And so, and by the way, I think he liked the taste of the glory of grabbing that Eastern Conference Finals MVP. But Pascal Siakam last night was impressive. You know, and what's incredible about him is he's the ultimate 3-and-D. Like he's the ultimate guy. He's going to be very consistent when he does go out and shoot outside, but he can lock and link with anybody.
Yeah. He can switch on anybody.
On anybody.
Yeah.
And he's still going to go give you 19 to 25 points. He's still going to go give you 10 to 15 rebounds. He's going to give you 1 or 2 big block shots and big moments. So Siakam is critical to the success that we're seeing from Indiana. It's just Halliburton, because of his closeout, because of his ability to hit when it really matters, he's just going to be the bigger name in the series. By the way, you brought up the Utah Jazz and Michael Jordan moment. ESPN put this out, and I had a hard time believing it. I actually did retweet it, but the last shot in the finals in a closeout like we just saw from Halliburton was the Michael Jordan shot. That's the last time we've seen it in NBA Finals play.
Wow.
That's
really?
That's what ESPN tweeted.
Interesting. There hasn't been one since.
Which is shocking to me because that's a long time ago.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to remind Jazz fans. That was a minute ago. But, yeah. Okay, so now the question is, Indiana steals game 1. They did exactly what they were hoping to do, and that's at least come away with a split in the first 2 games. So does this change your outlook on this series?
No. It changes.
Because I could see OKC still reeling off 4 in a row and winning this in 5.
Yeah, me too. It changes the hope that I have for it. And it changes my interest in it.
Yes.
Yes. Those 2 things. It changes my hope and it changes my interest. I will be tuned in to game 2, which we don't get to see until Sunday night, I think. I think they get a 2-day rest, right?
Yeah.
So I think Sunday night or Sunday evening we see game 2. And I assume Oklahoma City gets the win. I kind of feel like
they will.
Well, I kind of feel like what we just saw from Indiana is a big bucket of cold water in the face of OKC that they'll probably close out this series because they're a better team. They've got more ability across the board. And now they realize, wait a second, Indiana's not going to lay down. In fact, they're not going to lay down at all. OKC is too young and too impressionable, and I think that they've got good enough coaching that they're going to light it up, and they're going to close it out. But I think that this was kind of like, let's sound these sirens. It's not over till it's over. Indiana's not going to just hand it to us, but we got to make sure we close it out from here on out.
I mean, you kept hearing over and over from people, 4-game sweep, 5 games tops, gentleman sweep. And I'm sure that got to Oklahoma City a little bit and to the point where they're like, okay. And you know what? You're through the majority of that game and you're up 9 with 3 minutes left. It's hard not to think that. Like, hey, you know what? We forced how many turnovers in the first half? Like 18, 19 turnovers in the first half? 12 steals? Like, we're getting everything we want. Defensively, we're shutting them down. And yet you just lapse for just a minute, and boom, here comes the Pacers. So they're going to be locked and loaded, and I still think this extends this series by a game. So instead of 5, OKC wins it in 6. But, I remember an NBA Finals where the 76ers were up against the Lakers. Lakers heavy, heavy favorites. 76ers stole game 1, and the Lakers never lost again in the series, 1-4-1. And I could see that being the case in this one too.
You know what was weird for me watching this game last night is watching a number 11 overall pick versus a number 12 overall pick that have built themselves into, one of them an NBA MVP, the other one now a historically great postseason closer. And looking at the two of them and thinking, when did this freaking happen? When did this happen? And how did this happen? These two unassuming guys, an 11th and a 12th pick, when did this happen? That they would meet in the finals.
It's crazy.
Well, it is. It's bonkers.
But here's the thing, Hans. You don't expect that. But if you're the Jazz, doesn't that give you a little bit of hope?
Yeah, because you're thinking, well, maybe somebody like this is on the roster, or maybe Austin Ainge sees somebody that could be and that you could trade for, because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is in his sixth year or seventh year.
I want to say that. Yeah,
it's either sixth or seventh year, and was a part of a trade package and has now developed and blown up into the MVP he is. Now, Shai obviously suffered a loss last night, but watching the 11th pick and the 12th pick battle it out, I just thought, man, this is the first time in a long time in NBA finals that I'm not watching a Steph Curry or a LeBron James, or I'm not watching a Kevin Durant, or I'm not watching a Nikola Jokic. Yeah, Shai Gilgeous did win an NBA MVP, but it still feels out of the blue for me.
It does. And the same thing with Haliburton, too.
Haliburton's way out of the blue.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it does. It gives me big-time hope. Like, could it happen? It's highly unlikely.
Well, and remember, Haliburton started in Sacramento, too. Like, you can acquire, had the Jazz traded for Haliburton or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at the time, you'd been like, okay, that's a good player. You wouldn't be like, oh, this is a franchise-altering trade for the Utah Jazz, or at the time, Oklahoma City or the Pacers. Nobody thought that. They thought, okay, they traded for some good players. And Oklahoma City was able to give up Paul George. But nobody really thought that, oh, wait a minute, they just snagged a future MVP and a guy who might win an NBA title with the team on his shoulders. Nobody thought that about either one of those guys.
No, and that's why it's, you kind of sneak around and look around at the talent that the Jazz have in the locker room, and now I just keep asking myself, don't whiff on this.
Nope.
Like, don't make statements about a player's ability and completely whiff, because I had no idea that SGA was coming. Now, it's been a 2-year process that we're seeing it, and it's like, oh, whoa, everybody eyes open, got to be alert. But now it's not only did he make it, he's there. He's arrived as the best player in the league. And he got caught off guard. But I do think he's going to flex his muscles.
Yeah,
I think OKC at the minimum wins 3 of the next 4, and this thing will be done at the maximum in 6. I still think it could be done in 5.
I'd love to see it go 7, but I think you're right.
Oh, I hope it does.
Yeah.
It'd be great to see Indiana use home court and get themselves a win here in the one in the next 3 games, and be able to keep this thing 2-2. That would be amazing. I don't.
How crazy it would be if
I can't.
Pacers win game 2 and go back home up 2-0.
Oh man.
Woo. All right, we are live here at the Utah Summer Games in Cedar City. We made the trip down south. You should as well, because this is the place. This is the epicenter of sports here in the state of Utah. John Oglesby, Executive Director of the Summer Games, kind enough to join us. How are you, man?
Scotty, Hans, it's an honor to be in person with you today. This is a real honor, so thanks you guys for coming down to beautiful Cedar City.
It is. It's beautiful.
Gorgeous right now.
Excellent weather. It's perfect for some games, and it's kind of fun to see the city full of athletes and competition, and it's a different feel out here in Cedar City right now, isn't it?
It's a community feel that I think is unique to where we live, and there's a lot of energy in town. So when you combine those two things, it is a good time for all, no doubt.
This is your Christmas. I mean, this is what you work
Pretty
for
close,
all
yeah,
year
yeah.
long towards this singular event. To see it come together as the executive director, and I know you got a long stretch of days ahead of you, but to see it come to fruition with some of the partners you've been able to develop and the athletes coming into town, what's this like for you?
I think you just feel tremendous gratitude, Scotty, and I think you feel a real sense of gratitude for stewardship of this. This thing has been going on way before I was part of it, and hopefully it's going to go on way after I'm a part of it, right? But you feel gratitude to all the people that help make it possible, the volunteers, the participants themselves. You feel grateful to see, old friends like you guys who are part of the experience and are actively promoting it. It's a really humbling thing.
Tell me what we're going to see tonight in the opening ceremonies and how people can access it and get availability to it.
Yeah, so if you're looking to still buy tickets, we would love to have you come down. The weather's going to be fantastic tonight down here in Cedar City. The biggest fireworks show ever in Summer Games history, which is saying something. We're proud of our show, and you can go to tbirdtickets.com to get that. We've also got Neon Circus, which is a Brooks and Dunn cover band, but what I love about bands like that, they're playing all the hits.
Yeah.
You know every song, and I enjoy that. So
they're not force-feeding you their new album.
Yeah. The new album that we want to play a couple cuts off of? Yeah, no, none of that. They're playing all the hits. So we're looking to have a great party tonight, and we got a lot of great corporate partners, too, that are going to make it a lot of fun. And, just an amazing night tonight here.
So Hans and I were talking about this. If somebody is like, you know what, I'm a pretty good pickleball player. I'm pretty good at this. Is there still opportunities to come down and compete?
There's still opportunities to sign up in a lot of our different brackets, particularly on individual sports. And so you can go to utahsummergames.org, go to our registration table. You're able to go through all our sports, see what's still open. And that really, again, that's kind of the fun of it. Track next week, we take on-site registration. We have people that come down from the Wasatch Front that are in their 60s, 70s, 80s, and it's a yearly tradition, and they run, and whole families run. It's really cool.
There's a couple of shooting events. There's a pistol and a long range. There's a 1,000-yard competition.
Jeez.
Yeah. 1,000-yard steel challenge. And I was just looking at some of the scores from this over the years. If you fancy yourself a long-range shooter, this is something you could come down in and participate in and have a blast with. These are the kinds of fun and exciting and engaging activities. See, I love stuff like this, John, because this creates community.
No, it does. You're 100% on that, Hans. And, I mean, kind of that wide world of sports concept, right? I mean, we're trying to emulate that in terms of finding a place for everybody to have a place. And that does create community. When everybody's got a seat at the table, generally good things happen.
So when you get a chance to chat with the Raiders about being involved, what's that like? Because they've got a big role in this year's games.
It's been an amazing opportunity to build that relationship. I think you guys are going to visit with a few of their folks here later in the show today, but I think we have a really unique, strong program that's got a great background, a lot to bring to partners. And I think what it really speaks to more than anything, and you guys are football guys, is how important football in the state of Utah is to people like the Raiders, how involved they want to get in interfacing with high school players and middle school and rec players, building fans. I think what it really is an endorsement of football in the state of Utah and why we're a very valuable commodity for a team like the Raiders.
Well, John, great job, man. This is beautiful. It's an excellent setup. We're excited to watch these games get started, excited for the opening ceremonies. And again, one more time, 8 o'clock opening ceremonies here in Cedar City, biggest fireworks show in opening ceremonies history, and an opportunity to come be together as a community on a beautiful June evening with perfect weather and great sports in front of you. Yeah, it's great, Scotty.
tbirdtickets.com. Get those tickets and then go to utahsummergames.com.
.org.
.org.
Yes.
Okay, utahsummergames.org and see the list of events. And if you see something you want to come down and compete in, we'd love to see you down here. Come take advantage of it, or just come and experience some great level athleticism, some great level competition. The Utah Summer Games, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz named Austin Ainge the new president of basketball operations.
Obviously, the job is to win. That's the most important thing, and that's what Austin Ainge is going to be tasked with doing, and he's going to have to figure out how to turn this thing into a winning program again, which it's not right now. The nepotism angle is obviously there. It's how he got his job in Boston. It's how he got this job in Utah. When your dad is the CEO of a team and you come in as the president of basketball operations and you have the same last name, obviously that plays a part. However, he has been doing this for 17 years with the Boston Celtics and has seen a championship team.
But I think people complaining about that are being naive. Nepotism happens all around us.
It does.
And you know what? In basketball in particular, it is rampant.
It is.
There's at least half a dozen Nepo head coaches in the league right now.
Yeah.
And some are good and some are not.
The nice thing is that is ultimately how you get judged. It doesn't matter who your dad was. It's did you win or not.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Friday. We're down here in southern Utah, Cedar City, the home of the Utah Summer Games. They do it right, and so many great events. We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later on, but go to utahsummergames.org, find a list of events, and, hey, there's still opportunities for you to come down here and compete.
Well, these events are so fun, man. I just talked about the shooting. You know, they've got a clay shooting event, so if you fancy yourself a heck of a clay shooter, you could jump in that event. As I mentioned, they got hand and rifle events. They got archery. If you think you're pretty darn good with a bow, you can participate. But it's fun, man. It's fun to see all these athletes in here stretching out, getting ready for their events. And It's exciting. I love being a part of stuff like this.
I do too.
Because this is a historic, high-class Utah event run by high-class people, and I love being a part of it.
Well, and I feel embarrassed to say I've never been down for the Utah Summer Games before. So when we had the opportunity and the invitation, I'm like, let's go.
Jumped on it. Scotty and I both volunteered.
Yeah, like, let's go.
To be here for this.
Lloyd was trying to talk us out of it, and we're like, no, we're going to go. And Lloyd's like, well, forget it. I'm going to take the day off.
Yeah, well, Lloyd was like, well, I would never do that. And I'm like, yeah. Well, we know.
We know. You're taking one of your many, many vacations.
It has been a crazy year of vacations for Lloyd.
Crazy 2 years.
Yeah. I guess we could go crazy 12, but let's just keep it to 2.
I mean, he's taken more vacation days lately than he's got years married.
Yeah, that's actually true.
We talked to Ryan Smith yesterday. Really had a fascinating conversation with him in terms of the Austin Ainge hire, what that means for the Jazz going forward, the draft picks coming up. We even worked in a little Utah Mammoth, and it was really fascinating. We can't thank him enough for his time because, you know what, that's a guy that when he comes on, he's like, ask me anything. Let's go. And honestly, on a personal note, can't thank him enough for doing that.
Yeah, it was awesome. Really awesome that he would give that much of himself. And, you know, he's open.
Yeah.
And whether it's breaking news that Ashley would be representing at the NBA draft lottery like he did a couple of interviews ago, or, you know, it's talking about that Mammoth logo and the back and forth that he got into with NHL brass and what they can and can't do. He's very open. So it took a lot away from his interview.
Well, and one of the things that we just started right out of the gate was asking him about the timeline of the hire and how it came together with Austin Ainge.
With Austin, he's a star. You know, I've always felt that every time that I was out in Boston, even before taking over. He was, you know, always super insightful. He's very analytical, but at the same time knows hoops through and through, and grew up, as he said, bantering, you know, with who I think is one of the best on the planet. And I think the NBA agrees with that a little bit, like DA every day. And, you know, there was just a window. I think last year that window came very, very close to being closed with him obviously out there and a couple teams looking to fill a spot. I'm pretty sure this year it would have been closed. And, you know, and kind of looking at everything, I thought we'd take a shot, and we were fortunate enough to get him.
So the Jazz able to get the services of Austin Ainge, and we followed up, Hans, by asking, because let's be honest here, when you got Danny already part of your organization and you hire his son, a lot of people think, well, that was Danny pulling the strings behind the scenes. And, well, let's just say Ryan Smith was quick to shoot that down.
Not at all. Not at all. For a whole host of reasons. You know, Danny's never once brought it up, just because I don't think he ever wanted to put me in a situation with that. But, you know, I called Austin and basically I'll just be honest, I had no idea things would move this fast. I also didn't have any idea how he felt about, you know, he's only been in Utah for 4 years of his life. You know, it's not like he's from here. You know, he grew up in Arizona and then spent, you know, a lot of time in Boston. And, you know, that's kind of where the kids are and everything else. So I just wanted to let him know how I felt and how I'd been watching him, and I'd seen how he'd gone, and, you know, if there was a chance, like, it would be awesome. And, you know, he kind of called back later that day and said, I'm interested, but if we're going now. And I was like, whoa, all right, let's do it. And so I kept getting a little bit more nervous because I share everything with Danny. We're very close, and, you know, he's not only a mentor, but, you know, I feel like I get to work with a Hall of Famer every single day. And I was like, hey, this is either going to go really well or really bad. And fortunately enough, he's like, you know what? That was brilliant. Austin's a star. And I said, absolutely.
You know, that is a great answer, and that is very open, and I believe him.
I do too.
When he says, I moved forward, I'd watched him, I contacted him, and it sounded like when Austin got the call, Austin was like, okay, pretty quick to do it. But He mentioned he's not from Utah. He'd been in Boston 17 years. You know, when you're building family and you're having kids and you put in roots for 17 years, Boston wasn't going to move on. Boston wanted him.
Yep.
They've had extreme success, and they're about to rebuild. When you go into a rebuild, you want everybody that's successful that you can possibly have around you. I'm still surprised that Boston let him go. Now, I don't know if he told Boston, don't rebuttal, don't fire back. I don't know if the Jazz offered a number that Boston couldn't get involved with. I don't know exactly how that went down, but if I'm Boston, I'm not letting him go.
Yeah, but the Jazz can offer something Boston can't, and that's complete control. As long as Brad Stevens is there, and Brad doesn't seem to be interested in going anywhere anytime soon.
That's a good point.
Austin, as Ryan was very quick in that press conference to point out, this is Austin's show.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. It's not about money here, is it? It's about full control.
Yeah, to be able to put your stamp, your fingerprints all over a team.
They valued his opinion, and he was insightful and extremely helpful. And from what I was told from an individual that's close to Austin Ainge, incredible in scouting, just excellent at seeing talent, evaluating it, seeing it, and then pushing to pursue it. That's kind of the aspect of or characteristic of his workability that people talk about. And Boston needs that right now. But the Jazz need it terribly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And if anything else, I was thinking about this 2 or 3 days ago when we were talking about this initially with Austin. I'm excited for him to come out of that Boston locker room / practice facility / film session and put his eyes on Sensabaugh, Filipowski, put his eyes on Hendricks, and say, okay, I know what Brown and White and Tatum, and I know what these guys are like. I know what they were like when they were young, when we brought them in as rookies, because he's watched this process elevate for 17 years. I'm excited for him to get his eyes on this drafted talent that the Jazz have and say, now. Or say, ooh, yeah, he kind of looks like a young Jalen, or he kind of looks like a young Jason. That's a really sweet luxury to have in your locker room right now.
Yeah, and I don't look at him at the number 5 pick as much as I look at him and his experience at the number 21 pick, if the Jazz decide to pick again at number 21. Because if you look at some of the people that he specifically are tied to, like Peyton Pritchard, okay, he's not going to all-star games, and he's not going to be a Hall of Famer, but he's helping you win games. And in this day and age, when you're building teams, you need a star, and then you need great role players. And that's the new model of teams. And so what can you find at 21 that can continue to be a great role player that can help you win games?
Now, what do you think Danny thought when Ryan Smith called him? What do you think he thought?
I think he thought,
is he thinking, he's hiring my son as my replacement? Or is he thinking, oh, okay, well, he wants me to work in tandem with my son? Or
that?
Because I could see how tenuous, I could see how touchy that was, because Ryan mentioned it a couple times.
He hired him without Danny knowing.
That's what he told us.
And couldn't get a hold of Danny. And by the way, if you think that's lip service, and I totally understand why somebody might, but I talked to somebody else off the record inside the organization who said the same thing.
Well, I think it's the best way to go about it if you're going to do it.
Yeah.
Because if you pull Danny into a room and you're talking to Danny about, well, what do you think? What are the angles? What's the direction? How can we go about it? You feel like you're really manipulating the situation instead of making a hire because he's the best hire.
Yeah. And that's you're spot on. And that's why I think Ryan Smith wanted to do it without Danny, to make sure that he wasn't, for lack of a better term, kind of poisoned one way or another on it. Because I could see Danny being like, no, the optics aren't good, don't do it. Or, yeah, absolutely, he's my kid, I'd love to work with him, bring him in. And I think Ryan wanted to make that decision without Danny influencing it one way or another.
And then just to wrap this up, that's why being the owner is a pretty beautiful thing.
Pretty great gig, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty beautiful thing. Can't get fired. I mean, everybody can get mad. They can be up in arms. But as an owner, if I make a decision and I execute it and I get it done, and in 3 years I see the fruits of that labor because, oh, man, we're back in the postseason, and Austin made these 3 calls that got us there, and this talent is starting to really elevate. Man, that was me.
Yeah, I did that.
I did that.
Yep. Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Travis Yost, he writes for TSN.
What a great gift it is for the Mammoth to get that number 4 overall pick. Do they really need that number 4 overall pick?
You're either drafting best available here and reloading the coverage, which may make sense. The second option is, do I find a team that's in some organizational distress and looking to make changes and maybe looking to move off a player that may not make sense for them anymore, but may make more sense for Utah? When you're trading the number 4 overall pick, you don't have to add a lot of sweeteners. That's how valuable that pick is. If Utah is willing to swallow it and say, hey, look, we'll move off our first rounder this year, that is going to be very interesting to teams. So I think that option, until they actually make the selection, that option is going to be on the table.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, you and I have been talking about advanced windows for quite some time because we're believers in them. We're believers in the product because we want to support local. And advanced windows, hey, look, Nate Orchard, you can't get any more local than that. He's going to make sure you get the best windows for that Utah climate.
He is, and what's great, Nate and Jake, they were in studio with us, Scotty. You remember this last time they were in studio, and I'd mentioned to them that I'm having some issues with some windows that are on one of my rental condos. And I had one of my tenants, he called and said, hey, we're having water come through. It was a hard rain. We're having water come through. So I called Ken, and Ken sent out one of his estimators. They took a look at the window. They said, your frame is fine. We can pull the window, the glass out. We can replace the glass. There's gaskets. The gas is gone. There's nothing that's insulated between the 2 window panes, and we can replace that. And I'm talking pennies on the dollar, way less than I expected to pay, just to replace the glass and leave the frame in place. So you don't know if it's the full window.
And they could have said, hey, you got to replace every window in this house. And you're like, well, I guess we have to do that.
Yeah,
because you don't know the difference.
Yeah, could have totally busted me on it.
Yeah.
So we're going to be replacing glass in the windows in our.
I love it. And that's the kind of help, that's the kind of assistance you're going to get with advanced windows. Remember, if you swap out 10 windows or more, they'll take off $2,500. Call them right now, 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Huge spike in your water bill? If you think you might have a leak in your culinary or secondary water line, call Utah Utility Pro. Utah Utility Pro repairs stop and waste and pressure release valves. For a diagnosis or quote, visit utahutilitypro.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live here at the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games. Boy, I tell you what, we got a lot of great things going on. We're fired up.
We do. Really quick, and what you may have missed, it's not only the NBA that will fire Western Conference Finals coaches. The NHL announced today that the Dallas Stars are firing Coach Pete DeBoer.
Yeah.
Now, let me just give you a crazy thought about Coach Pete DeBoer. He's been to the Western Conference Finals the last 3 years. He lost to Vegas, and he's lost to Edmonton twice.
Yep.
But he's been to the Western Conference the last 3 years. And, you know, what happens is they get into Game 5 against Edmonton, and Ottinger instantly gives up 2 goals in net. And now, it's not all Ottinger. I know. Like, I'm learning enough about the game now that to understand it's not all the goalie, but the goalie is responsible. They're ultimately responsible. So Coach DeBoer pulls Ottinger and decides to put in Casey DeSmith. Well, Casey DeSmith goes on to give up, I think it was four more goals.
Yeah.
Wasn't the final like 6-3 or something?
Yep.
So DeSmith ends up giving up 4 more goals. Well, they fire Coach DeBoer. He's been to the conference finals the last 3 years, Scotty. Like, you've got the right guys that are in net. They obviously got you through a couple of rounds to get you to the conference finals. So are they firing Coach DeBoer because they're like, well, he just doesn't know how to coach in the finals?
He can only get us so far. We've maxed out with him.
This dude has been leading the Dallas Stars to multiple conference finals.
And boom, you're gone.
And they fire him.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's crazier, watching the Dallas Stars move on or watching the New York Knicks move on.
It still blows me away with the Knicks. Imagine what the fact that the Knicks were such a disgrace for so many years, and Thibodeau gets them right, and then boom, you're out.
I think I'm more shocked with Dallas.
Really? I'm more shocked with Thibodeau, just based on what he had to build from. And the fact that if Thibodeau had lost 3 years in a row in the Eastern Conference Finals, then okay, maybe you're like, okay, we maxed it out with him. But to have 1 year in the Eastern Conference Finals and the magical year the Knicks had, and then to fire him off of that.
Both are nuts.
They are.
When's the last time you saw a coach come out of a conference finals and get fired? I feel like I don't know if I've seen that.
In any sport?
In any sport.
It's a good question. I can't think of any.
Yeah.
And here they're dropping like flies.
Scotty, didn't Denver fire John Fox
after
the Super Bowl?
Fox had 1 more year after that. Or was it? No, I think you're right. Was it after that? Yeah, because, Kubiak took over the next year, and they won. Yeah, that's right. For some reason, I thought there was another year.
They fired him after a Super Bowl loss?
Yeah, John Fox. It was he's moving on to bigger things. It was a refirement kind of thing. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Friday. We're live here at the Utah Summer Games, and Miles Hayes, Director of Football Operations with the Las Vegas Raiders, kind enough to hang out with us. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, sir. How you doing?
Good. You enjoying us talking about Broncos firing coaches and stuff like that?
It's funny. I'm actually originally from Denver, Colorado, so I remember that moment. So, yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. But no, cool. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having us.
You were nodding your head, by the way. Are you a Knicks fan?
Yeah, I am. I've loved the Knicks. So I grew up in a military family, so I kind of traveled a lot of different places, but the Knicks kind of was the team that I always stuck to. And, yeah, I was a little disappointed with that decision. So it is what it is.
I feel like everybody should be disappointed because that was wild. Who do you have with you?
Yeah, so this is Marley Bartlett. She is the manager of football development. Big part of our team, oversees all of our flag football kind of arrangements and our girls' flag football platform.
That's incredible.
John was telling me Marley's still probably the best flag football player out there, too. Do you still play a little bit?
I do still play. I don't know about best out there, but I do my best to get active.
Miles, is she the best out there?
Something like that. Her hair would get a little big, so we'll keep her home.
Wait, what made you guys get involved with this?
It's been an awesome opportunity. So really good relationship with the Utah Summer Games and John. And this year, the first year, they're doing 7-on-7 in flag football. And with Utah being our market, with the Raiders, we wanted to get involved and, build relationships here in the community, be a resource where we can. So looking forward to it.
You know, Marley, flag football is such a huge growing sport, and the association with the NFL and the Raiders. But how cool is this going to be to see this on display here at the Utah Summer Games with some of these athletes competing in the flag football competitions?
Oh, this is going to be so cool. I'm so excited to see some girls from, a different state, may have a different playing style. I'm excited to see, how they compare to the athletes from other states that come in. I'm hyped for it.
Tell us a little bit about Ashton Genty.
Awesome.
Yeah. What's he been like around campus?
He's really cool. So we actually had Marley and I had a chance to meet with him. We hosted a camp at a high school in Las Vegas, and the entire rookie class was participants in it. And you can kind of see where he's kind of the leader of the group, not just by where he was drafted, by just kind of his nature. So really good dude, really versatile. I'm excited to see him play. And he's brought a good juice into the building.
Speaking of juice, Pete Carroll still has it at the age that he's at now, man. He's
71?
still running around out there.
And I mean, I'm sure he has an opinion about Coach Thibodeau as well. He has basketball hoops all over the facility, and competition is his thing. So really excited, to just be in the same building as Pete Carroll, a legend in the game, and so looking forward to a good season.
Well, I love seeing you guys endorse this event. I know you know the significance of it, how important sport is, how important community is. It really leads all of us, and to have you guys come up into Cedar City and be a part of this. It's great. It's great seeing the logo. I'm sure our producer is dying that he's not here today.
He's a diehard Raiders fan.
Our producer is the biggest Raiders fan.
Yeah, I heard he wants to be in the black hole. We have to figure that out. Yeah,
oh, my gosh. like crazy. In fact, we had a company-wide email that was sent out that told everybody to stop wearing sports logos because we're not fans, and it was really directed at Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, the face tattoo was a little much. I thought he crossed the line there a little bit.
Yeah, he fits right in there. Yeah, for sure. Hey. No, it's awesome, man. Sports is a great unifier, as you guys all know, and it teaches us some life lessons that you learn outside of the classroom, and we're just glad to be a part of it.
Well, we're fired up to see you guys and the logo up here and everything you guys do at these summer games here in Southern Utah. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having us. It's been great.
It's going to be a blast. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games starting today and continuing on. If you want to be a part of it, just go to the website, utahsummergames.org. Find some events. And let's get you involved. If you want to be part of the opening ceremonies, those are going to be a blast coming up later tonight, 8 o'clock start time. It's tbirdtickets.com where you get tickets to the opening ceremonies as well. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Hey guys, Alex here. I dropped 65 pounds on the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program. It's not just about how much I lost, it's about how I've kept it off. JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. If you want to have similar results, this plan is for you.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride, with sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, down here at the Utah Summer Games, the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games in Cedar City, as we are down south. We're fired up to be here. The only thing that bums us out is that we don't get to see Bowler's smiling face. Hey, Bowler, how you doing?
Hey, Bowler. Hey, good. I'm competing. No.
You know what? They could find something for you. There's so many different competitions.
I tell you what, right
here.
now I think I'll just sit tight and make sure I don't injure anything. That's a big. I thought Hans maybe. Well, you're not a senior, so you couldn't do the shot put or the discus. I could see you doing something like that down the road, pal.
I might do it. They've got arm wrestling. I was thinking about maybe that.
Ooh.
They've got long range shooting, maybe something like that. I'm okay with a scope. You know, I'll hit something with an iron target. I can do that.
How are you with the skeet shooting?
Decent.
Yeah?
Yeah, not good enough to sit up there at the blocks, but decent. I'll bet you can knock down some skeet, Bowler.
You know what? I tell you, I would like to revisit that one day. My dad was good, and my grandpa, both of them were very good. I haven't done it. I guess I was probably 20, so that's just 4 or 5 years ago. And, you know, come on, guys, give me a little break there on the joke. But,
I got you.
But no, I tell you, it's something. It was great. I enjoyed it. It was fun. Clay pigeons, all that coming out. You know, it's coming out hot. You know, and it's
coming out hot.
Yeah, coming out hot. But yeah, it was fun. You know, it's just something you lose track of as time goes on, and you know, just don't have an opportunity to get out and do it. You know, the old farm days with my grandparents. I mean, that was easy to do. That was real easy.
You know, I am filled with a family of skeet shooters that were really good. I was miserable, and it took forever to realize, and my dad couldn't quite figure it out, but he's like, I'm left eye dominant, so when I shoot, I have to shoot with my left eye, even though I'm right-handed. And
how does that work? So you got to kind of put the head across the pin?
That's how. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I can't see." And so I'm over there just blasting at anything.
I'm knocking a bald eagle out of a tree.
Exactly.
Oh.
And so finally, how
long did it take you to find out you were left eye dominant?
I was in my teens. And at that point, I'm just like, I every time I go shooting, I get yelled at. So I could see
your dad being very patient with that.
Yeah, he was very patient with that, yes. And so I'm like, screw this. I don't want to do this anymore. So I am by far the worst skeet shooter in the family. In fact, I find a way to go do other things when people are like, hey, let's go get the clay pigeons.
Interesting. Wow.
There you go. There's some Girard history I'm sure everybody was very fascinated about. Hey, Tyrese Halliburton, man, this guy just every game one, it seems like there's some kind of drama, and this guy is playing at a clutch level that we have not seen in a long, long time.
No, after he got in, his dad got into it with Giannis, you remember, with the Bucks series, and then things kind of really turned up that night for him, and then it's continued. I mean, you're right, clutch. The rest of the Pacers have been clutch. I mean, I was stunned to see on Oklahoma City's home floor with that crowd, by the way, they give up 10 in the second or in the fourth quarter, and they're outscored by, 66 to 53 or something like that in the second half. I mean, golly, I don't know what's up with the Pacers. They are for real. And I think they wiped away what was OKC last night, 9.5-point favorites. I'm anxious to see what game 2 and lets it down. I haven't had a chance to look, but just the dominance of what OKC has had all year long. But as we know, the finals and postseason play is totally different. But Indiana, I didn't think was, they were kind of an outlier, midway through the season, and then all of a sudden things just kind of quiet. And they were very quiet, by the way. There was not a lot of hype about the Indiana Pacers, and here they are. And that's what makes it fun to see if these mid-sized markets, as I like to say, can gain the respect of the rest of the fan base in the NBA.
Bowler, I was talking to Scotty about this. I'm watching that finals game last night, and I'm watching Halliburton at the end knock down that buzzer beater, which was just incredible, and watching SGA go off for 30-plus, and these two in a dogfight, and I started thinking, when did this even surface? When did this happen? When did I realize that maybe these two could be the leaders into the NBA Finals? When did you start to pay attention to SGA or look at Halliburton and say, ooh, these might be the stars of an NBA Finals at someday?
Great question. And I'd love to get Big T's input, but I'll be honest, I think it was late last season for me on SGA as he just kind of picked and pecked the Jazz apart with constant 30-point performances. And he has that ability, hands, to go three-level scoring. He can drive and score, got to three in the mid-range. And what beat Oklahoma City last night? It wasn't a triple in desperation. It was just a set, mid-range jump shot with 0.3 of a second. And, the league's gotten away from the mid-range, but you know what? It serves Halliburton well. I didn't think Halliburton was at this level and probably until the second game that we saw them, and it was later.
This season.
This season. I mean, I knew he was a talent, but not clutch like this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is another level that you wonder, is it just for this moment in time, or is this something that will continue? Has he finally jumped into the next level of greatness? And I guess it's something to watch, throughout this series and beyond. But man, to get one in game one on the road against the Thunder, that's big. I mean, this whole series just took a real. I mean, it flipped, and it didn't. I thought for sure OKC was going to win, but the post-game comments were we played well enough to win, but not really. They didn't shoot the ball that well, like under 40%, and I just thought, maybe they lost their edge. I mean, you never know. Hans, you've been there as a professional. The mental part of this is the most intriguing to me because they had a little time to rest. And, there was an emotional series with New York and the Pacers. Thibodeau gets fired, a day and a half later after they knocked them out of the Eastern Conference Finals. So, I mean, they came in with probably a little bit more edge, and OKC may be they're going to have to learn real quick before Sunday's game that they're in for a fight.
So, we were thinking this could be a sweep. It could be at most 5 games. I still think Oklahoma City wins this thing, and I still think they're the far better team. But, boy, you better wake up because this Pacer team, they're not going to roll over and just go off into the night here on this one. No,
they're good. They're well coached. I got asked the other day, when you think about Dagnall with the Thunder, young, but he's grown with them in this process, this journey. I'd say Rick Carlisle, man, Jim Carrey's twin brother. He was with Dallas. This is his second tenure with the Pacers guys, and he's crafty. I mean, I just think, again, he's not a panic guy and maybe underrated in some regards, but I just thought, he was able to do the right things at the right time. And then, there were some concerns about Chet Holmgren, didn't get on the floor much late and, how that's going to pan out. Everyone's an expert, right, after you break it down. But, let them play and let the coaches coach because in the end, that's going to, most likely in this series and in any series, but coaches do play a big part here, as we saw with Thibodeau, right? And we saw with Michael Malone in Denver. I mean, if things don't work out, it's short-lived, man, in the NBA. Ownership just doesn't wait, and they move on.
So, Bowler, we had Ryan Smith on yesterday and had a great conversation talking about this Austin Ainge hire and how it came about. And he was really, really transparent, saying, I didn't consult Danny about this. This was a move that I made. And we talked about it after. In fact, he was talking about panicking a little bit because he couldn't get a hold of Danny Ainge. But an incredible hire and a big-time hire. What was your first thought and takeaway when you heard Austin Ainge would be the president of basketball operations?
Surprised, but then not really. I thought, wow, okay, what's Danny's situation? I mean, look, there was a lot of heat, as we know, tanking. 17 wins doesn't do it. And the fan base was very patient, as we talked about all season long, understanding the direction the Jazz wanted to go, development. But then again, you get a $100,000 fine. The spotlight shines on the franchise for not playing marketing. And you kind of wonder what direction. Can the Jazz afford to do this again? Hans and Scotty. This is just me. I say I'm old-fashioned. I say it all the time, but go play. Go play, and then let the chips fall. But, look, Danny has done this before. I get it. But, again, it's a risk. And Dallas won it. I mean, 1.8% chance, and they're going to have the opportunity to take Cooper Flag. And the Jazz dropped to 5. So I think Ryan had to think with a hockey team in his pocket and a rebuild of Delta Center inside to make hockey, obviously, 2-goal view. That's a 3-year process, by the way. And downtown's development, can you wait? And so maybe he just decided, as to say let's kick this into gear, right? And Ryan, I listened to a couple of the clips. I didn't hear it live, but I think he's motivated to move this along. It's hard to say how long that process is, but I don't know if the tank word. I mean, let's be honest. Austin's one of his first comments was saying that we're not going that direction this year, and so the West is difficult. They can still probably develop players and maybe get a lottery pick, obviously, maybe in a top 10, 9, 8, without having to say we're tanking, but we're developing. And I think for the fan base, they still have some connections with this young group. I think some changes will be coming. It's usually what happens, Scotty, right? We've been through this with changes at radio stations and throughout anyone who's listening and their own business. Coaches' hands, right? They all come and go, but with a new guy running it, he may decide to move this piece here and out or that piece up and over there. Mm-hmm. And so that's something to watch as we get closer to draft night, which is really just, kind of a hiccup away, man. It's the 25th. I can't wait. The Jazz could be busy. They may stay steady, but there's opportunities there for Austin to do a lot of interesting things, especially with the draft picks that his dad has given him. Is Danny still going to be in the mix? I'm sure, but at the same time, I think Danny's been through this, and it may be to his liking to step back and let his son just say, go. And Ryan made it very clear. Austin's going to have the final say. Whenever he, discusses things with Ryan. And after, of course, I'm sure a lot of chatter with Justin Zanuck and his dad. How about that conversation over dinner? That'd be something,
Oh, yeah.
huh?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
The one thing I think has been really interesting about this Jazz team and dropping down to 5, and you understand that this is a fan base that they bought in last year. They realized, okay, you know what, we understand what the path is. We understand we're still coming to games. We're still going to cheer for this team, but we're also going to go home and watch Duke highlights and see this Cooper Flag guy and get fired up for him. Well, when that backfires, it's really hard to sign up for this again. And the Jazz, I don't think, want to go to that level. But, again, you kind of have to walk that path with this draft pick that the Jazz have, because if you slip to, if you don't have enough lottery balls and you get pushed back to 9, then you have to give that pick right over to Oklahoma City. So the Jazz are kind of in a weird spot here on this thing.
They are, Scotty. That's going to be Austin's probably biggest challenge. Just from me sitting in my chair is like, wow, what do you truly do? And, saying that, look, tank isn't what we're good doing. But there was a good article on ESPN the other day that kind of explained, I thought, to the Jazz, about the Jazz, and I go back to the Western Conference, still how young and dynamic. Now, look, there's going to be changes in Phoenix. Golden State's, hanging on to the last breath with Steph and Draymond. Houston's on the rise. OKC's going nowhere. I have a feeling Denver's going to have to, do some big-time tweaks in the offseason as well. But, I still believe in Phoenix, that's another team that is going to have to do a quick redo. But, the Jazz are still going to be – they're going to be up against a lot of competition, let's be honest. Aging veterans that can win and probably overwhelm a younger team in the second half or in the fourth quarter when the game's on the line. And that's where the Jazz need to get better, is understanding what it takes to win. And there were moments last season that you saw that. But I'm anxious to see what the lineup will be and who they actually give more minutes to, because it was so in disarray the final 30-plus games because they knew they were going that direction. So we never really got a clear indicator of how the rotations would be. And do they actually, guys, I don't know. Do you move Lowry? Don't know. What's John Collins going to do? He's got a player option. Who doesn't love Colin Sexton's bullish, the young Bulls attitude on the floor and his competition mindset, competitive mindset? I mean, gosh, I love it. And what about Collier and Keontae? I mean, what decisions does Austin make? Do you dedicate that position to one player? Do you move another, or do you draft another point guard and move in that direction? I mean, I find it fascinating, but that's what's ahead. and that's going to be the future of the Jazz.
Well, I'm excited to see it kind of moving forward and how it all that starts to build and kind of look. And I'm curious from your point of view, Bowler, how important is it to have Lauri Markkanen moving forward? Just kind of give me your thoughts on him as a leader, him as a basketball player, because we keep seeing his name mentioned as will he be? He could be a great piece in movement.
Yeah.
There's still a part of me that's like, man, I don't know. He feels like an untapped resource that could be really great.
Yeah.
I just don't know what his ceiling is.
That's probably another part of this Austin Ainge decision-making process to evaluate. The Jazz, like most teams in the league, are heavily, indebted to data, research. It's hard because Lowry wasn't on the floor enough last year to really get a feel what he could do in a situation with this younger group, especially if you put a Walker Kessler and a Kyle Filipowski or a John Collins, if that turns out to be back on the floor. That's pretty formidable, man. That's some big guys up on the front line. And, you get back to leadership. I think Will has made it very clear, still looking for an alpha, right? And, Hans, you know how important that is. Is Isaiah Collier that guy? I thought he moved really to the front of the line the last 25 games.
I did too.
And it's tough for a one-year player out of college at 19 to say, hey, follow me, but the good ones usually get it done that way, and veterans will respect that. So that's another interesting cog in this whole equation on what the Jazz feel about Isaiah. But, your marketing question may be the first trigger point to the whole answer of what direction they go. How can we not all see every day? Everyone is predicting or looking at potential trades across the NBA. Durant's name pops up everywhere. Steph Curry, who's going to join Steph? I don't think he's leaving at his age. And, he wants to finish, I'm sure, at Golden State. But, Durant's still trying to get out of Phoenix, most likely. That was not a good, experiment, I guess. Injuries always play a factor. Dallas will have Cooper. I thought Dallas was going to be in a huge remake, and they still may. I mean, what they do with that pick, guys, is really going to be interesting. Are they going to go young, and they have to wait for Kyrie to heal, and then you got AD who's aging? It's going to be interesting. And the Lakers, my gosh, I don't know what they can do there, too, if LeBron's going to continue on. Was it Kendrick Perkins the other day said it was time for him to retire because there's no chance he can win another title? I mean, try to tell him that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, but I think marketing guys just talking, I love the guy. He wants to be here, which is huge in the world we live in today. He wants to be a Utah Jazz man. He likes Salt Lake. And that plays, I think, a factor, too, in maybe some of the decision-making. But I love the guy. He's talented. He can step out, hit the three. It's just a matter of who he plays with and how much pressure they can take off him to give him space to do what he does well. And we didn't see that much last year. So it's kind of hard to grade him on last season because it was almost kind of a take a break year, right?
Yeah.
So I'd almost wipe that year off his NBA schedule, take a year off. Was he now 28? So make him 27 again and just let's go and give him another year.
It was a take a break year, Bowler, but I can't help but think it is the biggest decision or one of the top three biggest decisions that has to be made. So
yeah,
well,
I'm with you. I think that and Collins, whatever he does in his decisions and what they want to do at the guard position, I think they've got good young. The Walker Kessler year, guys. Honestly, I didn't know what would happen after the sophomore slump, but man, he busted his tail and he wanted to play, and he showed that he had the mental strength to bounce back. And that left-hand dominant shot blocking ability. I was impressed. Offensive rebounder, second chance points opportunities for the Jazz, and Filipowski turned some heads too. Look, he dropped, but the Jazz found him early in the second round, and I thought he took the challenge well. He's got work to do, sure, but you have to like what you saw, and that may make some decisions easier for the Jazz too if they're looking at this front, a younger front line.
Bowler, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll chat with you again next week.
Will do. You got dinner plans tonight in the southern Utah?
We'll figure something out.
We're actually just waiting for some food to show up.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, food's on its way, man.
Can I just throw it out? Is it ribs?
Oh, I wish it was ribs.
Bowler, you're going to be disappointed in us.
No, you're not, because Scotty and I have decided to get the tri-tip. We're going with a fresh smoked, medium rare, fresh sliced tri-tip from a local joint. So we're going beef.
All right.
No ribs.
Beef, though. I figured. I'd be stunned if you didn't go beef. So go beef or go home.
And we're getting the tater salad on the side.
Maybe a little mac and cheese.
Might do the sweet tea.
Yeah.
Just in honor of Bowler.
Let's go.
I love it. All right, guys. Hey, have fun down there. Great weekend.
You got it. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bowler.
The great Craig Bowler Jack right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Got to make the decision on Larry Markkinen.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like that's the domino?
For you and for him.
Because if you keep him this year, if you keep him through this year, isn't it kind of a statement of he's on it?
Yeah.
Like this is whatever we decide to do going forward, he's on. Or maybe they don't feel like the market value for him is good right now, and maybe part of Austin Ainge saying, we aren't going to do that. Maybe that's Austin Ainge saying, we'll showcase him and we'll wait till trade deadline, but we're going to improve his value.
Yeah.
Because I do think Markkinen's got incredible value, and I think you could put more value on him.
Huge value, no doubt. And let that horse run, man.
Yeah.
Let him do his thing. All right, Hans and Scotty, we're down here at the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games. Maria Twitchell, kind enough to join us, managing director for Visit Cedar City, Brian Head. Now, here's the thing, Maria, is that John's like, okay, here's Maria's title, but really she runs pretty much the show down everywhere she goes. So this is a person you need to get to know.
You need to get to know me, apparently. I've been called the fixer a lot, so I apparently fix problems. So
I like that.
He told us to bow our heads and talk very reverently when we talk to him.
Oh, that's so kind. That's so kind. He's amazing. We love John. He's amazing.
Well, he loves you, and you know we can see why. You've done amazing things, and what a beautiful state to represent.
Absolutely. Can you imagine?
No.
I can't. I just we just have so much going on and so much around us that I'm like blown away. And I've been here my whole life, and I'm still finding stuff that just amazes me about where we live and where we play.
You know, it's interesting because I think a lot of people think, southern Utah, and they think, oh, it's going to be 110 degrees. Cedar City is just like that right sweet spot in the state of Utah.
Yep.
Where you don't get the St. George heat, but you don't get the cold up north.
Yep.
It's perfect.
We're where the Red Rocks meet the mountains. So we're about 10 degrees less than St. George, and it's just that perfect little bit of cool temperatures, but nice greenery everywhere and beautiful scenic views. So
what do these summer games do for just the interest in Cedar City and some of the populace that moves through to participate and to watch?
Well, I mean, it definitely brings people who are interested in sport into our community, and we're putting a lot of emphasis on that right now. And I mean, the summer games have been around for 40 years now, and it's just a great little postcard for what we're trying to do here in terms of recreation and visitation and culture, and so this basically kicks off our summer season, which is our busiest season. So June is our busiest, and that's thanks to the Utah Summer Games. So all these people who come in, they have a great experience. They tell their friends, they tell their families, and then they come back year after year. So that's a great economic impact too.
Well, and you've got Zions, you got Bryce, you got Great Basin, and that's all within a 3-iron away from here.
Yeah, I mean Zion is only it's only an hour from here, and then we have the northern section of Zion, which is only 15 minutes, which is called Colop Canyons, and it's right off the interstate. And if you're looking for just something to do real quick, that's a perfect place to go. Or you can get into the even higher elevation and even cooler temperatures. You can go up to Cedar Breaks, which is 30 minutes. Brian Head is right next door. You can mountain bike, hike. You can do all kinds of things.
So I want you to rank the 5 national parks that we have in Utah. Rank them for us.
In terms of what? Our favorite or how many?
Your favorite.
Yeah. You're asking me to pick a child, man.
Yeah, you got Sophie's choice here. Yeah.
So you would be surprised, but I actually do love Capitol Reef. That's probably one of my top favorites. Not a lot of people know about it, but I love my Cedar Breaks. It's just right there, even though it's not in a national park. It's a national monument. And then Bryce is very, very much a part of my life. I actually worked there 3 seasons and loved every minute of it. And that's how I got my start in tourism, was working over in Bryce Canyon. So, and then, Zion, of course, and we'll even claim something nearby, the Grand Canyon.
Okay. There you go.
We'll claim it from Arizona.
Heck yeah, close enough.
Close enough.
And you even have the Utah Shakespeare Festival coming up too.
We do. It starts at the end of this month, and it's I'm looking at Michael right now, but it's in its at least 53 years, right? And it's been just so fantastic, and they have so much that they're offering this year, and we love that festival. And the nice thing too is they offer things that if you're not into Shakespeare, there are other plays that you can see. They offer a free green show every night that is fantastic for families. It's very approachable. So we love what they're doing over there.
If somebody wants a good list of events or things going on, what's a good place to go?
You want to go to my website, which is visitcedarcity.com.
There you go. Visit cedarcity.com. Get there now.
And get here tonight because we got opening ceremonies, 8 o'clock for the Utah Summer Games, the biggest fireworks show in Utah Summer Games history, and the whole event is so well put together and organized, from parking to attendance to participating in the sports. Please come be a part of it. Yes. Cedar City, really incredible place.
You got to be here tonight, but yes, please come visit us.
Maria, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Time to welcome in Austin Ainge, Utah Jazz President of Basketball Operations.
Is it fair to say it's a dream come true for you? Because I know you've worked on it for a long time, and I remember talking to you when you were a player that this is something that you wanted to do. You put your nose to the grindstone and got the job done. I'm wondering if you're looking at it like that.
Absolute dream come true. I've been grinding in the G League and in gyms in Serbia and Lithuania, finding guys. This is what I love. This is my passion. I'm so excited to do this with Ryan and Ashley Smith and Will Hardy and all the people in the Jazz. I've been interviewing for these jobs the last few years. I actually had some others to talk to this summer. I've been exploring and looking at these opportunities, and this one just felt right because of the people involved and the timing in my life.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey. You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now,
Get the call, baby! Come on, let's go!
Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is our watch list. It is day one of the top 60 in 60 watch list, Hans. Now, this year is a little different because we're not doing a countdown to start the season. We're going to do a countdown at the end of the season for the best players in the state of Utah because there's just, frankly, so many new faces, so many transfers. It was just impossible to do a top 60 and 60 going into the season.
So what we're going to do is just take the best talent in the state, and we're just going to talk about the talent, hear from the coaches talking about the talent, and as Scotty mentioned, we will put a number to their name following the season. It's the only way we could really come to some type of agreement, and we didn't feel like it was fair to put 35 or 40 new names in front of sports voters here in the state that they don't know. Guy that comes from southern Idaho or comes from somewhere way down south or back east, they don't know a lot about the talent. We just can't put together transfer portal names and try to act like we can rank them.
No.
We missed on a couple of things last year that we just felt like it's better to do a watch list. We'll talk about the talent, and if we've got some transfers, which we do, we'll have transfers on the list, then we'll teach you about the transfers as well as the other sports members here in the state, as well as ourselves. We'll learn about them from the coaches. But a good mix of great talent that's already in the state, including today's selection.
So today we go with our first selection on our watch list. And again, these will be presented to you in no particular order. So take that with a grain of salt. But let's go to BYU, Hans, and let's go. What better way to kick things off than to go to the offensive line and Waylon Lapuahu?
Fantastic guard, right in the line of a Chris Kemayatu type, has ability to pull and to be physical down an inside run, has great footwork to get out there on the outside run, and has great feet for pass rush. He has a complete mix of what you want from an interior O-lineman, tough, physical, understands the game, and a great team leader.
That is, of course, his head coach, Kalani Satake, breaking down Waylon.
Well, you know Waylon as well as I know Waylon because he started things out at Utah State.
Started as a true freshman.
And it was a big get for BYU when they pulled Waylon up. Waylon has dealt with some different injuries that have slowed the progress, but he's healthy, He looks great. He's going to be the leader on this offensive line. He'll have the most tenure, the most experience, and I think he's going to be the leader. And this is a do-or-die year for Waylon. It's time to get yourself drafted, or it's time to figure out a different area of life and get going. But I think Waylon Apo'aho is going to be one of the best offensive linemen in the state.
I agree.
And I've got to imagine when we hit the top 25 in this season, Waylon's going to be on the list. I think his best attribute is his pull ability. I think that he's got really good feet for the size that he's got, so I can put him out on the edge. I can put him in some bootleg pulls. I can make sure that he's out in front of the quarterback. And I know he's going to be where he's supposed to be. He's an intelligent offensive lineman. But how long does it feel like you were calling his games? How long ago? It feels like forever ago.
Forever ago, yeah. But that thing is, he was a true freshman, and now he's played a couple of years at BYU and really settled in there. And the question was, how can he transfer from being a Mountain West Conference player to a guy who's obviously the talent was through the roof, but he always joked with me. He's like, the only time you ever say my name is when I get a holding call, and there were a few of them there to start the year. I mean, his head was spinning, but once he figured it out and settled in, he was a force. And now, frankly, you have to look at him as one of the top offensive linemen, not just at BYU, but in the Big 12.
Yeah, so don't misinterpret what Scotty and I are doing right now. We're not listing him as the number 60.
He's not number 60, no.
No. In fact, I think that he would be in the top 20 of preseason talent.
Correct.
If we were to announce him. So don't misunderstand what we're doing. We're just talking talent. And I also want to talk about his mom and dad.
Oh, yeah, they're so great.
There's no wonder where he comes from and why he is successful. His mom and dad are incredible people. Quick to laugh. They're not quick to point fingers. They'll put blame right back on their son, and they force him to be accountable. And I've had some fun interaction with them. They just make you laugh your butt off.
Yeah. I would see Kelly after a game, a Utah State game. I talked to her and her husband, the parents, after a bowl game once, and they're just the greatest people on the planet, and you can tell why Waylon is who he is.
Yeah, and I fully expect Waylon to be the leader. Okay, I'm going to just go just a little bit deeper on Waylon, just based off of who he is. So right now, BYU, they've got some usual suspects on who they could put out a tackle. I know that they've got 2 or 3 guys that they believe they can put out at the right tackle. Isaiah Jada's probably going to hold down the left tackle, but they've got a couple of names at right tackle. If those guys can't step up, Waylon's the type of guy that you go to and say, we need you to play tackle. Oh, but I'm not the tackle build. I don't care. We need you to play tackle. We have got to find a way to stabilize this front. And whether you went Bruce Mitchell at center, you went Austin Leusa and Sonny Makasina at the guards, put Jada at the tackle position, and go to Waylon and say, go hold it down. Waylon will go hold it down for you. He'll do whatever you ask him to do, and he'll do it well. And I actually think that he could play off the outside in the Big 12. So he's that type of guy that if I'm in a pinch, if Jada went down and, oh, man, we got to cover the blind side, Waylon, we got to have you do this. Waylon will do it for you.
He's a great Swiss Army knife.
Yep.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone coming up. It's another edition of Whole World News. We're live here at the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games in Cedar City. If you're in the area, we'd love for you to come by, say hi. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to utahjazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Don't miss another Minky Monday on The Zone. Tune in all day Monday to win Minky Couture blankets. The original classy blanket. Minky Couture makes the perfect Father's Day gift. And Zone listeners get 50% off with code ZONE50. Don't miss Minky Monday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, remember, coming up on Monday, next week is Father's Day week. So you're thinking, okay, what do I want to get Dad? Well, hey, you've been giving Mom Minky Couture blankets. It's time for Dad to get his. And we'll be giving away Minky Couture blankets all day long here on the Zone. It's a Minky Monday. Now, if you want to get yours now, go to any Minky Couture location up and down the Wasatch Front, say Zone 50, and you'll get 50% off. That's 50% off a Minky blanket at Minky Couture and minkycouture.com.
All right, Scotty. So at the Day of Giving that we just had on Wednesday, we had a sit-down conversation with Miss Utah, right?
Yes.
She had been involved in, I can't remember how many pageants it
17,
was. 17.
Yeah.
And she finally won Miss Utah in her 17th pageant. And then she talked about how incredible the pageant world is. This story actually caught my eye because of it. This woman was competing for Miss Grand International. Not one of the most well-known pageants.
Okay.
But her name is Rachel Gupta, and she is from India. And she actually ended up winning Miss Grand International. So she goes up, they put the crown on her head, the lapel on her shoulder. She starts crying, rips the crown off her head, smashes it on the ground, takes off the lapel, throws it on the ground, and storms off the stage. Big spectacle. And then she takes to social media, and she starts to air her grievance. You ready for this?
Yeah.
The entire time that I was working with Miss Grand International, the last 7 months, I was constantly harassed, manipulated, ignored, and left to fend for myself. These have been the hardest few months of my entire life. She's 21 years old, and here's just kind of a photo of her social media clips. She's in tears as she's kind of going through this, but apparently this was a horrible experience for her. Again, I quote, toxicity and negativity. It was a 56-minute tell-all, just ripping Miss Grand International apart. So, of course, Miss Grand International responds in kind, and they said that Miss Gupta failed to fulfill her assigned duties in external projects without prior approval from the organization and refused to participate in the scheduled trip to Guatemala. They essentially put it back on her and said that this is her fault, that things went as sour as they went. Now, look, they don't have an opportunity to decide who the crown goes on. It goes to the judges.
Yeah.
And when the judges take a look at everything from whatever it is, the formal gowns to swimsuits to their talent level to whatever they're doing, the judges, they cast the vote, and they just happen to cast the vote for somebody that was ready to take the entire organization down.
Wow.
And
yeah, that's awkward, man.
Well, she went scorched earth. I mean, it's 50-plus minutes of just – I was going to grab a couple of cuts and have Christian put it in, but she was really upset.
Maybe when you win, then you're like, okay, maybe let's back off this a little bit.
Well, part of it, when I was listening to it, reminded me what you said of the NCAA tournament when you lose, and they're like,
oh, yeah, get out.
So she said, immediately after winning, they moved me into a cramped hotel room where all my suitcases couldn't open properly because there wasn't enough space. Then they shifted me to a dilapidated house, which was way on the outside of the city. I had no car. They didn't give me any way of getting around. I was stuck in the house until they decided that they needed me for something. And then they wanted my service. These pageants aren't all they seem to be.
Wow. Okay, then.
Miss Gupta is going to have her crown revoked.
Yeah, I would say so after she broke it.
Miss Gupta, India. 24, slammed it on the ground.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're live here at the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games. So much fun going on, man. And we're fired up to be here. Now, remember, the big event coming up tonight, it is the opening ceremonies, Hans. And this thing is going to be massive. It's going to be just an absolute spectacle, and we're fired up to be a part of it.
The opening ceremonies, we're going to blow this thing up, and we want everybody within the earshot of this show to come out and enjoy this. Also, come out. You can still participate in some of these events. Bring the kids out. You've got something for every part of the family out here at these summer games. So please come out. And if you don't attend anything else, let it be the opening ceremonies, because they're going to have the largest fireworks show in opening ceremony history. And these ceremonies go back many, many years. So please come be a part of it.
And so many great things going on in Cedar City. Thanks for joining us as well. And, boy, I tell you what, it just keeps – you guys have so many cool events going on down here.
It's fun, man. I mean, all sorts of things. In fact, I have to tell you, I just came from a soccer field because my grandkid plays soccer, and I love it. And they're up for medal rounds. And so every time Summer Games shows up, we love this time of year because teams from all over, from Vegas, from Salt Lake, from northern Utah come down, and we get to test our medal. And when we walk away with medals, we go, hey,
yep,
Cedar rocks. Yeah, it's fun times, really fun times.
It really is cool. Let's talk a little bit about, you're the president of Intermountain Hospital.
Nope, I am the Utah Shakespeare Festival executive managing director.
Well,
yeah.
So I apologize.
That's okay, but if your leg's hurting, I could set your leg for you right now.
You can tell them where the hospital is.
I could, yeah, absolutely.
Shakespeare Festival is such a great event.
Yeah.
And I'm, I know a lot of people don't like to admit this on sports radio. I'm a Shakespeare nut.
Are you really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I thought that might be the way the conversation was going to go. Like, okay, Shakespeare. I'm a closet Shakespeare fan. You know, it's
Make
okay.
It 3 hours of this. I mean,
you can't. The St. Crispin speech in Richard III, right?
Oh, dude, yeah. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Once more, yeah. It's in every sports film. Just about every sports film. He gets into the locker room and he goes, "Okay, we're going to go out."
I mean, this was the first ever,
Yep.
a first ever hype speech for a pregame locker room.
It is. This is true.
This is Herb Brooks before it was ever Herb Brooks. This was, name whatever sport, Rudy. I mean, this was everything.
You are revealing more about your Shakespeare knowledge with that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to think. What's the Danny DeVito film?
Twins.
Which? Well, yeah, that's one of them. We could name all the Danny DeVito
Taxi?
films. No, where he's trying to do the sports thing, and he brings him in, and anyway,
it's Danny DeVito.
Yeah, and he quotes St. Crispin's Day.
Bronco Mendenhall had it written on the locker room.
Yeah.
It wasn't Al Pacino Any Given Sunday?
Although Al Pacino did do Richard III.
He did.
And did a great job. Wait a minute, was it Richard III?
He did. In fact, the film is called, look, we've just turned Sports Zone into a film session here. But, yeah, no, it's called Looking for Richard.
Yes, that's right.
And it was a documentary of how he played Richard III and how he did all that. But, yeah, this Christmas Day speech that you're talking about, basically this ragtag, we happy few, we band of brothers, we're going to go kick some.
Yeah,
and they did.
Yeah. By the way, so what's the lineup look like this summer?
So a really great lineup. In fact, it is a good lineup. Let's say we're talking to people in the audience who say, "My wife's dragging me to Shakespeare. What on earth are we going to do down here?" And here's the thing: this is the perfect season to see. You would say that. I probably say that every year, but this is the perfect season to see. We got Macbeth. That great classic, and huge fights in the end of it. So that's what you want to bring your kids to. As You Like It, also great comedy out in the woods. Antony and Cleopatra, rarely performed, also great fight. Yeah,
don't know that one.
Yeah, Antony and Cleopatra. I mean, we know Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor, which that great 1950s film that they did there. But it's talks about the true story of Antony and Cleopatra, how he throws away his time in Rome so that he can hang out with Cleopatra, and it ends with this huge war and them. I'm not spoiling anything. The plot's been around for a long time.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Spoiler alert from 1432.
There you go, yeah. So, ends with him dying with a blade and her dying with snakes, and but also cool. But we also, as Maria alluded to earlier, we have musicals. We have Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder, which tells the story about a guy who falls in love with this girl, but he's eighth in line to this money and wealth, and she won't look at him. So he makes the perfectly rational choice. I'm going to kill the 8 people in front of me. And get the girl. And he does, and you see those deaths on stage, very creative deaths. It's a musical, won the Tony Award in 2014. Importance of Being Earnest, which is a comedy, and also a beautiful show called Dear Jack, Dear Louise. So that's the cool thing about the Shakespeare Festival is there's something for everybody. It's like a buffet, and you can say, I'll have a little bit of this, I'll have a little of this, and Yeah.
How does it feel to be kind of part of the Cedar City June-a-thon? You know, it starts with the summer games here, and it just keeps rolling all throughout the summer.
I think that's why people actually love to vacation here in Cedar, because there's kind of something for everyone. We love it. The town is small enough that we know everybody. So John and I work really closely together, combined campaigns where, if you come and participate in the summer games, you'll also come over and get tickets to the Utah Shakespeare Festival, vice versa. Shakespeare Festival, come over and do that. So it's small enough, yet at the same time, because of the university, it's big enough that we've got, national clout. And the fact that we have a Tony Award-winning Shakespeare Festival, I mean, that's the only award that's handed out outside of New York, and we won that back in 2001. It's not a competition; it was just awarded.
A little bit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, when we got it, and I was here when Fred received the award. I mean, those awards go to places like Chicago and L.A. and all that type of stuff. And so the fact that we walk away with a Tony Award is a pretty cool thing.
Well, I overheard you saying that it's 64 years now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
64 years of Shakespeare.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Come out.
Yeah.
Partake. Learn like Scotty has.
Let's go. Let's do it.
I'm impressed, Scotty. Yeah. I'm impressed.
Oh, yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm a fan, and I love the festival. I'm a huge fan of what you guys have done down here, and whether it's the summer games or the Shakespeare Festival or anything in between, we want you to get down here, Cedar City. Remember, by the way, to get tickets?
Oh, it's fantastic. So easy. Bard.org, BARD.org, www.bard.org, or you can call the ticket office at 1-800-PLAYTIX, PLAYTIX. We've got all sorts of things for, we'd love to have you there.
Let's do it. It's all right here. The Utah Summer Games, Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games, Shakespeare Festival coming up. There's no reason you shouldn't be down here in Cedar City. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need to repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman. Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone here in Utah. We got 1 year of NHL hockey under our belt with the now Utah Mammoth, as now people spending a little bit more time and a little bit closer attention watching the Stanley Cup playoffs, and what a game one we had with Edmonton getting the victory in OT. Daniel Nugent-Bowman, who's kind enough to join us, covers the Edmonton Oilers for The Athletic, joins us now. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing very well, and again, in our education and our understanding of hockey continues to impress. But I will say that game one was that was no joke. That was just pure entertainment right there.
Yeah, that was a great game from start to finish. I mean, from the atmosphere was electric in the building, as obviously you would expect it to be with a team in the Stanley Cup final, especially a Canadian team. Trying to end a 32-year cup drought in Canada, and the Oilers, who had endured so many lean years before Connor McDavid arrived in 2015, and now have just been on the cusp of winning a Stanley Cup, getting to the final last year. Like this city is electric, and Leon Draisaitl scores 106 in. The roof felt like it was going to come off the building, and it was just a great game. I mean, there's some controversy with the goaltender interference. A goal that was upheld, and then the Panthers score on the power play right there. They take a 3-1 lead, and looks like the Oilers are curtains for the Oilers, I should say. And then they come back and win in overtime. I mean, the game had pretty much anything you could want. It was a great way to start a rematch series here.
So, Daniel, going into this season, did you think that Edmonton would get back here?
Yes and no, right? Like, they were the favorites. Right after July 1st, right after free agency. A lot of people liked what then acting GM Jeff Jackson did. They changed GMs after Ken Holland, his contract wasn't renewed. He left. He's now the general manager in Los Angeles, and Stan Bowman ended up taking over late in July. But the CEO of hockey operations ran free agency, Jeff Jackson. Everyone thought he did a masterful job. But it's hard to get back. The Panthers have actually done it 3 years in a row. They've been in the Cup final for 3 years in a row, but it's very difficult in a salary cap era. And this Oilers team, it's the oldest team in the league, so it's a lot of miles on some bodies here. And so I wasn't entirely sure. Like I thought they had the makings to. They were the favorites, President's Trophy favorites, the betting favorites after free agency, and even into training camp at the start of the year. So it was tough to kind of balance those two factors. But, I would say throughout the season, they had a nice little stretch kind of past their bad start. They had a bad, 3-4 game start, but then carried a pretty great record into the end of January. They were the third best team at the end of January. But, injuries, some underperformance really caught up to them down the stretch. And I never thought they were as good as last season until midway through the Los Angeles Kings series, and everything has really come together for this team. They've got depth in places that you didn't really see, throughout the course of the year. The roster's really come together nicely. They've had 20 different players score a goal in the playoffs. Both goaltenders contributing to the win, so they're more of a team with a capital T than they were last year. And I think that's both, it has done and been a huge importance to the team in the playoffs. So they've won 13 of the last 15, and I think they are better than they were last year.
So much was made going into this series about, Florida's physicality, and they'll beat you up and they'll bully you. And, how will two of the best offensive players in the National Hockey League do against that kind of physicality and that kind of defense? But especially in overtime, if you didn't know anything about these two teams and I were to ask you who's the bully out on the ice, it felt like it was Edmonton. Were those players, did that get back to those players like, hey, you know what, everybody's talking about their physicality. Well, we can be a little physical too.
Well, there's a few things in there. One, the Oilers played the Panthers in the final last year. They know what this team's all about. Yeah, there's a few changes for both teams. But the cores of the roster, the vast majority of the players, played in the series last year. 7 games. They know what this team's all about. Both teams. The other factor is Evander Kane, who's the Oilers. That type of player for the Oilers, and he's I would say a power forward, kind of one of a few players in the league that can combine offense with a pure physical game plus being an irritant on the ice. He only played 2 games in the final last year before he had to be shut down with a sports hernia injury, and he's missed the entire regular season this year and came back in the playoffs, and it's just been very good. I thought better than I expected with him having missed the whole year, but he's somebody that can really play that game and be counter that for Florida. And the other side of it is you're talking about the Oilers' 2 best players. Everyone kind of knows those 2 players are Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. Well, their former coach Jay Woodcroft would always say that they could kind of battle through anything, that physicality never bothered them. Like, their toughness is that they won't back down from anything. And you can try to push Connor McDavid around if you can catch him. You can try to knock Leon Draisaitl off the puck, but he's the force, and it's tough to do that. Like, those players, they'll play through a lot of injuries. They'll play through a lot of pain, and they'll play through a lot of hacks and whacks and things like that from opponents. So, those 2 players don't get faced by much, and they can put up points with the best of them in the league. And when opponents are trying to take liberties with them, and you saw that in overtime, those 2 guys factored into the winning goal. Certainly it was on a power play, but they put up with a lot. They play through a lot, and almost more often than not succeed.
So, Daniel, coming into this interview, you mentioned the drought that Canada's on with the Stanley Cup. Do Edmonton players play with that on their shoulders?
Yeah, I think some of them do. I think they're more so playing for the city than they are the country, but certainly that factors into it as well. Again, as I mentioned, like this city, we talked about Canada drought, that being 1993, but the Oilers haven't won since 1990. And that was the end of the glory years here. That was a run, maybe the last true dynasty in the NHL with 5 Stanley Cup wins in 7 years. The last one in 1990 was without Wayne Gretzky. He'd been sold off to the Los Angeles Kings in 88 after they won that 4th cup. This team went through some really dark years from the last time that they made the Cup final before last year in 2006. So they drafted Connor McDavid in 2015. That time period here is called the Decade of Darkness in Edmonton. And, they had 4 – McDavid was the last of 4 top first overall picks from, they had one in 2010, 2011, and 2012. And nothing seemed to work out for this organization. And slowly but surely the pieces have started to kind of be put together over the years. And this fan base has been through a lot. And I think the players really want to win, obviously, for themselves, the country, but really for the city that has been starved for success for so long, going back to those glory years where they were the kings of the NHL.
So I know that you get to watch him every day. You watch him every game. So you know him better than anybody. If you had to isolate the one thing that really impresses you the most about Connor McDavid, what is it?
Oh, it's his skating. He's the best skater I've ever seen in hockey. There's I forget if it was last year or the year before, myself and a colleague got some of the guys that are traditionally known to be the best skaters in league history. I'm talking about, Bobby Orr and Scott Niedermayer and Paul Correa. There were a couple others. I'm kind of blanking on who the two or three others were, but they were, so impressed. Paul Coffey was another, and he's the Oilers' assistant coach. They say he's the best skater that they've ever seen. And you if you were new to hockey and had never seen the sport before, I'm pretty sure a lot of people could tell when he's on the ice. Like there's something. Yeah, he's electrifying. He's one of the most talented players, if not the most talented player, one of the most talented players of all time, and certainly the most electrifying player of his era. Scoring is not what it was now compared to when Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux were at their peak in the 1980s, early 1990s. And so McDavid is never going to be able to quite touch certainly Wayne Gretzky's records. Obviously, Mario Lemieux's career was derailed by injuries, slowed down by injuries. Didn't get the amount of games that those other guys have gotten. But McDavid, in terms of his scoring rates, in terms of the way he produces, the way he sees the game, his old general manager in junior hockey, Sherry Basson, used to say that he had a 2-second advantage because he can think the game so well. So he's a unique talent. I think he belongs on hockey's Mount Rushmore. If you were to, make one up without a Stanley Cup, I think at this point of his career, he's already done enough. A Stanley Cup would you might as well get the chisel already out and start carving his face into the rock. He's one of one in terms of pure talent and skill. He's the best. He's regarded as the best player in the league, and there's no question that he is.
Hey, as a guy that just covered this Dallas Stars Edmonton Oilers series, what did you think seeing Coach DeBoer get fired today?
Not surprised. A little surprised by the timing. Maybe that wasn't done a little bit quicker. But yeah, I was there when he made the comments about Jake Ottinger after that game. I was stunned that he pulled him. 2 shots, 2 goals, both unfettered chances. One was a breakaway. And to me, it just seemed like he lost his cool, lost his mind a little bit, calling timeout and calling the goaltender back and pulling him right then and there. And Pete DeBoer is known as his record speaks for itself. Done very well in a few spots, but he has moved around because I think the message wears out pretty quickly. He does wear on some players. And I think that's kind of what happened here in Dallas. Like it's tough to throw a franchise goaltender to the Wolves like that. And it would be tough to come back from that, I think. I guess is the way to put that. This Dallas Stars team's been to the conference final 3 years in a row. Haven't got over the hump in terms of getting to a cup final. And I think they probably need to make some kind of change. And with the roster, they just signed a bunch of guys to long-term contracts. Usually, combined with all the other things that I said, the coach kind of takes the fall because he can't change too many of the players.
All right, so I want to give you a chance here to not just represent the Athletic and the game of hockey, but the city of Edmonton, because everybody we talk to likes to get from a national and even some of the local guys we talk to, want to get little jabs on Edmonton and visiting Edmonton and going to Edmonton. I've never been to Edmonton. Hans, I believe you've never been to Edmonton either. So you live there, I'm assuming. So kind of give us the landscape of why people like to take their shots at Edmonton and if they are deserved or not.
Well, if you want to take shots at Edmonton, it's pretty far north. It's pretty cold. We get a week or two of minus 40 weather. It's pretty dark. around the holidays in December. You're looking at a 3:45 sunset. People like to take a vacation here in the winter every once in a while to kind of recharge. But summers are pretty nice. You could tee off at 7:30, 7:30, get a full round of golf in. Right now it's in the next couple of weeks here, as we head toward the summer solstice. It's sunsetting at nearly 11 o'clock at night. So beautiful summers. We got a great river valley. It has the most green space of any city in Canada, I believe. And it's a pretty nice place to be in the summer. So the winters could be a little tough, a little grim sometimes, but we make up for it in the other parts of the year. So if you were to make a trip, I would recommend this time of year because it's a great place to be.
So July, not January, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the other month it starts with a J, right? So
yeah,
there's
exactly.
There's June and July. January and maybe February or December. If you like winter, come on up. But if you like warmer weather, there are other places to go, I guess.
Give us your honest evaluation of the Mammoth name and logo.
I wish it was plural. I don't get the singular thing. That's kind of what got me toward maybe Outlaws a little bit, just with the plural. The logo seems a little video game-ish to me, but I don't mind it. I think there are worse logos and names in the league, that's for sure. So I'm excited that they do have a name. I didn't like Hockey Club. I know there are some people kind of on that bandwagon to keep them as just Hockey Club. I'm glad they didn't do that. So I'd say kind of a 7 out of 10. I think maybe could have done a little bit better, but certainly far from, or could have done a lot worse too. So it gets a passing grade, but it's fine in my book.
Well, hey, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us, and look forward to more of these games in this series, and should be a lot of fun going forward.
Thanks, Daniel.
All right. You're very welcome. Take care, guys.
Daniel Nugent-Bowman, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Does great work with the Athletic, and Edmonton is an amazing team. And they've got one of the greatest players in the world that can be uncontrollable at times. And then you got Draisaitl, who is such a great tandem with him. I was talking about their scoring numbers. What were they? 51 points combined, I believe,
yes,
through the postseason. Yeah. Those two.
Yeah. Like, was it 23 and 18 or wait a minute? No, it was more than that.
Yeah, it was more than that. It was 21. It was 51. It was 26 and 25, I think.
Gotcha.
And combined for 51 points. And they proved it out in game one of this finals. At this point, look, I'm still hoping Florida goes and gets the win. I would like Florida to repeat. And
by the way, I did not see. Did the national anthem get booed?
I didn't see.
I didn't hear anything about it. It did? All right. Christian's like, yep, it did.
Yeah. So they're keeping us all fired up. Apparently.
Yep. Bringing the motivation, I guess. Mm-hmm. Hands and Scotty, Stephen Lisenby, Associate Vice President, Community Engagement and Outreach here at Southern Utah University, where Hans and I are at right now. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Game. Stephen, how are you?
Hey, Stephen.
Good to be on here, both of you.
Hey, we're excited to be on your campus. We're excited to be a part of this. What does the Utah Summer Games mean to Southern Utah University?
It's one of the longest standing traditions in our community that brings everybody together, kicks off the summer, and gets us all outside, challenging ourselves to just, try that new athletic event that we want to showcase. So it's a really big deal for SU, really big deal.
Well, it's a big deal for us that we get a chance to be out here in Cedar City and be out on this campus. What a beautiful campus. I mean, this has got to be a dream job for you.
It's a lot of fun. Executive Director John Oglesby has been such an asset for the university. And I remember the process when we were having some leadership change And, I was talking to President Benson about, what the future of Utah Summer Games could be. And as we were talking together about the idea of the future, we knew we had to go find equal talent. And since John's come to the team, Utah Summer Games just continue to flourish. And as you can feel being on campus today, it's a special experience to be part of.
You guys have such a tremendous campus down here. It's a beautiful facility. Cedar City is just a wonderful, wonderful city. I don't want to say it's the best kept secret in Utah because it's not. People are enjoying Cedar City, but if you're not making your way down here, if you're not looking at this for an academic opportunity or a vacation spot, Cedar City, man, this is where you need to be.
It's a really special spot. I was a student there, so I can speak from my experience. I've had children go there, but the way the campus has integrated with the community and then found these additional experiences that bridge the campus and the community, Summer Games, Utah Shakespeare Festival, the one Utah Summit, different experiences. It gives your students a real different opportunity in addition to academics. And so that's what sets the SU apart is we're a comprehensive regional university, which is great academics, high standard, but you're going to be expected to have engagement with the community and the industry. And that's what makes it special.
Well, what can people expect coming out for the opening ceremonies tonight?
It's going to be probably one of the highlights of anybody's summer. It is the energy to be with so many other athletes, having this Olympic walk and kind of walk around, the track. You just don't get those experiences. You can go to state championships, you can go to, watch Super Bowls, but to have an athlete that's, 10, 12, 16 years old, up, 80, walk around this track, you get that experience, it's memorable. And then after that is over, to be able to have the entertainment, the band, and all the lights and the best fireworks show, you're going to have an incredible time. If you're not planning to go, change your plans tonight and get there. That's what I'm saying.
There you go. Absolutely. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Thanks for letting us be down here. You've got a great campus, and we're fired up for these festivities tonight.
Thanks so much. Let's have fun tonight.
You got it. Remember, the opening ceremonies begin tonight at 8 o'clock. Tickets are available at tbirdtickets.com. Come on down here. Take advantage of it. It's going to be awesome.
Well, this has already been a blast, and talking to so many good people that have put so much work into making this thing look seamless. But when you get out here to Cedar City, the weather is perfect. The campus is gorgeous. Everything is set up to make it easy. You got signage. You got easy ticketing processes. They're going to have great concessions. It's going to be the biggest fireworks show in Utah Games history. There are so many reasons to come down and just have a blast out here and understand why this community is what it is. To embrace sport like this and everybody come together. He talked about all the athletes walking the track on the Olympic walk. It's just going to be a lot of fun tonight.
It really is. Again, opening ceremonies for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games starts tonight, 8 o'clock. Get those tickets at tbirdtickets.com. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think Siakam absolutely is the key to this finals. If Indiana stands a chance, Siakam's going to have to dominate.
We have talked about the Jazz's all-in trade for Mike Conley and it being the wrong player. The Pacers made an all-in trade for Pascal Siakam, and it was the exact right player. Good for them. That's great general manager work. That's great front office work. When it's your time to push your chips in, are you playing the right hand? And the Pacers are showing they played exactly the right hand.
They turned an expiring Paul George contract into Tyrese Halliburton.
It's what we've talked about. You have to keep asset value alive.
Yeah.
You trade Donovan Mitchell. You get Lauri Markkanen. That doesn't mean Lauri Markkanen has to be the payoff. Maybe the guy you trade Lauri Markkanen for is the payoff.
Yeah.
That's the asset value you have to keep alive, though, and you can't let it drop too much, which is why I think there's absolutely a good chance that Lauri gets traded this summer.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope. we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Kubota Orange Days delivers the savings you need for the life you love. Shop a wide selection of equipment at your local dealer, including America's #1 selling compact tractor. And get your perfect match delivered to your door. Designed for comfort and built for performance. Now through June 30th, get 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. Sales ending soon. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
O'Reilly. Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live here at the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games. You know what? You go to utahsummergames.org, and there's still opportunities for you to compete. So find an activity, find a sporting event, whatever that case might be. See if it matches up with you, and get on down here and compete. Let's go. And we got opening ceremony coming up tonight at 8 o'clock, and you can catch all the action. I'm telling you, you need to come down here and see the biggest fireworks show in the history of the Utah Summer Games. We also have a KSL block party going on where there'll be face painting, games, the Raiders will be there, inflatable food vendors, so many great things going on. And we even got word from our guy K-Bank that the weather is going to be good for the opening ceremony. So there we go. If K-Bank says it's going to be okay,
it's stone.
Then lock it in.
Yeah.
We're going to be all right. We're going to be just fine. All right, time for Sports Roulette. We take some of the biggest storylines and put it on a roulette wheel. We spin it, and wherever that little ball lands is what we get to talk about. So with that, Christian, who's filling in for a shocking vacationing Lloyd Cole, go ahead and spin that wheel.
He gets his contract.
Well, Kevin Young, he finished the season 26-10 with BYU. Scotty, first Sweet 16 appearance in 14 years for BYU basketball. He had an all Big 12 performer in Richie Saunders, first team performer in Richie Saunders. And it seems as though, based off of some of Brian Santiago's comments and some other things, that Coach Young had some suitors. And there was some interest.
Yes.
And so BYU has come to the table, even with this massive contract that was leaked and talked about to get him out of the NBA and into BYU, and sounded like record-breaking numbers for any coach in BYU history. They have already renegotiated.
After 1 year.
Extended, and it sounds like secured their coach in Kevin Young.
Hey, if you got leverage, you might as well flex. And Kevin Young's got a lot of leverage right now. Not just that Sweet 16 spot, but also the best class in the history of BYU basketball, what should be a top 5 preseason ranking. And, there were a lot of conversations about how the Phoenix Suns were sniffing around. And by the way, I think you were one of the first people to say BYU will find a way to keep Kevin Young.
Yeah.
BYU wants to keep Kevin Young. They're going to keep Kevin Young.
Yeah, they got the money to do it, and they just in the past have not been willing to spend the money. Now they're willing. They're in the game, and you have to. When you've got the number one player signed, the last thing you want is for anybody to be able to grab Kevin Young.
Yeah.
And AJ DeMonsa or anybody else that's on the roster be like, whoa, wait, what just happened to our team? So you get him secured. He loves Provo. He's talked a lot about loving Utah and being in the area. So it feels like a good fit, and it also feels like it could potentially be a long-term fit. That's the feeling that I get from him signing this. The details of the contract obviously remain private. I have not seen anything leaked.
I'm surprised. We got the details on the first contract leaked.
Yeah.
I wonder if somebody got their hand slapped on that one.
I wonder too, because I haven't seen or heard anything. But my guess is it's big numbers and it's big years.
I mean, you go to the highest paid coach in BYU athletic history last year when they hired him, and then you're going to add on to it. If I'm Kalani, if I have another good season, Kalani's like, hey, I want you to look at my contract again.
Yeah.
And let's just keep stepping it up every year.
Well, yeah, that's how other schools do it.
Oh, yeah.
Why not BYU? If you're going to get competitive, then work your contracts, though. Because I feel bad because BYU fans for years listened to you and I complain about, well, extend him. Well, get the contract done, because BYU has always dragged their feet and say, well, we had a contract. We'd like to finish this contract or at least get close. And, you'd always get a year out from a contract and look for a coach to be extended. Now they'll probably be more aggressive with coaches that they want to keep around. They're not afraid to spend. They're not afraid to look like they're spending. And this Kevin Young contract is a real indicator of that. The other thing is his performance as a head coach. Where was BYU picked in Big 12 preseason?
I want to say 12th out of 14.
Yeah, it was down the list.
It was bad. Yeah, it was. There was no expectations at all for this past season.
And finishing where they finished, it was impressive. And then, as you mentioned, probably a top 5 preseason ranking, somewhere in the top 10 preseason ranking, and should be picked in the top 3 of the Big 12 come media days.
Well, and the other thing, too, weren't they right out of the gate, didn't they start the year like 1-3 in Big 12 play? I mean, they got off to a slow start, and we're like, this team ain't going to go to a tournament. And, let's see. They started out 1-4, honestly. Or 2-4. They beat Arizona State, lost to Houston, Texas Tech, TCU, beat Oklahoma State, and then lost to Utah. So right out of the gate, they're 2-4 in Big 12 play, and it's like, oh, boy. Well, guess what? They would only lose 2 more games the rest of the regular season after that.
Incredible how they came together. And then BYU fans, it's kind of crazy because BYU football's got to be number one, right? I mean, but when you're looking at Rob Wright, the point guard out of Baylor, and you're looking at AJ, and you're looking at Richie Saunders returning, and Keba Keita returning, and you're looking at additions like Chamberlain Burgess, and you've got another guy in Milo Boskovic who's going to be back, who's got a nice 3-touch. I think BYU basketball might be the belle of the ball.
Hard to, when you got Texas Tech and you got Kansas, you got some of these other teams, and I don't know what their rosters look like right now in terms of after the transfer portal, but BYU's got to stack up right there with anybody. And, it would surprise me if they're not first, second, or third in preseason rankings. But they'll actually probably 1 or 2 because they'll be a top 5 team nationally ranked. I mean, if you look at people in their early top 25 polls, BYU is always in that top 5. So I got to imagine they're going to be right there. All right, Christian, spin it.
Aaron, enough's enough, man. Just go away.
Please go away. But no, Aaron Rodgers gets his 1-year contract to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Have we figured out why he wasn't at OTAs?
Because he was not under contract. He had not signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But yet some people are like, why isn't he around his teammates?
What a terrible, terrible segment. Oh, my gosh, that was really bad. Somebody for ESPN. Was that ESPN?
I think it was Fox.
It's Fox. Somebody for Fox thought that Aaron was purposefully avoiding OTAs, and they were flying off the handle.
Why wouldn't you want to be with your teammates? Well, he hasn't signed a contract yet. I don't think he's actually allowed to be at OTAs.
He hasn't even met his coaches, his assistant. They haven't even met the cooks, the people taping ankles. Oh. I was like, oh, no. That's because, he just gets the contract done. Do you want him to go away?
I'm kind of done with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I just don't think there's – it kind of feels –
What's he hanging around for, just money?
I got to imagine he's got enough money in the bank. I hope so. Does he just want to be relevant for a little bit longer?
Because he looks miserable.
I know. He looks like he just needs to go to some cave in the middle of the desert somewhere and meditate for a couple of years and then come out and, I don't know, sell shrooms with Jake Plummer, I guess. I don't know, but it doesn't look like he enjoys the game. Doesn't look like he's enjoying the spotlight of being in the game, so just
and
go
hasn't
away.
For
a long time. Yeah,
and was dealt a bad hand on a pretty horrific injury within the first 5 snaps of the season with the Jets.
Yeah,
and now comes back and signs with Pittsburgh.
You look at that Steelers team. Does that really feel like a championship caliber team? No. So why are you coming back? Because you're not winning a Super Bowl with that team.
And it's a 1-year contract.
1-year deal.
I guess I just am trying to understand the overall thought process of it for him. I guess it'd be money more than anything. But, you look at Pittsburgh, and they're probably going to have Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. But
well, I guess that's why you go after Aaron Rodgers.
Is that it? It's
must be.
You're thinking,
well, it's either him or nobody.
Throw some money at him, and let's see if we can change it up and get some quarterback play. They got DK Metcalf that's in Robert Woods, who I love.
Yeah, that's true.
So he'll be throwing to a couple of really good receivers. I don't remember who they've got back there at running back. Do you?
I don't, actually.
You've got Jalen Warren. He went to East High School.
Oh, Jalen Warren, who was I think he went to Snow, and then he was at Utah State with Gary for a year and then finished his career at Oklahoma State. He's a good running back.
They just drafted a dude out of Iowa as well, Caleb Johnson.
And what do you know about T.J. Watt? Is he healthy and ready to go?
Don't know. I would assume so, a whole offseason, but I can't remember. What was that injury?
I can't remember specifically.
I don't think it'll hold him out of next year. But
if you can get T.J. Watt back, if you get Metcalf, Woods, and Austin rolling, and if you just protect Rodgers a little bit, they'll be a postseason team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they should definitely be a playoff team, but I just don't see them coming and challenging for a Super Bowl at all. But, that's the great thing about the NFL is you never know. You can make these bold predictions, and then all of a sudden some team is like, oh, yep.
Yeah, blows up out of the middle of the
Here they go. I remember that Brett Favre looked like he was near the end and then had that one really good year at Minnesota before it all came crashing down. All right, we'll wrap this show up next. JJ and Alex on deck, ready to go at 3 o'clock. Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Brian Giltzyler, SiriusXM NBA radio host and NBA TV contributor. We can't let you go without hearing a word about the draft. The Jazz are at number 5. What do you think is their best option?
I would take a serious look at Malawak. There's teams that are going to be banging on the Jazz's door about Walker Kessler. If you can bring in Malawak and leverage Kessler into 2 first-round picks, which was out there last summer, by the way, for him, I think there's a chance at maybe doing that, and I would like to see that out of the Jazz. If Bailey or Edgecombe drops, I think they're both too athletic as prospects that you couldn't pass on him. But if it goes kind of chalky with Edgecombe and Bailey going in front of the Jazz, the guy I'd lock in is Malawak. I love that player, and I think he's got a lot of potential. And I think ultimately, in the end, in the next 2 to 3 years, I think he'll be a better player than Walker Kessler.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year and fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free. That's philo.tv.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Kenny J J's Barbecue, they believe in serving up the best flavors with genuine hospitality. Dive into perfect mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites cooked to perfection. Woo! It's not just a meal, it's an experience. Hungry yet? Oh, yeah. Come visit at the District, 11610 District Drive in South Jordan. They're ready to welcome you with open arms and delicious food. Kenny J's Barbecue, where flavor meets family.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition of the show. This has been an absolute blast. The Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games gets underway with opening ceremony tonight at 8 o'clock. Biggest fireworks show in Utah Summer Game history, and live music, all kinds of great events. And then, of course, we kick things off. The KSL Block Party will begin at 5 o'clock. You and I are going to hang out there for a bit as well. So we got a lot going on.
Ton going on, and I wanted to throw this at you just so that you could get a good chuckle, because the New York Knicks have set their sights on a potential new head coach.
Is it a former Jazz man?
No.
Oh.
They have requested for a conversation with Jason Kidd.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll be interesting.
So I don't know how this is going to work out with New York. Who are you thinking?
The former played at Utah was Donovan Mitchell's buddy that was on the staff. Johnny Bryant, yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I know they've requested to talk to him too.
Well, Johnny's been out there for a while.
Yeah.
Ooh, could you imagine seeing Johnny Bryant get a head coaching job?
Yeah. Well, he was close to the Phoenix Suns job. Was one of the finalists for that job too. So he's going to get a job here pretty soon.
That'd be a great grab for him.
Yeah.
Cut his teeth with the Utah Jazz, didn't he?
Yes. And you imagine going from getting thrown your first head coaching job was with the Knicks. Ready, go. Have fun with that in that pressure cooker. All right. Hans and Scotty wrapping things up here. Again, the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games. Bill Schuffenhauer.
Yes, sir.
Did I say it right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate it. Hey, you look like you could still, go a few rounds, man. I know you're a bobsledder, but, dude.
It's a facade. I just try to stay in shape to keep up with the kids.
Silver medalist, 4-man bobsled back in the Salt Lake City Olympics in 2002. How cool was it? I know we talked a little bit about it, but to find out that they're coming back.
It's pretty surreal. I had dreams of, after winning the Olympic medal and representing Utah in the 2002 Olympic Games, of the hope of those Olympics coming back, and now we're already here. And it's interesting to be a part of it, both from the Olympic Committee and the Salt Lake Organizing Committee, working with everyone and just seeing the excitement, not only in Utah, but I just came back from London with an event with the International Olympic Committee, and there's so many athletes and staff around the world that are excited that the Olympics are coming back because we did such a phenomenal job. So,
is it true the bobsledders can out-squat anybody?
It's pretty close. I mean, I'm 52 and old and beat up, and I can still put 500 up. So
yeah, bobsledders, it's all about quads,
is that,
man.
All about quads. The build you have now, is that the bobsledder build?
Yeah, I'm a little bit overweight as far as what I used to be. So I'm 255, and I was about 215 in my competition weight. But traditionally, most guys are sitting about 6 foot to 6'5", 220. So we're all pretty solid fellas.
Because there's not a lot of room in that bobsled. But.
There is not.
You got to squeeze those. Got to grease those quads.
Yeah.
One of my old friends from BYU was on the female bobsled team, Shauna Robach.
Shauna, yes.
And she was a powerhouse.
Yeah, and you notice it even more with the women because it's almost shocking to see girls put up 300 plus in the squad.
She would come into the men's weight room and just dominate, and we'd all sit there
make guys feel bad.
Yeah, and she had bigger shoulders than me. Just strong girl.
Yeah.
And very fast. She was a soccer player.
Yeah, yep.
And they turned her into a bobsledder.
Wow.
Yeah.
And did they medal?
They did. So her and her athlete took a silver in the 2006 Torino Olympics in Italy. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you're the Utah Summer Game torch runner. Tell us how cool that is, man. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's just an honor for me. You know, my Olympic dream started here when I was in high school, and coming to the Utah Summer Games to get those big, awesome gold medals that they give out here, and you know, to be able to reflect and now have the opportunity to come back here and celebrate with, you know, so many people to put this together, Utah Summer Games staff, and then just watch all these athletes and thinking about when I was that little kid having those same dreams, whatever their dreams and goals are here, but to be able to be an athlete who competed here and now then run the Olympic torch and light the fire is really, really exciting for me.
You know, you bring up a really important aspect of this. Moms, dads, if you're listening to this and you're hearing about the vision and the dreams, your kid can't have the vision and dreams if you just go home and pour yourself a bowl of cereal and slouch down in a couch. Grab the kids, come out to the ceremonies, and just have a great day out here at the opening ceremonies.
You know, and it's interesting, too, because there's always a moment when you talk to a kid that becomes or talk to an athlete, like Kalani Sitake talks about how a BYU football player came to his elementary school, and that's how he fell in love with football and BYU and stuff like that. There's those little moments, and as a parent, you need to be providing as many of those because you never know what's going to strike that passion in your kid.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And even that was one thing that also got me invited or interested in football as well, is the Boscos came to my elementary at one point in time, and that's what made me want to pursue, you know, football. And then I learned from, you know, other football players that were great that, you know, track and field athletes are, you know, get that speed. And then I naturally went into track and field, and then saw Cool Runnings, the movie. No.
It was John Candy.
Right.
That inspired
John Candy
me.
was the inspiration.
You ever flip over a bobsled like, hey, you dead?
Yeah. That's definitely not a fun thing. But hey, Sink, you okay, man?
1 for the money, 2 for the show.
I bet when people hear your bobsledder, they bring up Jamaica all the time to you.
All the time. And it's funny that, you know, it's been 20 years plus since I've competed in O2, and I know well enough, like, people's reaction when I say bobsled, and if they reply, oh, boxing, I'm like, no, bobsled, like Cool Runnings, Jamaican, and they're like, oh, and then they get all excited, and then they do the accents, and do you carry an egg with you in a bobsled? I'm like, no, there's definitely no way that you can carry an egg in a bobsled and make it through.
Does our state still have one of the top 2 bobsled training facilities?
Yeah, absolutely.
We still run that whole facility up there.
Yeah, one of the great things about Utah, obviously we just have a great sports tradition here, but the organizing committee and all the facilities have been very, very well kept up to par. We've continually held multiple events here in Utah, so it wasn't like we had to go back and redo anything. There's going to be some touch-ups here and there, but we've just done a really good job of keeping the best facilities in the world.
We've got 8 years to get you ready for 2034.
Let's go.
Maybe as a coach.
No. We're going to put you on the caboose of that sled. And we're going to get you pushing, man.
Yeah, that would be a long shot, but I'll try it.
There we go.
It'll be fun to have it come back, though, won't it?
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Well, Bill's going to be running the torch, opening ceremony tonight, 8 o'clock, fireworks show, music. I mean, this thing's going to be incredible.
Yeah, it's going to be a great experience. And like we were talking about earlier, right, what a great opportunity to bring your kids here and get them involved with something and just see what could be for them. And you know, the Utah Summer Games does a great job of hosting this an amazing event, and that's why this is the 40th rendition, and it's going to continue to keep going on.
You nervous? Like, you can't drop that torch.
I was nervous going through the walkthrough a little bit earlier today, and I'll get nervous when we do the whole thing, right? Because you just want to make sure you do a good job. But I think with all the fan support and all the athletes, we'll just go out there and rock it.
My fear would be like having the torch spill the oil on me, and then the flame hitting me, and then I'm just a running ball of fire.
And it's a solid torch. It's no joke. They've done a great job with this torch. It's beautiful.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, we're fired up to see you tonight, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate you guys' time.
Utah Summer Games going on here in Cedar City. Remember, opening ceremony tonight. We've got the block party going on as well. That's going to kick off at 5 o'clock, leading right up to the opening ceremony as well. Please come down here, tbirdtickets.com, and let's get you signed up, ready to go. Hans, I'll see you on Monday, man.
Yeah. Have a safe drive home, bud.
Let's do it. Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/audio for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 50% off.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome to the program. Thanks for your participation in the show. We love how you guys listen to the show. We love that you listen on the podcast. We love that you go to the website to download portions of the podcast, whatever it might be. You can listen wherever podcasts are found, whatever platform it is that you use. Hey, did we just play that sound of Halliburton with the winner? I was like, I'm excited about this thing. We got to get right into the show. You know why? Because I did it again, JJ.
What did you do?
I assumed things were going a certain way in that game.
I think 99.9% of everybody did too, including the Thunder.
I will tell you, I texted you guys this last night when we saw this thing. The Thunder, this was their building, and this is SGA's team. The Pacers had a very specific defense that they were running. They were like, we are going to give this guy so much pressure. And as soon as he drives the lane, we are going to be backing off of this dude and make him all of the forcible contact that he was trying to attempt. They couldn't do it. And I was like, this is kind of brilliant because he wasn't having a huge effect on the game. He was making some runs to the rim, but they were almost like, yeah, have SGA try to just get every point off of a layup. You know what I mean? Or a floater. Fine. And it was, but I will tell you, Oklahoma City felt like they sort of hit the cruise control in about the 3-minute mark in the third quarter. I texted you guys out last night because I was like, why did they take their foot off the gas? This Pacers team, this is what they do. They find some sort of a rhythm in the very last quarter. And that's exactly what happened last night. They found an insane rhythm. They did exactly what, I don't know why we couldn't have seen this coming a little bit at least, because the Nuggets did this, right? In that series. They showed up.
Was it game 3 where the Thunder kind of collapsed?
The collapse was then, but do you remember the Nuggets, I think, stole game 1?
Yes.
That was the thing. Like, immediately they split.
The buzzer.
Yes. And so you go, look, if you keep a team around, it's not even just around. This team, and it seems like everybody in the playoffs, there's no 20-point lead is safe at any point, even in the second half. So I love it. I love that there's a question mark. I love it that you don't know exactly how this one's going to go. They were 10-point favorites going into that game last night. I think it might have ended up shifting to 9.5. Thank you, NBA. This thing wasn't just printed and I'm telling you, it was a great basketball game. Phenomenal game.
I think this is going to start capturing the casuals. I think people are like, ooh, that's interesting. This Pacers team is interesting. These games are unpredictable. I want to see what's going to happen next.
Let's get into the program officially. I want to hear that last play and how that thing worked out, because it was phenomenal to watch it happen again. And despite the clamp down defense that the Thunder are known for, it was a little bit suspect there on that final drive with 0.3 seconds left. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. Appreciate their support. Love those protein bars. Give it a shot today at any of your local retailers in the refrigerated section. Let's get to the cut, though, officially. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Rebound, Indiana. 8 seconds to go. The Pacers are not going to call a timeout. Halliburton has it with 3, driving with 2, pulling up, and hitting with 0.3 of a second to go. How many more times can this team do that?
Sweet baby.
And there it was. That was the game winner. He didn't do the choke thing, did he? No history with that, with them or the Sonics franchise.
I don't think you want to poke the bear.
No, and I tell you,
they know they got away with one last night.
And that's all you have to do.
They stole one.
That's all you have to do in this series is you have to sneak up on somebody in a game or two and make something out of it. It's the same that you have to look at the series like you do these games. Yeah, hey, look, maybe we're down 3-2 and we're up against the wall here. We could win 2 games. We come back from 20 after basically every game. It seems like anyway. So you steal one at home in the next little bit. And I'll tell you, the words of Tim Lacombe yesterday were ringing in my ears when he said, I think Oklahoma City's going to run away with this first one. And when it was 16 points or so mid-third quarter, I went, okay, yeah, I think you might be right. They could have turned that corner, and they could have made it a 28-point game and an insurmountable situation. Yeah. And instead the Pacers kept chipping away, and then the Oklahoma City Thunder missing bad shots. I don't like when Chet Holmgren tries to get, like, I hate saying this because I think it sounds so petty, but he's not in his lane at some point. I mean, he was in the lane.
Gets out of his sorts.
He's like, hey, you're not. I don't think that's not your job on the team.
There's certain things you want him doing, and he sometimes thinks he can do it all. He's really talented.
He's actually way athletic and he's young. But like, you remember when Rudy would do stuff, and you're like, oh boy. Oh, no, the ball went below his waist. We're in trouble.
Rudy was dribbling, dribbling at the top of the key. Like, what are you thinking, man?
This is not what I want. So Chet Holmgren got into a little bit of that.
Yeah.
And by the way, I thought that the whistle was the appropriate level of whistle in the game, too.
No one's talking about the referees.
And I love it because they let him play.
Yeah.
There were moments. And you know what? The players weren't going, oh, my hand, what's going on? There was definitely contact on a lot of things. There were some hands getting hit on shots, things like that. But, some contact was there, and they just moved right on. And I loved that about that game, and I hope that stays that way in the series. However, what are we supposed to think about Tyrese Halliburton now? Is this a situation where we're watching a guy become a superstar in this very moment? Or are we looking at a guy that's having just an insane kind of one-off situation in his career? Is this Tyrese Halliburton the guy who's going to be, we look at, Jalen Brunson, after his run, and the Jazz were a part of this, right? When
that breakout season with the Mavericks made him a lot of money.
And when he cooked them over here
Yes.
at Delta Center, that was a turning point for his career. And it turned into what it was, and then he has just run with it since. Is there an iteration of Tyrese Halliburton that we're seeing start to happen here? I know we talk about playoff Jimmy all the time, but I don't think that even Jimmy Butler, we give him more credit. And I think Tyrese Halliburton is having an insane run right now. And he's doing historic things with what seed are these guys? The 6th seed?
They were the 4.
4 seed out of the East. And the teams that they had to beat on the way there, it's an impressive run. Where is Tyrese Halliburton, and where will history put this moment that he has right now? Obviously, there's still games to be played, but I can't believe that he did it again last night.
One of the most clutch playoff performers we've seen in quite some time. You mentioned Jimmy Butler. I don't remember Jimmy Butler making big, late last-minute shots, last-second shots. He turned it up a notch, 10 more points per game during the playoffs and just took over games. This is a guy who doesn't shy away from the big moment. His team trusts him with the ball in his hands in those moments and delivers over and over and over again. And he's got a confidence about him now. And maybe a little bit of it is, the other players in the league think I'm overrated. These other guys don't think I'm that good. I'm going to show them. And how many of us don't appreciate that? How many of us don't appreciate when you're told you can't do something or you're not good enough or you don't deserve this, and you respond? There's something really human and really inspiring about that when someone's able to overcome some of those things, especially when somebody is that good at basketball but is put in a position where he's told he's not, even at that level, and he succeeds. So it's fun to watch that play out. It's also fun to watch great endings. And this team is fun as heck, man. They are fun. This is not the first time they've done this. Credit Ben Golliver, NBA writer, tweeted out these stats. The Pacers have now cheated death 4 times in this year's playoffs. Against the Bucks, they were up 7 points in the final 35 seconds, or down. The Bucks were up 37 points in the final 35 seconds, and they had a 97.9% chance to win, and the Pacers won that game. Against the Cavaliers, a 95.9% chance of losing. They were down 7 points in the final minute, and they came back to beat the Cavaliers. Against the Knicks, a 99.7% win percentage for the Knicks, up 14 in the final 3 minutes, and the Pacers found a way to win that game. And then they did it again last night. 4 times in one postseason? 4.
So
that's not a fluke.
The math nerds got together, and there's an interesting website. There are so many deep stat-driven, analytics. And I think the NBA is one of the games that lends itself even more to analytics than any other sport.
Yes.
Baseball's a little bit in that category because you invent new categories and you try to find trends. What they do is they invent that category, they run it, and then they run it through the history books too. Mm-hmm. And then they'll see what that stat does. We talk about WAR versus whip and all these things that, when you talk about pitchers and how these things work out. Basketball is one of those. And this website has clutch win probability added. That's the actual stat. That's what it's called. A stat called clutch win probability added. And it measures how many extra wins that you're worth as a clutch player defined over a period of time. So in this postseason, he's added 2.5 full wins by himself for the Pacers. Okay. Now, that sounds like, well, no, really, it was 4. No, him personally, like them getting, as a team, getting to the point where they can have this thing happen. He personally has added this clutch win number at almost 2.5 wins by himself. Now, here are some numbers for you. Again, they run these things through the history books. LeBron James in 2013, which was his most clutch performance as a player in the NBA Finals, from a clutch perspective, 1.86 he added. No one since 96-97 has even gotten close to that value. Any wild guesses as to where 96 and 97, who that person might be? He is besting Michael Jordan, LeBron James in these most clutch moments in NBA Finals history in this stretch.
Wow.
Now, here's another wild number. He is the probability, again, thank the math nerds for this. If the probability, because you just named off all the percentage chances that they had to not be, and it's funny to watch. Somebody said they did it again and they showed the ESPN probability graph. That's insane to watch it go from 9 to be all the way down here, and then suddenly it's all the way up at 100 after they win. So according to this, the 3% in game 1, the 0.3% in game 1 of the conference finals, the point, what was it last night? Same thing, 0.3 again last night. That stretch by itself, and then adding the 4th of last night, was a 1 in 75 million chance.
They led that game for not 1 second, not even one,
not a full second,
0.3.
Yeah,
and they won a playoff game. It's insane. Tyrese Halliburton has now done this 4 times in this playoffs. He has 4 game-winning shots in the final 5 seconds this postseason. And you know who else deserves a lot of credit? Their head coach. Do we talk enough about Rick Carlisle?
Rick Carlisle is as
this
veteran
is not his
as
first
it gets.
rodeo.
Of course not.
He's a champion coach. He's done this before. In fact, there have been 3 fourth-quarter comebacks of 15-plus points in the NBA Finals since 1979 or 1971. The last 2 were by Rick Carlisle coach teams. The other one, 2011, Mavericks 95, Heat 93. He understands how to coach in these tough situations, and that team is, I don't know what if it's confidence they get from his coaching or what it is, but that team is so cool under pressure, and they really believe, and that's all you need. And Rick Carlisle's been here before. Dagnall's a great coach. First finals. This is not, as you say, Rick Carlisle's first rodeo, and I think his status as an all-time head coach in the NBA is skyrocketing, and he's placing himself among some of the great coaches of all time. He deserves that much respect after what he's done with this Pacers team, after already doing it with the Dallas Mavericks 14 years ago.
Let me ask you this. If you were to, here's the thing, though, is Tyrese Halliburton's numbers, they're not crazy numbers. That was something that Richard Jefferson brought up too, right? He was like, this is not a guy that is going to pack the stats and things. They hand the ball to him at the very end because that's his real specialty.
Here's the truth.
I think that we look at it and we go, oh, he scored 32 last night, right? The reason Pascal Siakam won the Eastern Conference Final, the Larry Bird Trophy, is because he's the one with the 39-point game and the 32-point game. Tyrese Halliburton has averaged 18.6 points a game this year, and he's done almost the exact same, 18.7 in the playoffs. He had 14 last night. After the way we talk about him, people think, oh, he had 36 points probably last night. No, he's going out there and going 18, 7, and 4.
Do you want to know the truth? Tyrese Halliburton is not the Pacers' best player.
Of course.
Pascal Siakam is their all-star.
Do you remember a couple of years ago, Halliburton was like a nice ad? You know what I mean? He was like the way we add, the way we talk about.
They gave up a lot.
Yes.
It was like, why did they make this trade with the Kings?
Domantas Sabonis
was a great
Come
player.
on, man. And I'm telling you, the other thing that happened with all this, too, was Tyrese Halliburton. I remember, I think, listening to David Locke during a couple of these broadcasts over the past couple of years as he's been a Pacer. And the Pacers are a team that just, they own the Jazz, it seems like. and they're a good team in the East. So right now, if you're a good team anywhere in this league, you're going to own the Jazz in this last couple of years. But he was always mentioned second or third, right, in that group. It's always Pascal Siakam. Like, this was his kind of group, and he's the veteran, and he's the one who knows, and he's the champion, all those things.
Yeah.
And so Halliburton is interesting because I think the way we're talking about him, you would expect his numbers to be. And the reason that he doesn't have some of the most clutch points in history in the history of the league, because that's where it falls short, is LeBron, Dirk, and Jordan. Those are the best finals that they've ever had from a clutch points perspective. He's not scoring all the clutch points, but in the very, very clutchest moments, he's there, the one making that actual shot.
A starting lineup of Pascal Siakam, Aaron Nesmith, Miles Turner, Andrew Nembhard, and Tyrese Halliburton is 3 wins away from an NBA title.
Does that give you hope as a Jazz fan,
100%
or do you think that
absolutely
these guys
does.
just got lucky?
No, that lineup I just read, those guys are playing great basketball together. Here last night, all of them were scored in double figures. 3 of them had double-figure rebounds.
Wow,
they are getting it done.
That's a good stat.
Now you're not blown away by the names I just threw out there, are you? That though is a team that's 3 wins away from an NBA championship. And to answer your question, I'm glad you brought it up, because it brings it all here where we really focus and care about, which is what the Utah Jazz do to get there someday. Austin Ainge made a great point when he was hired this week, and he spoke about stacking one good decision after another. Look at that Pacers rotation. It's one good decision after another. The Pascal Siakam trade. They went all. I mean, that was when they made that trade. A lot of people thought, "Uh-oh, that's a lot of money for Pascal Siakam."
You felt like he was kind of old. You know, it's like, he's past his championship days are over because he's leaving the team.
How many times is Miles Turner in trade talks? Yet he's still there. Mm-hmm. The Tyrese Halliburton trade we already mentioned. They rolled the dice on that. They were trading a really good player for Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
Obi Toppin, they bring him in from the Knicks. T.J. McConnell, a guy that everybody thought would just end up in the G League. He's an important part of the rotation. They drafted Benedict Mathurin. And Aaron Nesmith, they got away from the Celtics. Andrew Nembhard is a player that they found in the late first round, I believe. It might even have been a second-round pick, if I remember right. Maybe it was late first. I go, oh, yeah, second-round, pick 31. Andrew Nembhard, second-round pick in 2022 in their starting lineup. One good decision after another. Finding a value pick, a starter on a finals team in the second round, pick 31. Maybe Kyle Filipowski is that kind of guy for the Jazz. Stack one good decision after another, and you can build a champion in today's NBA. This is not the super team era. That is dead. And so now, because of the way the collective bargaining is set up, you are rewarded for making good basketball decisions. And so if the Utah Jazz make good basketball decisions, free agency doesn't matter anymore. Your superstar power doesn't matter anymore. None of that matters anymore. It's about making one good decision after another and building the best roster that works together and comes together to play great basketball. Now, with all that said, do we think the Pacers are now the favorite to win this series? I'm not convinced of that yet.
I think we still don't. I think we still don't look at it like that.
This got totally overlooked last night, and for good reason. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That was his NBA Finals debut. He had 38 points.
Yeah.
That's the third most in a Finals debut ever, behind only Allen
Iverson, we talked about yesterday.
In 2001, had 48, and George Mikan with 42 back in 1949. We all remember that series.
Yeah. I'm surprised it wasn't Bob Pettit.
I think he probably beat Bob Pettit in that Finals. Actually, Bob Pettit was probably 10 years old then. That gives you an idea of just how great Gilgeous-Alexander was last night. And it didn't matter because the Pacers stole their thunder.
What was his oh, gosh. Hey.
It's Friday.
I don't know. Alex, I feel like we need to put JJ in the penalty box for that bad
Is this the only segment I'm getting today? I'm done. I've said a lot. But
I think he stole his thunder.
Game one delivered. Oh.
Yeah.
Game one delivered in a lot of ways.
What were
if you're not entertained, I don't know what to tell you.
What was the number on the free throws for SGA? How many free throw attempts did he have?
Pulling it up right now.
Because he's like an 80-something. But I mean, like, I just want to know how
free
many times
throw.
it
was way down.
See, and I think
he was 7 of 8.
Yeah, they played him well.
He needs to be in double figures.
They played him well.
They did.
And if he would have had a normal night, he would have had 40, 44, 46.
He got to 38 with only 8 free throw attempts. That's pretty good.
And he's been in the playoffs.
He took 30 shots, made 14 of them.
What game was it that he had 18 made free throws at 22 attempts at the line? It's crazy. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. This portion of the program is always brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJA, and wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Got a special guest coming up right around the corner here, the athletic director for Utah Valley University, going to join us next. So stay right here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A slow slog southbound on I-15 from 53rd South in Murray down to 106 South in Sandy. For northbound drivers, the slowest stretch right now is on the freeways on I-15 along the west side of Hill Air Force Base from Clearfield up to Roy. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip at Ride UTA or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Brian Giltzyler, SiriusXM NBA radio host and NBA TV contributor. We can't let you go without hearing a word about the draft. The Jazz are at number 5. What do you think is their best option?
I would take a serious look at Malawak. There's teams that are going to be banging on the Jazz's door about Walker Kessler. If you can bring in Malawak and leverage Kessler into 2 first-round picks, which was out there last summer, by the way, for him, I think there's a chance at maybe doing that, and I would like to see that out of the Jazz. If Bailey or Edgecombe drops, I think they're both too athletic as prospects that you couldn't pass on him. But if it goes kind of chalky with Edgecombe and Bailey going in front of the Jazz, the guy I'd lock in is Malawak. I love that player, and I think he's got a lot of potential. And I think ultimately, in the end, in the next 2 to 3 years, I think he'll be a better player than Walker Kessler.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at AmericaFirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, it's another Minky Monday coming up on Monday. Celebrate the dads in your life. Yeah, we don't just do the Minky Mondays for moms, okay? Father's Day coming up all Monday, coming up right after the weekend here on our station. The Minky Couture blankets are going to be flying out the door. The original classy blanket, Minky Couture, making the best Father's Day gift ever. Zone listeners get 50% off with the code Zone50 at checkout. Don't miss Minky Monday coming up on our station, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. It's going to be awesome. Joining us on the program, he is Dr. Jared Sumption, the athletic director for Utah Valley University. Jared, thanks for being with us, man.
Hey, I'm happy to be here.
So we were just talking about this yesterday, and of all the things, of all the attention that schools get and for ways that schools get attention, we were like, how about Utah Valley's viral moment being this massively controversial play at the plate up in Oregon, at Oregon, in Eugene? In the regionals, the baseball team had a phenomenal year. The basketball team's been on the rise, all these things. But you look at it and you go, I mean, I guess attention is attention, and we'll take the publicity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a heck of a year for the Wolverines. We've won 7 WAC championships, and we're just completely on the rise. And just the baseball team alone, we actually ran some reports just for the last weekend, and we received $1.2 million in ad revenue on just the Oregon game alone. Wow. So it's been a really, really good run for the Wolverines, and now with the Big West announcement, we're heading into new waters and even more, I think, notoriety and prestige.
Let's dig into that. The move to the Big West, conference realignment is become a thing now, and it's always fascinating every time it happens. And now you guys are having your journey into it. Can you explain why the move to the Big West was right for you and the time was right?
Yeah, I mean, it's in just a short amount of time, UVU's transformed from a junior college to the largest university in the state with 47,000 students. And, we've grown a lot just over my time. I grew up a Springville Red Devil, and, UVSC back then was just a different university. Now moving from, transitioning from junior college to Division I, we've really only been at this since 2013 when we received automatic qualifiers for the NCAA. I mean, so we're a really, really young athletic department and university. And for us to have, multiple conferences interested in Utah Valley, wanting us to join their conference, it's been a big amount of pride for our university to know that we've established ourselves in a short amount of time to where people want to invite us into their conference. And the Big West just makes the best sense for us. We fit geographically. We've got a ton of flights going in and out of Provo to Southern California now. Salt Lake's got a bunch of flights. The league is very respected. It's one of the best mid-major leagues in the country. In fact, I think, some of the teams have come into Utah this year, and for example, UC San Diego came in and beat Utah State in Logan in men's basketball, and they were close to a 2-bid league there. They're a 2-bid league in basketball, and for us to be a part of that, I mean, we're super excited to add to the conference and for them to also help lift us up.
As if people drive past the university down there in Orem and you see the construction that's going on right there on campus, and just I think when I was down at BYU, the bridge had gone in and all that student housing across the freeway was going up, but anytime you go down there, there is so much movement and so much construction and so much building of that university up, and so much of it has to do with the athletics. How much has it grown? You talked about how 2013 was, that kind of moment where you guys moved into that automatic qualifier kind of situation, but the reality is that this is not just, this is the largest university in the state. The commitment from the state is there, but you also have a lot of students who go, I'm going to go there and I'm going to play that sport. Talk a little bit about what the growth is going to look like over the next decade then for the school.
Yeah, when I was a student here a long time ago, we only had 24,000 students, and now, being at 47,000, and just the growth, not just athletically, but the university. It's just we become a lot more credible. In the past, people would call it, 13th grade, and things have changed rapidly, and that's really the nice thing is students are choosing to come to Utah Valley University with their feet, and they love it here. They stay here. Our retention has been really good, and it's a new chapter for the whole university, and it's really like all these startup companies that are sitting in Lehigh and in Utah at Silicon Slopes. We're a startup company, and I tell donors all the time, like this is a good time to get on board and get in now because we're going places and our value is just rising. So, as an alum myself, tremendous pride knowing that our teams are beating Power 4 programs every year in multiple sports and doing things that I think nobody thought we could do, especially over the past decades.
Yeah, I don't think the athletic director at Oregon is going to be reaching out to you to schedule any more games. I don't think they want anything to do with the Utah Valley Wolverines anymore.
You want to know a funny story about that?
Sure.
So after the baseball game, I was standing up on the concourse, just kind of taking it all in after we met with the team, and I heard a couple fans using some expletives, saying they came up here and beat us in basketball, and now they beat us in baseball. We're never playing Utah Valley again. And I wanted to walk over to him and say, yeah, and you paid us $85,000 to play you in basketball too. So
There's always
I didn't do that.
There's always every athletic director knows too, like the where that nose gets rubbed in. I was in the press box at Texas back in what year that was, 13 or
when Taysom Hill jumped over their defense.
When they had beaten him the year before.
Yeah.
And so they go down to Texas, and I remember the athletic director from Texas and people looking around, and he's just like, you will never see us make this game happen again because of that very thing, because you don't want to be put on a stage and get embarrassed like that. But those are the moments that you guys first of all, how did the players react to that moment? Not just that moment, but when they have these victories over big teams that people look at and they go, that's a power conference team right here. And UVU comes in and gets a win. How have your players and coaches been in those moments?
This is what gets me up in the morning every day, just to come to work, and our coaches, nobody works harder than our coaches and our student athletes, and they live for these moments. And so when you have a program like Oregon, who was some people picked to win the College World Series, to go in and to beat them in front of a packed house and on national television, just is a testament to where our student athletes are and the fact that they believe in themselves. Nobody banked on Utah Valley winning that game. If I'm betting, I'm probably not betting on the Wolverines, and that's just the truth. But what we are is just a gritty group of student athletes who they come in and just they do things that nobody thinks they can do, and they believe in themselves. Our coach Nate Rasmussen, he takes off the ESPN headset, and the second he took that headset off, he's jumping into a mosh pit with our student athletes that knew they just did something super special, and that's what makes this fun. The NCAA is crazy right now. There's so many things going on. We're waiting for this settlement. There's all these things just kind of slapping us in the face every day, and yet these are the moments that make it worthwhile. And, we had a graduation a couple weeks ago. To watch our student athletes walk in graduation and go out and compete like they did, it just makes it all worthwhile.
You mentioned that the House legislation and everything going on with that. We talk about what that means for BYU and Utah because they're in the Big 12 and in the Power 4 level. But what does it mean for a school like Utah Valley University as you're trying to compete? I know you're constantly trying to fend off teams from taking your players and your coaches, and now you're having to deal with whatever the future is. What is it like for Utah Valley?
So, this is one of the reasons that the Big West was attractive to us. They have a commissioner, Dan Butterly, who he's been on a couple radio shows here in Utah the past couple of days, but he's one of the best in the business, and he represents mid-majors very, very well. He's probably the only commissioner that has the guts to go against Greg Sankey and what they're doing with the SEC and trying to separate themselves. And that's what makes this hard is, the casual basketball fan, they love March Madness. They love it when mid-majors come in and beat the powerhouse programs. And that's what makes college athletics fun. And And sometimes, it's the House settlement and everything, the way it's going. I mean, all the votes are going towards the Power 4 programs, and yet here we are. We still beat them every once in a while, and we still come in and make ourselves relevant. And that's really, like, I think some of the bigger schools are forgetting what this is all about, and that's graduating student athletes, giving them a chance at a degree and moving on from here, because very few student athletes go on and become professional athletes. And so, the transfers and things like that, the portal, the way everything's going, that's not what we intend it to be. The cool thing about Utah Valley is a lot of student athletes choose to stay here. We have some high profile ones that go, and some of the money that's being thrown at them, like, hey, take that money and go. We get it. But other ones are here for the experience, and that's kind of something that separates us is student athletes are choosing to come here, including Power 4 student athletes coming to Utah Valley because of the experience that we provide and because we care about them outside of competition.
Is there a collective type situation that you guys just have to say, hey, we got to at least have one and sort of do something about it? Or I mean, it sounds like you also kind of said, hey, look, there are places that certain universities are going to kind of live in this new environment, and that's where you guys are living, is in the one where you go, we're not going to do any of that stuff where we try to, or I mean, there's enough of an alumni, base. I feel like you could start putting those feelers out, and is there enough around there to be able to get some kind of a competitive collective, at least a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the separator right now between the Power 4s and the other 300 universities across the country. They have these big TV contracts, and they're for sure going to hit their $20 million in cap space that they can give to student athletes. And the fact that I just said the cap, I mean, that 10 years ago, nobody would have ever thought that we're talking about these type of numbers. For mid-majors, I think we're all more on the same page of like, hey, let's remember our roots and remember why we have NCAA athletics. There's very few that are making the big dollars, but they dominate the headlines. And that's really what we're trying to say is like, hey, come to Utah Valley. We have donors, we have people, we have a little bit of NIL, but you're not going to see the numbers that you're going to see at other universities, including in this state. But the cool thing is you still have to go out and play the game, and we still win those games. It's not just about the money, and it's about the drive to help these kids do something with their life and go into these competitions and not be afraid of those people making money, because the game still has to be played.
What you've done with that athletic program in a very short period of time is remarkable. You've seen the growth. You bragged about the WAC championships. We just saw what your baseball program did. Your basketball program's knocking on the NCAA tournament, and now you're making this move to the Big West. Which sports will benefit the most, and how is this going to help your growth moving forward as far as competitiveness and quality of play and quality of your programs?
Yeah, that's a great question. We, with some other options that we had, there's leagues that maybe wouldn't been as competitive, that would have been the easier path for us to choose, where we would go in and dominate a lot of the programs. And there's leagues that we were looking at that were definitely going to be a big struggle for us. Like, we'd have to build up towards it. The Big West is the perfect home for us. We come in, we're not at the bottom, we're not at the top, but we're right there competitive, trying to win championships in pretty much every sport. It's going to be harder, sports like baseball. I mean, top to bottom, that league is big time. They were a two-big league just this season. They have historically great baseball programs. Basketball, we intend on being competitive. Some of the outdoor sports, they're really good at outdoor sports because they're all coming from California. But we have competitors in our program, and we think we'll come in. We're certainly not going to dominate, but we'll adapt and kind of catch up with some of those schools that are a little bit more advanced than us in certain sports. But the rest of our sports I think are going to thrive.
How close are you guys on the soccer stadium getting finished? The UCCU soccer stadium.
Oh, it's so awesome. We're doing the ribbon cutting on August 15th. And we have a home opener against University of Utah on August 18th, Monday, August 18th.
Well, that's the day then. You got to have it figured out by then. Got to have all the bathrooms turned on.
It's gonna sell out. Our soccer coach, Chris LeMay, he's not afraid of anybody. We've got LSU, Auburn, Cal, Gonzaga, Utah, all coming into our stadium this year. It's going to be. I mean, who would have thought those teams would come to Orem, Utah, and play us a couple years ago?
It's an awesome thing to watch you guys and the growth and what's going on down there. And we appreciate you joining the program here, Dr. Jared Sumption, Athletic Director, Utah Valley University. Good luck, and we're going to keep bending our ear to what's going on at UVU. And next time you guys go viral, we're having you back on again.
Alex, JJ, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
Go
Jared.
Wolverine.
Appreciate you.
I mean, think about it. So I remember, it was UVSC at one point. Like, I think the changeover happened. I don't know when, but
2002 was when they made the jump from JUCO to Division I. Then there was a transition period that they had to go through.
Right.
Like you mentioned, it was a long period of time.
Yeah.
Back then, they made you wait like 6 or 7 years.
I remember I had one of the apartments I lived in Provo. I had a pencil in like one of the drawers that obviously been there a long time. It was like Utah Technical College. Yeah. And it was like Utah Junior Technical College. I'm like, what's this about? They're all, oh, that's UVSC up the road here. And, not from being from here, you're kind of like, oh. And then you start to find out, oh, all the people who live in this valley actually that are students, like not most of them are not BYU students.
Right.
And so
all of the growth you've seen in this state is mirrored by the growth of that university. You haven't seen the other universities in the state grow at the same rate.
Right.
They have benefited from that, especially as he mentioned, being so close to where this tech center is. And, I attended the school and had a great time there. It's been awesome to see the growth there. And now it takes a long time to build tradition and to get noticed and make a name for yourself. But in a short period of time, they've had some really big moments. And this baseball tournament was the latest.
Did you and Dr. Sumption party when you were down there at UVU?
No, we did not.
Oh, I just wondered if you guys crossed over time.
We did not.
Bro, you want to come on my radio show? Remember back in the day?
No, we were not. We were not frat buddies. I don't even think there was a frat to join.
And no, that's one. If you're UVU, you steer away from. We're not going to do it. Let's not build a Greek row.
No,
we want to see the growth and the positivity going on.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't need that.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. We've got our Would You Rather right around the corner, Friday edition of the program. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What really was accomplished by playing Cody Williams this year?
Truthfully, Cody Williams is a better player today than he was at the beginning of last year.
But because you used him as a piece to lose games, one, you diminished his value greatly.
Yeah.
And two, what did you do to him? You're going to try and win 17 games next year and do it with integrity? Well, how many players are you going to ruin in the process? How many young players are you going to go, well, he kind of got better because he played, but yet he was on a team that actually tried and could only win 17 games?
I don't think they're going to win 17 games next year. I would be surprised if they're not in the lower 20s. I don't think they're going to threaten 30 because 30 is going to make them lose their draft pick. And then they're going to hope that they get a little bit of draft luck and move up into that top 1, 2, 3, or 4 with a 15, 16% chance of doing that versus the 48% chance they had of staying in the top 4 that they didn't even get anyways.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
103.5 The Arrow presents Arrowfest, Brotherhood of Rock. They celebrate 25 years. Styx, Kevin Cronin, former lead singer of REO Speedwagon. Special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles. June 11th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale now at Ticketmaster. Sticks, Kevin Cronin, Don Felder, Brotherhood of Rock.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Don't miss another Minky Monday on The Zone. Tune in all day Monday to win Minky Couture blankets. The original classy blanket. Minky Couture makes the perfect Father's Day gift. And Zone listeners get 50% off with code ZONE50. Don't miss Minky Monday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Okay, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Appreciate UVU Athletic Director Jared Sumption joining us on the program. Talking about, I always want to ask a question. I know it's a dumb one because I know it's not a thing, but like, why not a football team? You know what I mean? It's an expensive. I know the answer is it's a freaking expensive proposition, and getting in on the ground floor is
asked Jared
pretty
that
tough.
one time. He told me it would take $100 million. So if anyone out there wants to donate,
wow,
that money, that's what it would take in 2025 to start a college football program.
I like
just
that,
to start it.
You know what? I like that vibe though, where you go, look, if we're gonna start a football program, I'm gonna need $1 billion, and then you look around the room, and if somebody's eyes light up, and it's like Ryan Smith, you're all, I mean, I'd do $500 million if it could really get it going. I think we could scrape by.
Hey Ryan, you like football?
Fine, I'll bankroll this one too. All right, so my son works at the movie theater now. Good for him because he's got a summer job, and I go and pick him up sometimes. And I've been noticing the F1 posters pop up more and more for the new F1 movie.
That's right.
I don't know how the mainstream people will like to see an F1 movie. Not sure, but Brad Pitt's mug is obviously front and center and everything. Okay, and there are moments in the trailer, even, and I know they're making it as close to reality as possible. But that's a really hard thing to do. That's a very specific skill set. And so they're relying a lot on shaky camera work so that you just can't tell that, one, it's not him, or two, like you can bump somebody. You know how it is when you watch a movie and when somebody throws a football and you're like, okay. There was that meme going around of that girl who is at the gym and she does that terrible turnaround jumper. Yeah, I can't buy it. You're showing me a picture of Brad Pitt. Not F1 age, I'll tell you that.
He's 61.
No.
There's no way he looks like that at age 61.
So, I'll tell you, he and Tom Cruise did a deal with the devil. But
that's someone else's body, and they put his old head on top of it.
Maybe
it's a bad Photoshop.
So when somebody has like a bad jump shot in a movie, and it's supposed to be a sports movie, it's one thing if it's just a scene and then I move past it. But if it's a sports movie, okay. So the Would You Rather today revolves around performances by actors who actually did a pretty decent job, and that like you were almost sold on the part of them being an actor. Now some of these were professional athletes at some point. I'm going to take those out, like your Burt Reynoldses and things. I mean, he wasn't a professional athlete. I guess he played it, but he was a running back at Florida State, and he had a past, as a legitimate high level collegiate athlete. So that doesn't count to me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you best looking athletic performances by people who weren't athletes; they're actors. Margot Robbie in I, Tonya. Or Jamie Foxx in Any Given Sunday.
Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx did a heck of a freaking job, right?
Yeah, he really sold it.
Jamie Foxx or Sly in Rocky?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, Rocky.
Rocky is
Sylvester Stallone did an incredible job with that.
But I will tell you, if you've ever boxed, you're horrified by what you're watching because you're like,
that's
not
fair.
A person puts their hands up once. There's just how many scenes where he's got his hands down by his waist and he's just going,
It's like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Yes. He's just getting beat up.
Yeah, he would never last.
So
He'd have brain damage.
Jamie Foxx still?
Yeah,
Foxx?
Now you talked me out of it. Let's stick with Jamie Foxx.
How about Kevin Costner in Tin Cup as a golfer?
I thought you were going to say Draft Day.
No. But Kevin Costner, any baseball movies, he does a pretty decent job at. Tin Cup, I thought he had a decent swing.
Nah.
So, no?
Still going to go with Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx or Gina Davis in A League of Their Own. Remember she does the
was
splits
great.
in the catch? She looked legit.
Yeah, she
looked
absolutely.
the part.
I'm going to go Gina Davis.
Gina Davis or Cuba Gooding Jr. and Jerry Maguire.
Cuba Gooding Jr.
He does look like
he looked like an NFL
he
wide
looked like
receiver.
a slot receiver.
Yep.
Like he's a little undersized.
Yeah.
You couldn't fake that. Like any of us who are looking, they're going, that
He had
guy's
a little
not.
Steve Smith Sr. vibe to him.
Yes. How about Tim Robbins and Bull Durham?
Oh boy, that's
Cuba
a tough
Gooding
one.
Jr. or Tim Robbins and Bull Durham?
Bull Durham.
Okay. Because you like the movie more, probably, too.
That
How
helps.
about this? Tim Robbins and Bull Durham or Wesley Snipes in Major League?
Wesley Snipes in Major League.
Okay. Wesley Snipes in Major League or Charlie Sheen in Major League? Charlie Sheen does a freaking great job. And I'll tell you, they had to splice a bunch of different stuff for Wesley Snipes because he actually could not hit. He looked weird.
He's not a good
swinging.
athlete at all.
No.
Yeah, I gotta go with Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen's a crazy person, but he could throw the ball and he looked normal.
He looked like a closer. Like, you remember the old closers?
Yes.
Like, we were talking about
Yes.
John Rocker the other day about how bad of a person he was.
Yeah.
Like, there was a long time in Major League Baseball where it's like, these closers, I'm not so sure.
You could just be a guy who sold car batteries or drink car battery acid if you're John Rocker.
I'm not sure that they're actually sober right now.
How about, okay, so last one, because I think that's a good one. Charlie Sheen might be the winner for me. Or James Caan and Brian's song.
Oh, wow. You went drama.
I went full tearjerker for
That's
you.
like Academy Award stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I got to stick with
Charlie Sheen?
Yeah, I got to stick with
Okay,
Charlie
one
Sheen.
final one. Charlie Sheen or Adam Sandler and Happy Gilmore. He does a pretty good job of kind of selling the hockey thing and the baseball.
The hockey player,
And
yes. The golfer, not at all.
Yeah, me neither.
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm still going with Ricky the Wild Thing Vaughn for the win.
Okay. All right, there you go. I think Ricky Vaughn. and this will
Charlie
be-
Sheen looked
I
like
wanna
a closer, even with the haircut.
Yes, I want to say right now, Charlie Sheen will never win another poll ever in this show, okay? We're committed to not having guys like Charlie Sheen featured on the program, but he did do a good job in
You could have gone Dennis Haysbert with Pedro Serrano.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I was totally sold that he was a big league home run hitter.
Let's take a break. Hey, what am I doing? I'm giving something away. Is that what you said? Oh, yeah. No, we're talking about Win Ticket Wednesday. Next week is Win Ticket Wednesday. Every Wednesday we do this on the program all across the station. And next week you can win tickets to Jason Aldean on the Full Throttle Tour coming July 26th to Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets go on sale right now at livenation.com. Or you can win them next week all day long on a Win Ticket Wednesday. Listen all day long then. Jonathan Tavernari, JT's going to join us, former BYU basketball player, give us his thoughts on not just Kevin Young's first year, but how about extending him after that first year in the direction of 2025 Power Conference basketball, what that looks like for the future of BYU. Stay here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Advanced Window Products. This is the company that you need to trust with your windows. It's the most trusted window company here in Utah. They've been here doing business for almost 40 years. Here's the reality of it. Here's what you're looking for when you're talking about windows. It's not just about, hey, I can throw these in your house and you'll get better results. I'm sure somebody could come in, throw some windows in, and say, yeah, we're going to save you some money on there. But are they saving you the most money? Are they telling you the truth about what the reality of the energy loss is in your home? Get an energy audit from the folks at Advanced Window Products. That costs you nothing, by the way. And you can get yourself on that road to get custom, high-quality windows with the most sign-off from the government on those tax rebates. And you're going to get all of that from a local company. They rebate it, or they warranty this thing here. They make sure that you are going to be satisfied all along the way. They're the factories you're going to save. And they even have no payments or interest for 12 months as part of their plan as well. JJ, this is a great time to get in.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, why do we keep talking about local? Why is that important? Well, they're the door manufacturer. They sell direct to the public. There's no middleman markup. So you're saving money, and if anything goes wrong, the company that sold you the windows and manufactured the windows is right here, and you can get them on the phone right now. You don't want to have a situation where you don't have those options. On top of that, as Alex mentioned, you're getting the best product on the market. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best you can buy with triple coating of low E, argon-filled, double pane insulated glass. All that's great, but what you care about is saving money, right? Well, they have options available for any budget. They also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest and no payment, no interest for 24 months. So if you have emergency with windows right now, you're having a problem, don't hesitate. They're going to get you hooked up, and they're going to take care of it, and they're going to find a way for you to pay for those windows. And if you have to replace 10 or more, they got a great deal right now. Receive $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to their website right now, advancedwindows.com, and learn more about it, or give them a call. 801-850-9100. Get on the books. Have them come give you a bid. That's 801-850-9100, Advanced Window Products.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is this another one of your funky themes today, too? Am I supposed to guess? Is it like one of these, Boy, this... Don't pretend like this was in the system and it just popped up.
It isn't there.
No, but you just... This is not random. This was one of your personal picks. What's the theme, then, of today? We don't have one?
It's just yacht rock.
Okay, just yacht rock. Okay, good. There we go.
I went through the 100...
Hey, permission to come aboard?
I thought it was weird you wearing those short khaki shorts and those boat shoes in the studio back there.
Now you know why.
I wondered what was going on.
Summer vibes with a little yacht rock on a Friday.
You didn't need to wear the aviators in the studio, though. That was a little bit too much. Yes, welcome to your Friday. Thanks for being with us. Second hour of the program, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can always listen to the show anywhere you find podcasts. You can also stream the show with the KSL Sports app. You can watch it on YouTube on the KSL Sports channel, or you can dial into the regular old radio signal. We appreciate wherever you're listening from. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's jump in here, hour number 2. One of our favorite guests ever. He's Jonathan Tavernari from, of course, BYU basketball fame, and, of course, he also ended up being like our NCAA tournament insider this year, which also ended up being a lot of fun as well. Let's jump in here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Doug Smith brings you this portion of the show as well. The cut brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and now in Linden. Jonathan Tavernari. JT, you saw the news like we did yesterday. Were you surprised that even just after 1 year of an already 7-year deal, Kevin Young gets locked up for even longer?
You know, first of all, JJ, you're making me blush right now. You know, I'm not I'm an introvert. I don't like to talk.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
As you said those things, I started to blush here. But, the one thing that I will say is the moment that Brian Santiago became the athletic director, one of the first things he said was the top priority was to lock in Kevin Young. And that's because even back then, he already knew that Kevin was being, very much coveted for different jobs in the NBA. Jobs that he already had turned down came back to him. Phoenix Suns came back to him. And so, obviously there is a financial aspect to this. We shouldn't kid ourselves. But, the thing with Kevin Young is there are multiple factors, including building a legacy, the well-being of his family, the stability of not having to work on Sunday or doing minimal work on Sunday, right? And so when you compare that to the grind that is the NBA, plus the fact that, he's got something really cool going on, there are a lot of variables that all aligned, and so am I surprised that he is, on a pretty much a 7-year deal? No, I'm not. Was it coming? Absolutely. And so BYU is in a very interesting position. And JJ, you've been covering BYU for, definitely longer than I've been here in the U.S. I don't think there's ever been a time that BYU basketball has been as talked about as it is right now. Now, I will say, maybe when Sean Bradley was the number one recruit in the country, definitely Jimmer Mania is the only thing that tops what BYU basketball is going through right now. But it is up there, man, because the hype surrounding BYU is crazy right now.
And I would tell you, so Jimmer probably at its peak. Sean Bradley was a nice story. I mean, he was 7'6", but that team was never, a top 25. They were not a team that was getting big wins. I think they won one tournament game. This A.J. DeBonsa thing combined with the Sweet 16 run and all the hype and everything going on with this team and the amount of money that they're able to use to build this program, you combine that all together, JT, and you got something that I don't think BYU's ever had, and people are talking about BYU in the way they never have before. The Jimmer story was cute. This is BYU has a chance to go to like a Final Four. That's not crazy talk when you have this kind of a roster and these kind of expectations. And I'm looking at the conference or non-conference schedule they're building, JT. You played some big games at BYU. I remember you guys playing Louisville. I think maybe had a game against North Carolina. They've never done anything like this. Are they doing too much with this non-conference schedule? Or what does this say about what they're trying to accomplish this year?
So I don't think they're doing too much, right? I think let me answer a few of those things that you brought up, but I don't think they're doing too much. Any type of player, you want to compete. My freshman year and my sophomore year, we played Michigan State, we played Louisville, we played Carolina, and then we also played Wake Forest, which we also played my junior year. And so we played, some of these blue blood programs and some big name programs. But I'll tell you firsthand, had we hadn't a chance, we would have opted to play more of these big games. Definitely to go to the Garden in New York. Definitely to go to Vegas. And they are setting up for some massive PR. To your point. And I will say this. What Jimmer did in 2011, and social media wasn't what it is right now. It was a frenzy, and but I will also say this: I was in Italy, and I was still getting notifications, and people knew about Jimmer with this AJ stuff, man, and NIL, and all of the hype, and First Take, and Stephen A. Smith. And BYU has the number 3 recruiting class in the country this year. Some of these things are outrageous. And so, Kevin Young is all about that smoke. And so to the fact that he is scheduling these games, there is a part of me that's like, just go ahead and schedule Kentucky in Lexington. Just go ahead and do it. Just do it like a home, just do an away with Kentucky and just go to Kentucky and play against Mark Pope, and let's just see what happens, right? And so I think from that perspective, Kevin Young is, and the staff and the program, they're very active on trying to showcase what the program is all about right now. And the one thing that you can never take it away from Kevin Young is from day one, he said, this is going to be a place that young men will get ready for the NBA, and we will do it, in a way that aligns with the values of BYU. and the institution. And obviously you can't also take that, remove the church from that conversation. And he is doing that. I mean, he is delivering. Now, lo and behold, Yegor Demon is a top 10 pick. And then lo and behold, BYU ends the year in 2025 before they start conference in January with the Big 12. And these guys are actually ranked in the top 15. And AJ is having a heck of a season. How does BYU not have over and over again a top 5 recruiting class year after year? The NIL is there, the donations are there, the funds are there, the coaching staff is there. And so, this is unreal and something that has never seen before. And, props to Utah for, having a basketball program that's been kind of down for the last, good amount of years. And, they're following BYU footsteps. Now, is that, banter and rivalry and, they're copying us? I mean, don't we all copy, something that's excelling? We all hold our follow through like Curry and, had our tongues out like Jordan. And you know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
you copy what's great. And so I don't, obviously, fans are going to be fans, but, shout out to Utah for doing that as well, because at the end of the day, JJ, the state of Utah, it elevates. When basketball is great in Utah and you have multiple teams doing well, and hopefully my former teammate Austin Ainge can get the Jazz back on track, now that he's part of the organization. But when basketball and multiple organizations, multiple clubs are doing well basketball-wise in Utah, the entire basketball environment in Utah elevates all the way down to to kids playing basketball at a young age.
What's the part that's going to be the hardest to balance for BYU? I mean, you talked about the church aspect and making sure that they don't forget what the role is there, but it's an interesting time to have so much money being thrown at these athletes. And I know that there are people who are torn inside even the athletic department to be like, this is a lot. This is something that I don't think anybody would imagine would be going on. And as a worldwide church to try to balance that, what's the biggest concern, I think, or for BYU as they go forward with this thing, because they're trying to balance all that?
I think the biggest balance is going to be how can you stay ready? How can you compete for a championship and for excelling on the court in terms of team wins while also developing the players to get to the NBA draft? That to me is the biggest thing, JJ. And last year, Kevin Young did an amazing job of getting BYU to a place where, they weren't fighting for a Big 12 championship, but they were very much fighting to stay in that top 2, 3, 4 spot. And then, how could they put themselves in a position where, the wins on the court are also aligning with the development of the players and then advancing the NCAA tournament. Chris Burgess gave an interview earlier this week on BYU TV, and he said, listen, at the end of the day, it's all about the NCAA tournament. And I think that's a fair thing to say. Winning the Big 12 is not easy, right? And that's because, what BYU is doing right now, Houston has been doing for a while, Arizona has been doing for a while. I dare to say Baylor has been doing for a while, although Baylor had a massive roster, revamp. But, to get BYU to a point where BYU is also fighting for championships in conference, a conference tournament, which, hasn't happened, since McKelly Wesley was in town, in the late 90s, early 2000s, with a team that had Terrell Day and Trent Whiting. And so that to me is the biggest challenge that Kevin Young faces now that he is established and now that he knows how to schedule games, now that he knows to expect. Can he put together some type of continuity? I think about the Chamberlain Burgesses, I think about the Brody Kozlowskis. Is there a way that you can combine the top LDS talent around the country with the cream of the crop, recruits over and over again in the transfer portal, so that you have a continuity on the program? to be able to establish a winning culture. That, to me, is the biggest challenge that he's facing this year.
BYU 2 years in the Big 12 has been very impressive, and they honestly overachieved, finishing 5th in their first season, tied for 3rd last year. And they're going to be expected to be at the top again, but there are 2 teams that they have not been able to beat, Texas Tech and Houston. In order to win a Big 12 title, they're going to have to figure that out. Now, on paper, they look like they figured that part out. What do they have to do on the court to close the gap with those 2 teams?
I think that's where those development players come in play. And I might even throw it in there the Xavier Stanton type of players, where top 100 kid, but probably not a lottery kid, out of year one, maybe he has to stay 2 or 3 years. That type of continuity, to me, it's what going to make the difference between BYU being, a top 4, top 5 team. Let's just say top 4 because you got a double bye in the Big 12 tournament. BYU being a top 4 team and BYU being the team to beat in the Big 12, right? It's because when you look at, for instance, you look at Houston and the comeback that they had against Duke, right? It weren't your, lottery picks getting it done. It was your players that had been there for 2-3 years, right? And so that's the continuity that not only this year, but for the next few years with Kevin Young, can he get enough recruits where, is he always going to get the number 1 recruit in the country? Dang, that's difficult, right? But that you'll be able to land a top 5, a couple of top 10 kids year over year, along with a handful of kids that are in, probably about 2 or 3 kids that are in the top 100, and then build that continuity of, this year in our roster, we have, 3 top 100 kids and the number 1, 4 top 100 kids because we have the number 1 recruit in the country and 3 top 100. Well, next year, AJ is gone, right? But then you have 3 top 100s from the year before, and then maybe 2 impact transfers, and then another guy that's on the top 10. So you get to a point that maybe next year or the year after, Kevin Young has a loaded roster of 10 players, that all 10 players have been top 100 in high school. And to me, that's the separation of the Dukes and the Carolinas and the Kansas and, the program, and, to be more specific, with the Texas Tech and the Houstons for BYU to get to that level. It's one of those things that it takes time. It's not easy for you to overhaul your roster. Kansas State did it a couple of years ago, and they went to the Sweet 16, but then look what happened last year. They had a big drop. And so reminds a little bit, JJ, of how Dave Rose built the rosters as I was in, with the Keena Youngs, with the Trent Places, with the Lee Camards, with the Noah Hartsogs, with the Jackson Emorys, and the Collinsworths, and the Hawses. And so it was a progression of we're going to stack players and stack players and stack players. The only difference is now Kevin Young is doing this by paying guys $1 million, and also their level is much above ours. Like I was a good player. I wrote a lot of the history books at BYU, but I'm aware of myself, man. You can't put me on the same pedestal or the same level as, the Xavier Statons and, the Robert Wrights and the AJ DeBonsas and so on. They are in another stratosphere, another universe, but that's the reality for BYU basketball right now.
Your former teammate, Austin Ainge, took on a big challenge this week as the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. It's a massive job. And Utah Jazz fans are hoping he gets it right. You played with him. You played with him as a player. I'm sure you followed his career. What attributes did he display as a player when he was your teammate that now show up in his NBA career and what he's trying to accomplish?
The very first practice that I had, JJ, and you remember because you covered BYU, I was a McDonald's All-American nominee. Yep. I averaged 23 and 11 at Bishop Gorman. And being ranked in the country in high school, which is something that you don't see it every day. Rankings were a little bit different back then, right? And so there was not necessarily a ESPN index and so on. But I was a highly touted recruit coming out of high school. In my very first college practice, I cried. I remember leaving practice and going, how am I going to run and shoot and score and defense and And how am I going to survive this? And I just went to a corner, and I just started crying. Austin saw all of that, and Austin walked behind me, came and kind of sat down next to me and put his arm around me and said, JT, just, you got this. It's okay. It's going to be okay. You're an amazing player. My first college practice, I was probably 10 times worse than you. Yeah, just give it time. You got this. You will figure it out. And that's all I needed, right? I mean, I knew how to play. I was good, right? I mean, and so, but that to me showed a lot of leadership from Austin. And, you know, the way that he has done that, either at SUU or even when he became a coach at the G League, you know, but you could tell that he could evaluate talent. He was very organized, you know, and so, and, you know, he's good, right? People will talk about, you know, nepotism and this and that, but, you know, what's different from learning from one of the greatest GMs and front office personnel of all time and having a CEO of $1 billion company, you know, train his son to do the same. I think Austin has done an incredible job throughout his career of being successful. And let's be realistic, right? If it really was nepotism, why didn't the Celtics get rid of him the moment Danny Ainge jumped ship?
Right. Yep.
And the Celtics didn't. Like, they kept promoting the guy. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, call it nepotism, but, you know, like, my son is not, you know, getting the job done. There's no way I'm going to figure out a way to keep him around, much less on a job that I'm not even there anymore. And so Austin is very capable. He's an incredible basketball mind, always has been. And, you know, that experience my freshman year and my entire freshman year really stuck out to me, his leadership. And, you know, I am a Laker fan, but, you know, the Jazz are a close second in my heart. And so I'm excited to see what he does here in Utah, hoping the Jazz can turn his team around, you know, sooner rather than later.
Jonathan Tavernari joining the program, JJ and Alex. Thanks for being with us, JT. We appreciate it. And, man, just stay humble out there. I know it's tough for you to talk about yourself sometimes. And so I know it was tough to get through that today. So we appreciate it.
You know, listen, you're embarrassing me now again, and I'm blushing. And, you know, I mean, it's, yeah. So I'm going to try my best, JJ.
I don't know. I can't remember all the numbers from Bishop Gorman, but let me give it a shot. Like, I love that.
Hey,
I love it.
You know what? Can I tell you guys? I am proud of what I did. All right? If it wasn't for basketball, I would be back in Brazil selling rice and beans or something, all right? Or probably be running a slum and be a drug lord. And so basketball saved my life.
Wow. Jonathan Tavernari, drug lord.
Aggressive.
It allowed
like a Brazilian soprano situation going on?
Look what BYU basketball did for you.
What are we talking about here?
Listen, basketball allowed me to move halfway around the world, get me an education and the life I have today. And so, you know, and I'm just going to say, I'm going to drop it out there. Like, you know, very few international people here in the U.S. has had the career that I had. And I'm proud of it, and, you know, I talk the talk because I walk the walk.
Well, I will say, so Stevenson Sylvester, of course, played linebacker at Utah, played in the NFL. He prepped in Vegas, and he's like, we had to play. He's like, I never played Bishop Gorman in football. I would have loved to because we were good, you know. And he was your level on the football side of things. Well, actually, he was not as touted, but he ended up being an NFL caliber dude. But he goes, we had to play Jonathan Tavernari, though, when I was in high school. So he was on the basketball team, and he goes, I don't know what it was. He had to sit out. JJ wasn't here for this story, so yeah, I got to listen to this firsthand because I was like, "What? Did you ever play against Bishop Gorman?" He goes, "Yeah." And guess who I had to freaking play against? Jonathan Tavernari, who sat out the first half because of some transfer rule and whatever. He's like, and we're beating Bishop Gorman by like 17 at the half. And then this freaking guy comes in and he blasts us. He lights us up by himself. They end up winning the game by like 20 after you came in and had like you had like I think 22 points in the second half after you came off of the bench because he had to sit for the first half. So not just you sing your praises, JT. It's also the guests that come on with us.
Alex, I need the recording of this show. So Alex, please, you got my number.
We gotta find it.
Text me this, please.
I know. We gotta get. It's not just this. I gotta get because there was some real disdain when Sly shared the story, And I was like, and it was like looking in the past, and it was definitely one of those memories he wanted to forget, but he couldn't. So we'll have to find it for you. We'll bring it up for you. JT, we appreciate it, man, as usual.
Always a pleasure, guys. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and let's have a fun weekend, huh?
There you go.
Thanks, JT.
I mean, yeah.
I'm glad JT found basketball so he didn't have to kill people.
He went dark, didn't he?
That went dark quick.
Oof. I'd probably be a drug lord or something.
What else are you going to do in Brazil?
Whoa, settle down.
I'm going to play basketball or I'm going to be a
Jeez.
slumlord. I don't really have a choice.
Come on, man.
There's got to be something. There's got to be a middle ground in Brazil somewhere.
Brazil's like one of the better economies down in South America. All right? Let's give your country some extra credit on that one, huh, JT?
Got to be something better to do than slumming.
All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Stay with us. We've got tons to chat about on your Friday. We will return and we will chat a little bit about we've got Shaq rolling out his top 10. Very controversial where he placed Kobe. So we'll come back and we'll talk about that next right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
New crashes causing some delays southbound on State Street in Midville, just past 78 South. For instance, a southbound crash in Park City has SR 224 down to one lane at Holiday Ranch Loop Road. Plus, there's the usual slowing on I-15 heading south from Murray all the way down to Bluffdale. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
What I'm observing right now with this Utah Jazz organization as a whole is it's a full-on leveled commitment. When you extended Will Hardy to the 2031 season after a 17-win season, and then you bring in an Austin Ainge, Austin's not coming in for a pit stop, right?
No, this is a higher job than a general manager. He's essentially running an NBA team. He's got a general manager that will report to him. He will report to Danny Ainge and Ryan Smith. So Austin Ainge is right now kind of your face of the Utah Jazz. It may not be so publicly, but make no mistake, this is a major hire by the Utah Jazz.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
Home means something different to everyone. But with Rocket Mortgage, home can mean even more. It can mean a college education, taming your high-interest debt, even a renovation. We've made it easier than ever to use your home equity. That home you worked so hard for, now it can work hard for you. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to find out more.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states, and MLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs. And clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone, Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thank you for being with us on the program. We were just talking about, let me see here. We've got this top 10 list that Shaq put together this week, and Shaq got some heat for it. I would never, a guy who is in the NBA top 50, of all-time players. I'm not talking about an all-decades player. That's small potatoes.
Yeah.
Shaq is one of those guys with the jacket on,
No doubt.
with the 50 on it, right? And so that's a pretty insane.
You have to be my age to understand just how dominant he was.
And what's interesting about it too is to look back and go, okay, if this guy's got an opinion on who the best player is, it's still subjective because he viewed the game differently and you put a top 10 together, and it's pretty crazy. But I was just, before we go over Shaq's top 10, I was watching this clip of Gary Payton, or that Gary Payton had talked. This guy's like, look, Gary Payton never said one nice thing about one point guard ever in his life, except for John Stockton. He was just like, that cold white boy will get you. Like, you better watch out. And I loved the idea that, like, everybody just knew that John Stockton was wild. But the thing was, he was just on a different level of toughness, right?
Yeah.
And he'd quietly drop an F-bomb on you on the court, and he was
very physical player.
He was lights out, and guys were shocked by how big of a competitor he was, how he got right back up again if they pushed him down. all that stuff. And so, but what you were going to give me a number because I was like, I don't think he missed it. At some point, he didn't miss a game. In like the time when players now, it's like, I'm 37 years old. I'm going to miss 23 games this year. Put it down on the calendar for me. And John Stockton was just never that guy.
No, so he played 19 years in the NBA. There's only 2 seasons, 2 non-lockout shortened seasons where he didn't play 82 games. Just 2. He missed 4 games in the 1989-90 season, and then he missed the beginning of the 97-98 season. He missed 18 games that year. He only played 64. I think he had a surgery, a leg fracture, something like that. I can't remember exactly. It was a leg injury of some kind. That's it. He played 82 in all the rest of the years in his career. In that lockout shortened season in 1999, he played all 50. Incredible.
That's nuts.
There's nobody in the league that does that now.
Yeah, and especially at that age. Like at that age, he was trying to prove something, right? Like he was going full Cal Ripken on everybody, and because it was just he was every day, man. That's what he wanted to do every day. All right. Let's listen to what...
Only 11 players this year played 82 games. 11.
That's terrible, actually. That the health of these players has gotten so bad.
Did you know that Chris Paul was one of them?
Oh, my. See, now that's the part where you go, hey,
isn't that insane?
Hey, all you guys, check and see the list of people who didn't miss games this year. If you're on that list, screw you, buddy. Paul, what did you say? Chris Paul?
Yeah. Yeah.
That guy's old as the hills. He should be missing 14 to 23
I feel like
games.
he's as old as John Stockton.
Yeah.
By the way, Mikal Bridges has never missed a game in his NBA career.
Now that's crazy. Now that's an insane stat. You can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer, by the way, for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Just go to KSLSports.com/contests, and we will read the winners off every week from your nominations. And we can celebrate the efforts of those volunteers. Nominate one today at KSLSports.com/contest. And let's get the Hercules Hero of the Week going. They get a prize from Hercules Credit Union and Beehive Meals, who sponsor the program. Here's what Shaq said. I will just say he's going to roll out the top 10 for you, and we'll see what your thoughts are on this one.
Number 10, I have myself. I would take myself off and put the great Julius Erving. Number 9, I have the great Tim Duncan. Number 8, I have Akeem Olajuwon. Number 7, Larry Bird. Number 6, Wilt Chamberlain. Number 5, I will go with Bill Russell. Number 4, I'm going to go with Irvin Magic Johnson. Number 3, I'm going to go with the King, LeBron James. Number 2, I'm going with rest in peace, Kobe Bean Bryant. And number 1, the greatest player of all time is Michael Jordan.
Is that a little bit of a slight at this generation when you say, hey, LeBron, you're number 3? Do you think that that's Shaq?
I think LeBron was the only player in this generation, I think his era is even over, that made his top 10. The rest were old. He had Akeem on there.
Dr. J was on there,
which was great. I'm 47 years old. Dr. J was unbelievable.
Do you think Hakeem Olajuwon's the number 8 player of all time?
No,
he's great. I think he missed.
How would Akeem Olajuwon play in today's NBA?
Be tough. I mean, he's one of the best athletes even at that position. That's why I think he was so good, right? He's a little bit of a freak of an athlete, but yeah, the position's changed. But I bet he'd adjust. You know what? If he came up the same way,
he was skilled enough and he was a good enough athlete. He could probably learn how to shoot the 3.
Is LeBron James being number 3 a slight at this generation of basketball? And I guess to your point, not putting anybody else on the list. Is that a slight to this generation? Or is that 100%. Actually, or is it true? Is the only top 10 player of all time on this list from this generation, is it only LeBron James and is 3 too low?
No, it's not. Steph Curry belongs in the top 10.
Okay.
He changed the game of basketball.
Great point. Who does he replace? Maybe Hakeem. Where do you put him?
Yeah.
So if you go 10, so 10 is Dr. J, 9 is Tim Duncan.
Did Hakeem Olajuwon impact the game of basketball the way Steph did? No. So I'm absolutely put Steph ahead of Hakeem.
He had an amazing
top. You get into it. So Wilt Chamberlain he had at 6, Bill Russell at 5. Can I put Steph ahead of Larry Bird? Actually, yes. Yes, I can. And a lot of people just fell out of their chair.
Right, but at the same time,
probably a rocking chair.
What was Larry Bird? What was his thing? He was lights out, right? A lights out shooter.
And he was really tough and a nasty competitor. Steph's a good competitor.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll ever see the type of shooting that we saw out of Steph.
Steph changed the game forever.
All right. So anybody else besides Steph deserves to be on this list from what we call kind of this generation?
Jokic is knocking on the door. How many MVPs does he have?
Jokic could probably kick Dr. J off of this list. I could put him in the top 10 if we were just talking about number 10, especially if we're pushing Hakeem off of the list. I think what Jokic is doing is more impressive even than what Hakeem Olajuwon did.
Jokic has 3 MVPs. He almost won his 4th this year.
And he might win a 4th next year.
So
because he'll take a year off of getting the MVP, and he'll have a phenomenal season. We'll just see how the Nuggets end up doing. But
remind me where he had Kareem.
Kareem
was 10th? He took himself off the list. Where did he put Kareem?
No. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Yeah.
Not on the
Where's
list.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Not on the list.
You know what? This is also a hot take.
Did he blow it?
Kareem was better than Wilt and Bill Russell.
I think so, too.
Right?
Well, definitely better than Hakeem Olajuwon.
Is that a hot take?
And in terms of guys taking the game to a different level, he's the second all-time scorer, right? Or third all-time scorer.
He was the all-time leading scorer for how long did that record stand?
Oh, that's
40
right.
years.
No, LeBron just passed it, right? Yeah.
Kareem has to be on the top 10.
Is it rude of us not to be even talking about Karl?
He's not top 10.
He's the number 2 all-time scorer for a long, long time before Kobe passed him and then passed
He
Kareem.
did have 2 MVPs. So he's in the conversation, but I don't know if I can put Karl in the top 10.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah,
as much as
I think he missed
trust
on
me,
it.
I'm biased. I want to put him in the top 10.
I bet he forgot about Kareem.
You can't overlook Kareem, especially Shaq. You know better. You can't overlook Kareem.
Okay.
I would put
anybody that's young that right now you look at and you go, they can be potentially a top 10 player. Don't just do the recency bias and go, Tyrese Halliburton, he's having a heck of a playoffs.
No. He's not even the best player on his team. I mean, you look at what Shea's doing. How good is this Thunder team going to be all time? How many more NBA Finals runs is this Thunder group going to have?
You know what's sad is I don't see one potential corrupt.
Giannis is only 30.
Giannis could maybe do it, but
Giannis has 2 MVPs.
But his numbers are going to be lost like all these other guys, like not like Wilt Chamberlain, but I mean like just kind of in the mix of a bunch of power forwards and almost centers.
Kevin Durant's knocking on the door here of the conversation.
Yeah, I think he passed.
He won an MVP. He won 2 championships, but yeah, I mean he's not gonna improve on that. So
that's a bummer.
Yeah, but as far as future players, I mean Wemby's obviously the one that comes to mind the most. Is somebody who could, again, change the game with the way he's playing.
Yeah.
Let's just keep our fingers crossed. I know he's plays for the Spurs, and it would be in the way of the Jazz winning a lot, but you don't want injury to befall him, and hopefully he stays healthy, which has been an issue so far, and he can have the career that we all think he's going to have because he could change the game as well.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We have our top 10 for the day coming up next, so stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From Lehigh to Linden, southbound I-15 is developing into a delay stretch now in Utah County. Bigger slowdowns, however, exist from Murray southbound I-15 heading into Sandy, with below normal speeds after that for the rest of Salt Lake County. The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz named Austin Ainge the new president of basketball operations.
Obviously, the job is to win. That's the most important thing, and that's what Austin Ainge is going to be tasked with doing, and he's going to have to figure out how to turn this thing into a winning program again, which it's not right now. The nepotism angle is obviously there. It's how he got his job in Boston. It's how he got this job in Utah. When your dad is the CEO of a team and you come in as the president of basketball operations and you have the same last name, obviously that plays a part. However, he has been doing this for 17 years with the Boston Celtics and has seen a championship team.
But I think people complaining about that are being naive. Nepotism happens all around us.
It does.
And you know what? In basketball in particular, it is rampant.
It is.
There's at least half a dozen Nepo head coaches in the league right now.
Yeah.
And some are good and some are not.
The nice thing is that is ultimately how you get judged. It doesn't matter who your dad was. It's did you win or not.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com is the website. Check it out for yourself. Get into a program that has helped JJ and I both drop weight this year and keep it off. I dropped 65 pounds in this program. Feel great with it. You know what's awesome is being able to fit in my suit on Sundays a little bit better. be able to put the shirt on that you didn't necessarily like the way you felt in it before. These are all things that are benefits of it, but the reality is that I also just got some blood work done in my doctor's office, and he's like, hey, man, you're in a really good spot. And that's a great feeling, too, because you feel like you can be around for your kids more, all of those things, and do the stuff that you want to. It's all the cliche things you see in the slow-motion diet commercials on TV, but with the reality of our life. And that's what you're going to get is a real manageable way to not just drop weight, but to keep it off with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
I could go on about all the benefits that I've had about my weight loss, and whatever the reason is, whatever it is that's going to motivate you, find that thing. Find what you're looking for that's going to drive you to lose that weight, because it's so important for you to do that. That's the number one thing we want you to do. Whatever works for you, go find a way to lose that weight. But if you want to lose the weight fast without pills, injections, all the prepackaged meals, crazy workout program, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is the answer for you. A program that works, and a program that's going to be there for you daily, that's going to teach you along the way how to lose weight. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. I'm keeping that weight off. You can have similar results. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. You can even give them a call. They'll answer all your questions. You can figure out if this is going to be the right fit for you. And if it is, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You'll get $200 off the program. Go to the website right now to learn more, slcfatloss.com.
103.5 The Arrow presents Arrowfest, Brotherhood of Rock. They celebrate 25 years. Styx. Kevin Cronin, former lead singer of REO Speedwagon. Special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles. June 11th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Reserve seats on sale now at Ticketmaster. Styx, Kevin Cronin, Don Felder, Brotherhood of Rock.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
At Kenny J's Barbecue, they believe in serving up the best flavors with genuine hospitality. Dive into perfect mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites cooked to perfection. Woo! It's not just a meal, it's an experience. Hungry yet?
Oh, yeah.
Come visit at the District, 11610 District Drive in South Jordan. They're ready to welcome you with open arms and delicious food. Kenny J's Barbecue, where flavor meets family.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
She musters a smile for his nostalgic tale. Never coming near what he wanted to say, only to realize it never really was.
Great pickup. Yeah, it's a Yacht Rock Friday here on the program. Thanks for being with us on the program. JJ and Alex, don't try to turn it down. I'm going to fade this out. It's going to sound normal. I don't need a fade out on this. Rises to her apology.
We going to get some Yamo B there by the end of the day?
JJ
We've got 1 hour to make that request. Let's make it happen.
JJ yells out for Yamo B there every, 3 months. Hey, can you pull some Yamo B there by the end of the show? Every 3 months we get it. And I don't hate it. Because every time Michael McDonald comes on, we've talked about this. Is this Doobie Brothers or just Michael McDonald?
This is the Doobie Brothers with.
Featuring.
Right. Michael McDonald.
Come see Michael McDonald, formerly of the Doobie Brothers. You don't have to say of Doobie Brothers fame.
I've showed you that SCTV skit where Rick Moranis is Michael McDonald.
Yes. It's so good.
And he just drives down to the radio studio, and he hurries and records his "You will be there,"
and then just
and then he's done.
He's done. That's what
he
you do.
Gets his check and he leaves.
If you're a Doobie Brother, you can pull it off. JJ, I before the show, I had this is like so 2025. I had kids like, "Hey, Dad, what's up?" And I was like, "How you doing?" Because then I'm like, "What's the next thing?" And it was this.
They never actually care how you're doing.
Hey, can you Venmo me $6? I want to get something in Maverick. And I was like, okay, well, what do you want to get at Maverick? I want to get those hot chips. And I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. And a drink. Venmo him some stuff. And I thought, we spend so much money at the convenience store. The amount of money we spend at the convenience store, candy, all those things. So I looked it up. The top 10 selling things at convenience stores in 2025.
Ooh. Is this today's top 10?
This is today's top 10.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
So here we go. Now, the problem with this
I may be an expert in this topic.
There's a couple that have shocked me. This is just 100% based off of, it's just numbers, just raw numbers. So we're just going with numbers here.
And this is where?
This is convenience store.
In where?
In the U.S.
In the United States.
U.S. convenience store.
This could be tricky because
it is, because there are a lot of regions.
There's convenience store items at other places, like on the East Coast. There's Tasty Cakes.
Right.
You don't get them at Maverick. You know what I mean?
I'll give you a hint. Tasty Cake's not on the list.
Okay. Good. All right.
So without further ado, let's hit the number here. Alex, you can participate as well. And go.
Hot dogs, nachos.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna correct it. I'm gonna go by brands. These are
Doritos.
brands. Ding.
Jack Links. Slim Jims. Hershey's. What?
M&M's.
Ooh, close, but.
Takis.
Oh no, but.
What?
We're getting close.
We need brands. What do you mean brands?
Here, I'll give you a hint. I'll tell you what
I'm
number.
talking about actual food. We need brands.
I know.
Like it's hot dogs and nachos.
Number
at the
10.
convenience
Number
store.
10 is
brands.
Number 10 is Fritos.
Monster energy
I'll
drinks.
get it going.
Ding. Cheetos.
So Monster.
Doritos.
Ding. Oh wait. Cheetos, you said?
Yeah.
Ding.
Funyuns. Gosh dang, this is a weird.
Do you eat candy at all, my friend?
Yeah. Are there any drinks
Twix.
on the list?
I just had Monster.
Kit
He
Kat.
got it.
Twix.
Hold on. Kit Kat, Twix.
Whatchamacallit?
What?
Buc-ee's.
No.
Anything Buc-ee's brand.
Why
You
did that go
guys-
so poorly?
Well, because you couldn't spit out Reese's peanut butter cups for your freaking life, apparently. That's embarrassing.
Oh, this is awful.
This is awful.
This was a disaster.
Oh, okay. So here's your 10.
Okay.
Monster at number 10. Then this is what's interesting is they're tied with Fritos. So Fritos. Then this was crazy. So Lay's. So chips are actually the number one thing if you combined all the things.
Sure. Right.
Chips are number
Which
one.
had me confused.
Yeah. So Lay's is like Lay's was high up there. Lay's is 5th, but Tostitos was 8.
Tostitos at a convenience store?
Goldfish was 7.
Okay.
I thought that was interesting. I love a goldfish. Have you ever in your life gone to a convenience store and bought popcorn there though?
No.
Me neither.
You buy goldfish at the grocery store.
I know, and popcorn is 6th on the list.
That's
now,
baby food.
This one made me mad, actually.
What adult gets goldfish at a convenience store?
I'm just telling you, this is from tastingtable.com, all right? And their thing that they went through. So Oreos was 12. I was actually shocked by that. But they went through. They have a full methodology. They have a full thing. But they showed their work, all right?
Okay.
But I was upset by number 5.
All right, what?
It's a candy bar, and I like it. And most people I know, it's a controversial item. Almond Joy.
Gross.
Number 5.
Yeah, yuck.
Both of you guys.
Hard
never
pass,
would have guessed
no
it.
thanks.
Both of you guys go to H. All right. I'm telling you right now. I like almond. I know. I like you guys.
Ooh,
I know.
Go to H.
I feel like this list was made just to make JJ mad and make us look bad.
You guys do that on your own. But here's the thing: Corn Nuts is 4. Okay.
Yeah,
Chex
that's
Mix
fine.
was 3.
Chex Mix.
I know.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. And then number 1 on the list.
What was
is
2?
Oh, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Oh,
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, number 2. Number 1 on the list, Haribo brand gummy bears. Haribo brand gummy bears. Back to you. You guys did terribly. I love how you guys are both looking at each other like, what happened today, man? I mean, where were you?
This is a really rough way to end the week.
Where were you?
I'm shook.
I think Almond Joy being 5 was just somebody on this. This was probably Mars Inc. was in the pockets of this.
Somebody
study.
paid for this
For sure.
Probably Haribo. Although their peach rings are elite.
I will tell you, the gummies get me every time.
Oh, the peach rings. Oh, the peach rings. I should have said the peach rings. I would have been wrong, but I would have been right in my heart.
I don't even. None of these things even make my top 10. I'm like a guy.
Exactly.
I know.
What is this list?
Because I'll go with those ropes, the sweet tart ropes.
Yeah.
I'll get the any kind of these. The rings are great. The watermelon Sour Patch are phenomenal.
Am I not wrong? A
Sour Patch is 14.
candy bar is like an elite candy bar.
Yeah. No, underrated for sure. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Hey, Jay Stevens is going to join us. We're going to chat about what Game 2 is going to look like. Edmonton versus Florida. The Panthers trying to recoup what happened in Game 1. They're there at the Rogers Center. They can steal one back. We'll see how this goes. Jay Stevens will join us next to the Utah Puck Report. Stay right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountainland Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountainland contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountainland Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to the program. Yes, it is a Yacht Rock Friday. Thanks for being with us on the program. Music that you tell your friends is so stupid, then in your car you sing it out. All right?
Somehow you know all the lyrics, even though you say it sucks. Okay. Funny how that happens.
I see you over there. Yes, welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, we are bringing you, of course, our Friday edition of the show, which is always us just trying to have a really freaking good time. So far, we are. Joining us in that fun is Jay Stevens, who hosts the Utah Puck Report podcast. Let's jump into the show here. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. And let's jump into the cut right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, this portion of the show, the cut this hour, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth, for all of your trusted local needs in retirement with a local financial fiduciary, TrajanWealth.com. Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Jay, I hope you enjoyed Game 1 as much as we did.
Man, how could you not enjoy that? Overtime and Game 1, like all the big names were there. And
a rockin' barn. Exactly, I mean, it was awesome.
I mean, you got to love it.
Yeah, contrast that with last year, right? Because it's easy to make the comparisons because it's the same two teams. But the Oilers fell behind 3-0 in that series. This time, they've got the momentum. How much of a big deal do you think that is for the Oilers? Does it matter?
No, to me, and, I could be wrong. So I always got to start with that, right? Because I'm going to get a lot of hate and all. But to me, this was going to go this way anyway. I figured you're waiting for somebody to break serve, but they have home ice advantage. You expect them to win. Their goaltender's been playing great, which, was kind of the question mark at the beginning of the playoffs, is how Skinner really going to perform this year. But they've got momentum. All their big names are playing the way they're supposed to be playing, and they barely squeezed through game one in a power play goal in overtime. So I think we go 7 games here, and I think it's going to be just the same way where every game's a gut check, and every game is just, you cannot make a mistake. The margin for error is paper thin.
If you're watching game 2 and you look at this and you say, okay, I mean, the Panthers played a pretty darn good game. What do they have to change? Because it just seemed like it was going to be whoever, got a break, maybe the power play like the Oilers did on that last moment there when Leon Draisaitl put that winner in. What do they have to change, if anything, if you're the Panthers, to get this win in game 2? You want to steal one while you're up there in Edmonton.
You could see the momentum go back and forth, right? You could see the ebbs and flows of the game, and you could see when Edmonton was really starting to take charge there in the third period, which kind of caused that power play to be granted right at the end of the period. You've got to make sure that when the ebbs and flows are coming, that you're ready for it. And the benefit of being the home team is that you get the final change, right? You get to match the lines better. And I think if what you really got to do if you're Florida is just make sure you change lines quicker, which, that's easier said than done, so that you're getting that matchup you want, because you want your second line center matched up against their first line, so you can really let your strengths play against their strengths and then try to get your first line some time out there. And really, that's the difference. That's what really has to happen, is be prepared for the ebbs and flows. Don't get caught flat-footed, because that's kind of what drew that last penalty at the end, is just be prepared and skate like the wind for 45 seconds and get off the ice and just, be ready for anything.
Florida's known for being the toughest team in the league, right? I mean, any argument with that? I mean, it seems like that's their reputation, and especially here in the playoffs, that matters. But you had them in a situation, and Sam Bennett talked about this after the game, about how they've been really good all year at not sitting back with the lead, but for whatever reason, they did it in that moment. Is that out of character for them? How concerned are you about that in this situation? Because you could look at it and say, well, this is a team that won the Cup last year. They got to be exhausted at this point. Are they starting? Is there some kind of momentum loss with this team? Maybe the Oilers are hungrier. I don't know. Or is it just one night, one thing, and they're going to bounce back from this, and they're going to dig in because of what happened with, maybe letting one slip away.
Yeah, you nailed the head on a lot of pins there. Yes, it's one game, it's one thing. Yes, they are built for this is what they're built for. They're built to be physical. And, we talk a lot about how much fun it is to watch the new style of hockey and how fast it is and how great it is. And then the minute playoffs start, what really matters is how physical is your team and how can they play versus a really physical team. And now you've got two really physical teams, right? Edmonton is built physical. They are built for this series as well. So I like the matchups. I mean, honestly, as you go down and you're like, this guy matches this guy and this line matches this line, and it comes down to who really is just going to have that breakout game and have that performance, you're going to get those games from Bobrovsky. Like, he is truly one of the best of the best. And if he can manage to win this cup, he'll be an easy Hall of Fame guy. But yeah, like, what does it really take when you're at the Stanley Cup final? And does it matter that you were there last year? You got to keep in mind, both these teams did it last year. Both these teams went Game 7. Was it harder for Edmonton to come back from 3-0 and then lose it? Does that take more wind out of your sails, or does that put more energy in your anger bucket, Or is it Florida that kind of they were up 3-0? Did that kind of take the wind out of their sails to just barely get through on Game 7 last year? I think it really balances out with these two teams. They were both in it last year. They both went to Game 7. Edmonton had a little bit easier path this year in the playoffs. Not just that it was easier, that they handled teams easier. You saw Florida, Tampa Bay, which I thought was an amazing series. but that did take a toll on these guys. So honestly, I think these guys are such high-performance athletes that they're all going to be ready, and it is just going to come down to, just one mistake again. I think this is going to be another one-goal game, and I still think we go 7 games.
What did Edmonton do? Or I mean, not like the series is over or something, but they obviously started off 3-0 in last year's series in Florida. Felt like they were owning them, and I know they gave up 3 losses, but Florida ends up winning the cup. What changed this year for Edmonton? Like, is this just a pure revenge tour, or what are the things that they've actually done from a tactical standpoint to maybe look and say, hey, we got to attack this thing a little bit differently with Florida?
I think they're using Corey Perry in a different way. I think they're getting more discipline out of Kane and Perry, although they both took penalties last game. I think that's something that last year they didn't have as much in the series. So I think they're more of a disciplined team. And you're seeing Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl basically just will this team to better decisions, better on-ice management. And I don't know if you saw during that overtime goal, Draisaitl scored that goal. Connor McDavid immediately pointed to Corey Perry, who started that setup. He's like, that was what we needed. They're missing Zach Hyman, who, when they lost him, I thought they were just going to be done for. But Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl are just bringing this, I will not lose this time. And that's what they said last year. They're like, we will be here. This isn't going to feel any better, but we're going to be here next year and we're going to win. And keep in mind, Florida 3 years ago, they were in the Stanley Cup Championship. They lost. They used that anger to win it the next year. So it could work. There definitely is a history of that in the NHL. You make it one year, you lose. You make it back the next year, you win.
Can't wait for Game 2 tonight, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. You can watch the game on TNT. This has been a great start to the series in Game 1. I look forward to the rest of it. There was some other NHL news today that I really found interesting. We didn't cover the NHL day to day because we didn't have a team in the league, but now that we do, it's like, oh, this is just like the NBA where coaches can go to the Eastern or Western Conference Finals and still get fired. Why in the world did the Dallas Stars fire Peter DeBoer?
Man, you want to talk about shooting yourself in the foot really quickly. I don't know if you guys follow me online, just my personal page. Because the minute Pete DeBoer pulled Jake Ottinger 8 minutes into that game, I said, he's done. And then he goes and doubles down. They just signed Ottinger, who's a phenomenal goaltender.
Yeah, it's one thing to take him out. It's another to also blow him up in the postgame, right?
Yeah, in the postgame, when you say that about your goaltender, you blame last year's loss on him. You blame, and you're just hanging the guy out that you just signed for 8 more years. You're going to lose the room. And this isn't the 80s where coaches can run off and be whatever you want. You still see it with Tortorella a little bit, who's also been fired. But Pete DeBoer went off like an 80s or a 70s style coach, thought he could say whatever he wanted and treat his team however he wanted. But what happened is he said that stuff. They had their exit interviews. The exit interviews also went on with the players and the GM. And every player said, we no longer want Pete DeBoer as our coach. He lost the room and he lost his job.
Dang.
Well, look, we have kind of the same sort of although the players are kind of showing up a little bit more for Tom Thibodeau, because a lot of guys are like, no, he's the guy. No, he's the guy. But at the same time, it's like
not all of them did.
Not all of them, but I think that you get a lot of
specific ones that did and some that didn't. But
that's what I was going to say. Is it feels very much like, the NBA does the same thing, and it's like right now, like the athletes are kings here. I know that the coaches are an important piece here, but if you don't have, do you want like a player's coach type of a guy, and kind of where does Bear fall in all that for the Mammoth?
Well, there's a real balance for how that runs, right? It's not always determined on what the players want. It's why they want it. If the players would have said he's too mean or he's too hard or whatever, then the GM would have been like, tough it out, and they would have kept DeBoer. But DeBoer really did kind of sabotage the team with that, and then he went after their best player and threw him under the bus. And so he lost the room. Bear is a phenomenal coach with development. And you saw it. There was a time where he benched Cooley, and everybody's like, oh, you can't do that. But he's the guy you want. And everybody respects him and loves him and thinks he's amazing. They're also a little bit afraid of him because You know, he demands discipline. He demands work, and he's a guy that he is a player's coach. You want him in the locker room. You don't mind being a little bit afraid of him, and you know that he's got your best interest at heart, and he's going to do the right thing for you and for the team. And I think that's the difference between how DeBoer handled things and how Bears handled things the entire time we've seen them.
Yeah, it's good. I think that's exactly what you want from a boss, right? You need to have respect for them, but you also want to feel like they're human and that they can understand you. So, and I think he's definitely shown that he has that balance. All right, we're 3 weeks away from the NHL draft. I'm going to ask you to put your GM hat on. Don't want you to tell me who you're going to pick. What I'm going to ask you is, if you're in charge, are you keeping the pick or trading it?
So if I'm in charge with the Mammoth right now, I'm keeping that pick. I'm going after somebody that I can get. The great thing about this, with number 4, you can get a guy like Porter Martone that's going to come in and probably make your roster right away. And he's got grit. And there's a couple of these guys, right? I'm just using his name as an example, even though that's who I think they should pick. But I was wrong last year. But you get a guy like that, and he comes in and he makes your roster. Or you send him back to juniors and you let him play another year, right? And then you bring him back the year after. So then you sign him, and you've got 3 years at $950,000 with that player that's like a key player in your lineup. And that gives you that much longer to play with your salary cap and mess with all the other things you want to bring in. You can go out and get a Sam Bennett and instantly change an entire line. Where if you trade it and you get a player right now that could take that same spot in the lineup, but already has 4 or 5 years of experience in the NHL, which would be amazing, right? But then you're locking somebody up. You're taking $5 to $7 million out of your cap right now, and you're locking that 5 to 7 to, depending on who you get, could even be $10 million, right? And you lock that up for 5 to 8 years, where you're still in that 4-year, the 4th or 5th year of your rebuild, and you could really solidify your lineup with a new guy at a lot cheaper rate, and then develop him as well. And that puts you right at the same timeline and just brings in another key piece of your rebuild.
So trading a number 4 pick is it's just too tough to pass up. You got to take that guy. There's too much talent available there. So are you locked in on Martone, or how do you see those top 4 guys? I don't know how much work you've put in watching those guys, and is it that Martone just looks like he's going to fall at 4, or is that somebody you've identified out of these guys that are going to be in the top 5 that Utah should go with?
I've watched a lot of tape on a lot of the guys. Obviously, I want Higgins. I know he's fallen a little bit on some of the radar, and I don't think it's as much that he's fallen as some of these other players have really jumped up. So, to me, Porter Martone really fits that bill. But, you can't go wrong with the guys that are up there. And if one of those guys drops, like if you get a Misa, if that guy drops a little bit and you can pick him up at 4 when everybody thought he'd go 2, because you've got kind of a weird draft this year where people are like, okay, this guy is going first for sure, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, there's a lot of, it just really depends on what you want. And the Sharks really want Misa, but if he's there, you take him. Higgins, it's going to be crazy to see, but Utah is just in the driver's seat. And whether it's Martone or Higgins or Misa, they're going to be golden, and we're going to see the impact immediately.
The next time we have our show next Monday, the Oilers and Panthers will already have Game 2 in the books, and then Game 3 will be on Monday. That's going to be a fun one. It's been awesome so far. I hope that these games still spell out really, really close games for the rest of this final, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. He is Jay Stevens, Utah Puck Report. Thanks for joining us, Jay. We'll chat with you again, man.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. The finest mustache in the land. Jay Stevens. Everybody.
Best tattoo ever.
Oh, man, that Mammoth one's sharp. They're like, we didn't have Mountain Blue. We'd run out. Are you cool with like a Dolphins teal?
Well, this is the only state where you can produce Mountain Blue.
I know.
They had plenty of it.
It's the only place
I saw this tattoo. They had plenty of Mountain Blue.
There you go. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh, is that rock black? Well, it's more of a charcoal.
Can't be.
Cannot do it.
It's got to be rock black.
Is that salt white? Better be. You get this like trademark.
I have the swatches right here that better match or your money back.
You show up at the Home Depot. Hi, I'm looking for this Mountain Blue. Oh, we can't produce that. That's against the trademark. Look, if you want to do it. I told you somebody in my neighborhood has a Utah Hockey Club. Inexplicably, I don't know how they got it. It's like the day that we have people walked out with Utah Hockey Club bath mats. Remember when they first started selling stuff? And it was like, I'm just desperate for some stuff. So a guy has like a bath mat. Okay,
they probably stole it out of the Delta Center bathroom.
Everybody's just so desperate for gear. Well, this neighbor, they're already gonna have to change their mailbox because the mailbox is.
They had a Utah Hockey Club mailbox.
They have it still. Utah Hockey Club mailbox. My wife goes, "Is that the Guatemalan flag?" I go, "Nope, it's Utah Hockey Club." Because like from a distance, got kind of like two light blues kind of on one side and then the white in the middle, and I'm like, "No, that's the Hockey Club, man." And it was definitely a, it's definitely a wild pick. I'll take the mailbox if you've got one. I don't know. Do you guys have a traditional mailbox? Or do you like have the neighborhood where you walk over to the big one?
I live in a neighborhood where you can't just have the mailbox. You have to have the masonry around.
Yeah. Oh, see, now ours is we share 15 mailboxes.
And it costs you a lot of money to get that done.
We have 15 mailboxes in one like secure thing with the key. You know what I'm talking about?
So they didn't require you to spend $750 putting masonry work around your mailbox?
That's crazy. Which will just be backed into by a teenager anyway.
And it's happened in our neighborhood multiple times.
No, ours, you've got to like walk down the street to go get your mail.
That kind of sucks.
I don't like it.
You know what? I'm 47 years old. I don't like getting the mail. You want to know why? Because there's nothing good in the mail when you're 47.
Oh, I know, but you got to clear it out. I
do need to pay the bills.
I know.
But I'd rather just have my kid think that there's some kind of surprise in there and have him go run and get it.
Yeah, mail was different back in the day.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know why we
were
so excited about it when we were little.
Because there were actual letters from people. We got letters from people. Alex, we got letters from people back in the day. Don't nod like.
Reminds me of David Letterman.
Tell me more. All right, we'll take a break. We've got more to go. We've got the NFL Blitz next, and we don't want to miss any of that, do we? And then we've got our best and worst. We have a classic best and worst coming up. So stay right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slowdowns southbound I-15 continue from Murray to Draper in Salt Lake County, while Utah County is below the normal pace from Lehigh to Linden. Northbound I-15 is running slow as well through Kaysville and along the west side of Hill Air Force Base. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Brian Giltyler, SiriusXM NBA radio host and NBA TV contributor. We can't let you go without hearing a word about the draft. The Jazz are at number 5. What do you think is their best option?
I would take a serious look at Malawak. There's teams that are going to be banging on the Jazz's door about Walker Kessler. If you can bring in Malawak and leverage Kessler into 2 first-round picks, which was out there last summer, by the way, for him, I think there's a chance at maybe doing that, and I would like to see that out of the Jazz. If Bailey or Edgecombe drops, I think they're both too athletic as prospects that you couldn't pass on him. But if it goes kind of chalky with Edgecombe and Bailey going in front of the Jazz, the guy I'd lock in is Malawak. I love that player, and I think he's got a lot of potential. And I think ultimately, in the end, in the next 2 to 3 years, I think he'll be a better player than Walker Kessler.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. You find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Just humbled by it all, quite honestly. I think I have a real shot at the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, yeah, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. So whenever it happens, or if it happens, like, you guys know me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/audio for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 50% off.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health. All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is that a Trash Panda shirt?
It is.
Good for you. Where is that out of?
Rocket City. It's in northern Alabama.
Is Rocket City the real place?
Yeah.
That's an actual place.
Okay. It's called, I even have to look it up. It's
Rocket
Huntsville,
City?
Alabama,
Okay.
right? Huntsville?
But they call themselves the Rocket City Trash Pandas.
Yes, which is one of the best names in all sports.
Unbelievable. When I was a kid, it was popular. I had a, let me see here. I had a Polecats hat from the minor leagues, and I had a Chattanooga Lookout hat. Like we found,
That's cool.
Now you can get any of this stuff anytime, and the vintage shirts and hats and stuff are all coming back.
Yeah.
But like I had a Chattanooga Lookouts hat, and people were like, "What on earth is that?" And it was the big C with those big old cartoon eyes on it. And I can't remember what team was the Polecats, but let me see. I had that one too. It's basically just a big old skunk. The Albany Polecats. Yeah. Big old skunk just on the hat. And I remember my dad's like, "That's the one you want, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So there you go.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, the
and you think Albany, New York? Oh no.
No, Georgia.
No.
Albany, Georgia.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
They're now in the South Atlantic League, which in my mind
Is that a real league?
I mean, that must be single A ball now at this point.
They ripped and tore minor league baseball to shreds. I don't even know if
they are low A.
Low A. At least they're there.
They are low A baseball.
There's a lot of independent leagues now because of the restructuring.
Yeah.
Including the Pioneer League here
You know what? I was asking somebody earlier today, should we have a divisions of minor league baseball talk on the show today during NFL Blitz? And they said absolutely. Bring up the Polecats from Albany, Georgia. Alex, I apologize. Hey, our show, by the way, on Monday, we're going to have Minky Monday all across the entire station. What does that mean for you? Well, Father's Day is coming right up. You can win Dad a new blanket, courtesy of Minky Couture. That Minky Monday is stuff of legends now. So the original classy blanket, Minky Couture, makes the perfect Father's Day gift. Just go to the website, minkycouture.com. You get 50% off with the promo code Zone50, or you can win them during the Minky Monday that's going on our program on our station all day long on Monday, Minky Monday. All right, let me see here. Hey, it became official about an hour after our show last night. We left the building. We were anticipating it was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen until maybe today, but Aaron Rodgers made it official, has agreed to a one-year deal with the Steelers. The Steel Curtain. The amount of... I went down a real rabbit hole. You guys were victims last night of... I hope... And by the way, I hope your timelines are ruined for a while with all that conspiracy...
I blocked you.
All the conspiracy light creatures in the universe. Like, it was hilarious. I don't know why they got to me.
I said no to your spam.
But I definitely went down a rabbit hole of watching the AI Mike Tomlin be like, "Yeah, I can't wait to get this old piece of garbage into the building."
So funny.
I've got younger pairs of shoes in my closet that I haven't touched for 20 years.
Do we have a policy about playing these AI?
I don't know. They sound just
press conference videos because they're hilarious.
I think that there is. I mean, we'd have to be
most are not
very
safe for work.
Yeah, most aren't safe for work, but we'd have to be like asterisk, asterisk,
Yeah.
asterisk. This is fake. This is AI because it sounds like the person now.
Sorry to bring up an ethical concern on the show today. That was boring. It's Friday. That's supposed to be fun. Why am I bringing up ethical concerns?
What would Edward R. Murrow do? Good night and good luck, everybody. Yeah, no, we're it's not like we're like the beacon of moral.
Was that Edward R. Murrow or Ebenezer Scrooge? That impression got off the rails.
Morley, take your coat off before you come in and give me those shekels. Like, I don't know. I don't know any lines out of.
That was close enough.
I was just glad
2
that'll
hours
do.
with you, which is probably the reason why I've had enough tonight.
2 hours. We're at 2 hours and 42 minutes.
I know. I was going to say it's been longer than that.
15 minutes from weekend.
Bottom line is Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has a new team. Is there a version of this team getting to what's the over-under on the wins for this team per you? Then we'll look at it and see what Vegas
I'd put it at 8.
Okay. Why can't they make the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers at the helm versus last year when they made the playoffs with a broken and busted Russ behind the helm?
Because I think their roster's 1 year older, and I think that the Bengals could have a bounce-back year, which would push them down.
Yeah, the Bengals are an interesting.
What did Aaron Rodgers do last year
group.
that gives you confidence he can come in there and be any better than Russell Wilson?
So, but this is what makes me insane is that executives inside buildings and the Steelers. There's always a team desperate enough to pick up an Aaron Rodgers. Joe Flacco is Aaron Rodgers who just doesn't say that much to the media.
Who
right?
doesn't smoke whatever that is he does in some dark room.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is like
you're right. Flacco doesn't go on Pat McAfee.
But you know what he does?
Flacco doesn't have vaccine.
But they pick him up and
opinions.
Teams pick him up in the offseason. They go, I don't know, can you still sling it a little bit? And they're like, yeah, I can. And so the win projections for the AFC. Let me look here if it's changed. So this is as of. This one isn't. This one's not live. I'd have to find it. Maybe our producer Alex. Alex, try to find what the new win-loss is because I only have one from like May 15th. But obviously that would change according to this. But I'm sure bettor's odds have probably gotten to an interesting point where I don't know. Did they go up or down? Because
I don't think it changes their odds that much. And that's all you need to know. Aaron Rodgers just signed with you. Does that change your odds? Does that change your place?
So you're taking
Are the Steelers a contender now because they signed 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers?
I bet Vegas has got him at like 7.5 or 8.5. I'll say 7.5. So let's say 7. Is it 8.5? Okay, so Vegas got it.
I was there. I was close.
Vegas got it 8.5. You have the under then. You're taking 8, and so you're taking the under?
Ooh, now that you tell me it's 8.5.
See, that hook gets you.
That's why Vegas is so good.
I know.
Because I would think 8 or 9 wins is probably where they're at,
But
just
9
missing
and 8,
the playoffs.
9 and 8 is where they were last year, and they made the playoffs.
Right. I just think that, and who did they beat out? It was the Bengals.
Yeah. I'm going to actually say over. I'm going to say over 8.5. Wow. And I actually think they're going to get to double-digit wins. I think they're going to go 10 wins.
Wow.
Because I think that the Bengals have another year of sadness. And I don't think it comes in the form of like injuries or anything like that. Their offense is phenomenal. They will not be any better
they can't get
on
stops.
defense.
You're right.
And their best defensive player is going to sit out football games.
You're right. I just look forward to those 49-45 Bengals-Ravens games with the Ravens
We got
winning.
one of those last year.
It feels like you get them every year now.
Yeah. I like it. Let me see. The odds didn't change at all. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that's probably right. Because I think you might have the same. You know what?
What does that tell you? That Vegas thinks that Mason Rudolph and Aaron Rodgers
are about the same.
At this point are the same.
Or Will Howard. Yeah.
Or whatever the quarterback is. We had quarterback rankings about 3 or 4 weeks ago here on the Blitz.
They were
the worst quarterback room.
Yeah, and I don't think it necessarily improved.
That's all you need to know. That's why I'm saying I'm going to stick with the 8 wins. They have enough great veterans on that team, and Mike Tomlin's a phenomenal coach. They'll grind out 8.
Okay.
But I don't think they have enough this year. I just don't.
The Colts quarterback situation.
Oof.
It's just gotten worse
31
again.
on that quarterback.
Well, don't worry.
Rating.
Actually, this might actually get him to be a little bit better. Anthony Richardson has been sidelined with a shoulder injury. Undisclosed amount of time he's going to be out, but that's
wow. Okay. Well, who's gonna fill in for him?
Who's even in there?
I'll tell you. Daniel Jones.
Oh, I forgot. I had him as a Viking on my head still.
No, he's the backup, and now he's the starter.
He's on his 4th team in 4 years now.
Now he's the starter.
He's loving it. There you go. Goes from playing safety in practices with the Giants to
it was a brilliant career move
being
by
back
him
at
to sign
quarterback
with the
again.
Colts. But
well, what's great is he's going to be playing. He's going to be getting paid quarterback money for it.
Yeah, the Colts had the second worst rated quarterback room.
It just got worse.
And it just got worse. Worse than the Browns.
So Amon-Ra St. Brown had that knee surgery in the offseason. Looks like he's going to be 100% go. That's great news for Lions fans. Derek Carr, he could have just stayed on the roster, nursed that shoulder, done this a couple – this move?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm ready, coach. Could have done that a few practices and gotten $30 million out of the team.
When you start doing that around-the-world thing with your arm and your shoulder, you're in trouble.
You ready to go in? It's like, me do this a couple times, and I'll keep this baseball hat on. You go ahead and do the math on whether or not I'm ready to go in. No, I'm not ready to go in, coach. But give me that $30 million. He says it was the right thing not to take the money from the Saints and to choose retirement. Okay. Good for you. Standing up for the Shield. Because, we got to save them some money. The Ravens, by the way, just gave Rashad Bateman a 3-year, that would have been amazing. A 3-year, $36.7 million extension. Not a bad payday for him.
Yeah.
The GM for the Ravens has said they have had introductory talks with two-time NFL MVP Lamar Jackson on extending him. Do not blow this.
It's a no-brainer.
Do not blow this. You do not ask any NFL team what the most important thing is you have to have on your roster. And when you have a top 5 guy in that position on the roster, you better – he's top 3 really right now, right? Wouldn't you say Lamar Jackson's top 3?
Yes.
So pay him the $70 million a year that it's going to take to keep him, and let's get this thing wrapped up. All right. Speaking of wrapping it up, let's wrap up this segment, and we'll wrap up the hour next with our best and worst. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
New crash northbound I-15 about a mile before the 6 South exit. It's up against the left barrier and adding to some delays in the area heading into downtown. Southbound I-15 slowing remains from the South Interchange down to the point of the mountain. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, drains, and electrical specialist. Whipple that away with your traffic update. I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think Siakam absolutely is the key to this finals. If Indiana stands a chance, Siakam's going to have to dominate.
We have talked about the Jazz's all-in trade for Mike Conley and it being the wrong player. The Pacers made an all-in trade for Pascal Siakam, and it was the exact right player. Good for them. That's great general manager work. That's great front office work. When it's your time to push your chips in, are you playing the right hand? And the Pacers are showing they played exactly the right hand.
They turned an expiring Paul George contract into Tyrese Halliburton.
It's what we've talked about. You have to keep asset value alive.
Yeah.
You trade Donovan Mitchell. You get Lauri Markkanen. That doesn't mean Lauri Markkanen has to be the payoff. Maybe the guy you trade Lauri Markkanen for is the payoff.
Yeah.
That's the asset value you have to keep alive, though, and you can't let it drop too much, which is why I think there's absolutely a good chance that Lauri gets traded this summer.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check out the website that has helped JJ and I not just drop weight, but keep it off this year. We've been on the program since last April. Yeah, not 2025 April, 2024. We did the 60-day reduction phase. I dropped 60 pounds during that time. I'm down 65 total on the program. And I'll just tell you, the best part of the program is that it's been now a year plus. Yeah, we're in June, and I've kept the weight off the entire time. I just got some numbers back from my doctor. I've got better blood work than I've had in a long time. The heart rate, blood pressure, all that stuff has all been affected by the fact that I've just been monitoring my health better. But Salt Lake City Fat Loss has been the most success I've had on a weight loss program in a long time.
Look, if you're listening right now and you need to lose weight or you're trying to lose weight, awesome. Let's go. Join us. But if you need help, and it's okay to need help. We needed help. We got the help we needed to lose that weight, the support you need each and every day, the knowledge you need. A plan. You got to have a plan. You got to have goals. in order to achieve that goal. Salt Lake City Fat Loss will help you plan that whole thing out. They have a whole outline ready to go for you that's going to get you the results that you're longing for. I know it's tough to diet. It's tough to lose that weight. You probably tried a lot of things. This thing really worked for me. And not just to lose the weight, but to keep it off too. It's been a year now, and I'm keeping the weight off. If you're curious, you want to know, just see me on TV. I don't look the same as I did a year ago, and Salt Lake City Fat Loss is the reason. Go to their website, learn more about it, and if you want to do it, join us. They'll give you $200 off if you say JJ and Alex sent you. So go to the website right now, slcfatloss.com.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Ooma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our Coolest Summer Sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Best and worst is the final segment of our third hour here. So, JJ, I think we want to start with we grabbed the audio for this, right? We grabbed the audio
yes,
for that.
Yes, we did.
It's like maybe the most important thing that happened in sports last night. I mean, the game between
the most important thing that happened in Indiana. Fort Wayne, to be exact.
Fort Wayne, Indiana. And the Pacers winning game one in the fashion that they did is definitely story number one in American sports, right? Like, that was crazy.
Yeah.
You would think in Fort Wayne, Indiana, that they would have figured out that, hey, this is probably not a good time.
They'd be really locked in, right?
Probably not a good time to cut away.
It was one of the most important moments in Indiana sports history last night.
I will say my TV schedule thing showed, because the game had gone a little bit longer, it had showed something else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was local news here, but in Indiana, it was in Fort Wayne, Indiana, it was local news. So if you were watching WPTA, which is the ABC affiliate down there in Fort Wayne, Indiana, here's what the final minute of the game sounded like.
Thunder clinging to this three-point lead. SGA the drive inside, shot blocked. Siakam throws it back.
Next on 21 Alive News, the man who was brutally beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward. Hear what he wants to have happen now. Also tonight, a big night for Pacer fans as Indiana is in the NBA Finals. We'll show you a local business who has seen a boost from the yes sirs.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amar Abbas. Fort Wayne's most watched news start.
Yeah, you know what? Fort Wayne's, and then it goes right back to the game again. You're in the last minute. By the way, this was a finals game one. You were in Indiana. I just love that Stark, like, Siakam with the rebound. A man was brutally beaten today at a bar in Fort Wayne. Like, holy cow, you guys. And then their second story that they teased for their promo coming up on the news after the big game, while you were interrupting the big game, was, and a big night for Pacers fans. Come on.
That's Bush League.
That was my favorite thing, though. That was my favorite thing.
Somebody in Master Control really screwed up last night.
Just a robot going through and just going, let's, you know what? Says right here on the sheet, Mike, that I got to do the promo right now.
I'm following the schedule.
Well, you shouldn't not do it. Come on. The best is, I think they're going to be firing it up here in the next few minutes, if they haven't started already. Texas Tech and Texas are firing off Game 3 in the Women's College World Series after Najari Kennedy got herself a win in Game 2 over Texas on the mound. She's now pitched every pitch for Texas Tech in the Women's College World Series. They got the win last night after a rain delay, 4-3, I think was the final. And then she celebrated by signing another 7-figure deal with Texas Tech. Not a bad day.
She was the first $1 million softball player ever. Now she's also the second.
Yeah, I was going to say, wow. Big deal. That's a big, big deal. Now, can they win tonight? That's the question. Have they already fired up here?
They fired up at 6 p.m. Mountain Time.
Oh, I love it.
We are
Just in time.
We are 15 seconds away.
Just in time. All right.
Let's go watch it.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of your best and worst, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now Mitsubishis. Nobody knows cars like Doug Smith. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. We got more. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger